Chapter 1105. On the 14th day of the second month, Li Xian made consort Wei Shi the empress. The officials had no objections to this. Consort Wei had always been Li Xian's Zhengfei. When Li Xian had been the emperor, she had been the empress. It was natural for her to be the empress again. Also, she had accompanied Li Xian in guarding Fangzhou for 16 years. No one could compete with her for the position of empress. Li Xian also posthumously conferred upon Empress Wei's father, Wei Xuanzhen, the title of Shangluo Wang, and his mother, Cui Shi, the title of Wang Fei. The empress' deceased father and mother were posthumously conferred the titles of Wang and Wang Fei. While it was a bit higher, they were already dead. Who would argue with the dead? So this matter was passed smoothly. But on the 15th day of the second month, during morning court, Empress Wei Shi suddenly appeared in the Golden Hall and shocked all the officials. Li Xian ascended to sit in the hall. Empress Wei Shi entered the hall with him. Seeing this, the officials couldn't help but look at each other, not understanding why the empress had suddenly come to the Golden Hall. They were puzzled, but etiquette could not be ignored. According to the rules, they first bowed to the emperor and empress, thinking that the Son of Heaven would have an explanation for this. Unexpectedly, after the officials greeted each other, two internal attendants carried a couch over and placed it on the left side of the emperor's throne. Then they pulled up a thin curtain in front of it. Seeing this, the entire hall was in an uproar. With this posture, who wouldn't understand the emperor's intentions? Was the empress going to preside over the government? Some of the older officials in the hall were not unfamiliar with this scene. In his later years, Gaozong Liji had suffered from a head disease, and his eyes had problems. Hadn't Empress Wu Zetian preside over the government at that time? What was happening now? Did Empress Wei want to repeat the story of Zetian and have two saints come to court? Right now, the leader of the 100 officials was Zhang Jianji. In terms of prestige, status, and power, no one could compare to him. In this kind of situation, it was natural that he had to speak. Zhang Jianji came out with his jade tablet. He first looked coldly at Empress Wei. Empress Wei sat behind the curtain, her figure faintly discernible. He could see Empress Wei's movements, but he could not see her facial features. Because Empress Wei was very close to the curtain, she could clearly see the expressions of the officials from behind. Zhang Jianji's wary and disdainful glance made Empress Wei's back straighten, her hands unconsciously gripping the back of the chair. Zhang Jianji cupped his hands towards Li Xian and asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, what matter has the Empress come to court today for?" Li Xian expressionlessly replied, "We have just ascended to the throne and are busy with state affairs. Our energy is somewhat lacking. Thus, we invite the Empress to attend court and discuss state affairs with us." Zhang Jianji raised his white eyebrows and said loudly, "Your Majesty, the affairs of the state are busy, and there are officials who will share your Majesty's worries. The Empress attending the court is against the system." Li Xian's face remained expressionless, appearing very wooden. His words, however, were gentle yet firm. "Minister Zhang's words are incorrect. Could it be that you have forgotten the story of the second sage emperor's reign?" Zhang Jianji immediately took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "I haven't forgotten. Could it be that your Majesty has forgotten the story of how the divine Mother Empress Dowager became the great sage emperor?" Li Xian calmly said, "We naturally haven't forgotten. However, that was only an expedient measure taken during a time of crisis. Hasn't the great sage Emperor Zetian passed the throne back to us now?" Zhang Jianji was instantly stunned. Li Xian's eyelids drooped, and then slowly rose again. He stared coldly at Zhang Jianji and said, "What? Could it be that Minister Zhang disagrees with this?" Zhang Jianji opened his mouth, but was momentarily speechless. Li Xian had a hidden meaning that he didn't say. Even if there hadn't been a coup d'état by the dragon god, Wu Zetian would still have passed the throne to him. This was something that had already been decided. The only difference was that he still had to wait until Wu Zetian died of old age. Moreover, during this process, the second sage emperor wouldn't cause any trouble. Of course, Zhang Jianji could emphasize that Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne was definitely not an expedient measure. It was basically a usurpation of the empire. However, when she grew old, she discovered that she lacked a successor, so she had no choice but to pass the throne to her son. Moreover, according to the empress's original plan, she wanted him to be the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty and not the emperor of the Tang dynasty. However, he just couldn't say this, because in order to prevent Li Xian from being accused of being unfilial and heartless for forcing his mother to usurp the throne, they announced to the public that Empress Zetian had voluntarily abdicated the throne. Although in reality, she had been forced by military remonstrance. How could these things be brought up in public? Moreover, in order to persuade the Wu clan to participate in the coup, this was also an important condition that they had promised the Wu clan. If they went back on their word now, wouldn't that make the already dissatisfied Wu clan even more furious? The Wu clan still held great power, and it wouldn't be good to rashly provoke them. It wasn't that Li Xian had a well-thought-out plan today, and he sincerely wanted to wrestle with this group of meritorious ministers who wielded power. The reason why he was so calm was completely because after ascending to the throne, he had been criticized and ordered around by these arrogant ministers who relied on their achievements and treated him like a marionette. He was venting his anger, but when he saw that Zhang Jianji was speechless, he felt great satisfaction in his heart, and his courage grew a bit. He laughed, and his voice rose a bit. Since we ascended to the throne, there have been frequent discussions among the people. There are many different opinions, and the people are uneasy. We intend to announce to the world why Emperor Zetian had painstakingly claimed the throne, as well as how we received the abdication of the abdication kingdom. Today, I will tell everyone to know. In the beginning, Zhang Jianji had only agreed to announce to the public that the empress had abdicated the throne for the sake of a smooth transition of power. Now, he was trapped in his own trap, and he couldn't refute it. He could only be so angry that his old face turned red. He didn't understand why the emperor was so bold today. Could it be that after being the emperor for a few days, he had found the feeling of supremacy? Zhang Jianji wanted to oppose him, but he also had misgivings. It was one thing to directly admonish the emperor in private, but now, under the eyes of the public, if he was disrespectful to the emperor, how would the bystanders view him? Right now, he was the most meritorious minister of the present court, and also the most loyal minister of the present court. Some people were already comparing him to the Duke of Zhou. How could his clean reputation be affected by this? Seeing Zhang Jianji hesitate, Huan Yanfan immediately stepped out of the crowd and said harshly, "Your Majesty, a woman usurping power is harmful and not beneficial. This subject requests that the Empress stay in the Middle Palace and not interfere with outside matters." Even though it was common to describe women wielding power as a woman usurping power since ancient times, Empress Wei herself was present in the hall. Huan Yanfan's words were a bit too rude. However, Huan Yanfan himself did not feel that there was anything wrong. He had personally seen Li Xian's cowardice and incompetence. Also, this emperor had not led them in a coup, but they had initiated a coup to deliver the throne into Li Xian's hands. Therefore, he did not have the proper reverence for Li Xian as an emperor, much less the reverence he had for the empress. On the other hand, he had gone from being a disciplinary vice minister to becoming a duke and prime minister in one step. In one day, he had the power to overturn the court. He lacked the tempering of a heart that came from following the normal path of promotion, and he did not have the calmness of careful self-examination. Suddenly climbing to a height that he had never dared to think of before, he had somewhat forgotten himself. Empress Wei's face was ashen. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her palms. However, she still did not say a word. She did not act like Wu Zetian and charge out of the curtain to point at the remonstrating minister and roar at the emperor, "Why don't you kill this person?" The ruler and the minister were in a deadlock. Seeing this, the members of the group of meritorious ministers immediately chimed in. They all bowed to Li Xian and said, "A woman usurping power is harmful and not beneficial. Empress, please stay in the palace and do not interfere with external affairs." Cui Xianhui had once been a subordinate official of the Eastern Palace. Seeing this situation for a moment, he did not know what to do. This was a matter of position, but after a moment of hesitation, he still walked out and silently stood with the crowd. Li Xian couldn't help but panic at this sight. His palms were covered in sweat as he awkwardly twisted his body. His throat felt like there was a small bug crawling about. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Empress Wei saw this and lightly coughed. Li Xian heard this and suddenly remembered what his wife had said to him before the court session. "Husband, today, Chia and husband will attend the court session together. The 100 officials will definitely object. No matter what, husband must keep his composure. If you concede this time, they will definitely take an inch and one a foot. You, the emperor, will henceforth become a puppet in their hands, completely at their mercy." Li Xian swallowed with difficulty and looked at the officials who had stepped out. He realized that the officials of the Prince of Xiang's faction were whispering to each other and exchanging meaningful glances. The members of the Taiping faction were expressionless and did not move, while the members of the Wu clan's faction were all sneering as if they were watching a play. He couldn't help but feel reassured. "My wife is right. Zhang Jianji and the others are trying to seize credit and power, their arrogance stinking. Right now, it is not just me, the emperor, who is dissatisfied with them." He turned to look at Yang Fan, who for the moment he could not determine which faction he belonged to. He saw him standing in the middle of the formation, his hand holding a ceremonial tablet, thoughtfully looking at those ministers who were trying to force the emperor to abdicate. Li Xian felt even more relieved. "We ordered him to increase the number of cavalry to 10,000. This favor of winning him over has been effective." Li Xian's courage grew. He suddenly slapped the imperial table and stood up. He sternly shouted, "What are you trying to force the emperor to abdicate?" Zhang Jianji, Huan Yanfan, and the others hurriedly bowed their heads and said, "Your subjects do not dare." Li Xian loudly said, "When we were trapped in Fangzhou, only the empress shared weal and woe with us. If not for the empress's support, we might not have been able to live until today. Back then, we swore to the heavens that once we saw the light of day, we would not be in conflict with the empress. Do you want us to go back on our word?" The emperor had already spoken to this extent, and the officials of the other factions were all calmly sitting on the fishing platform. Cui Xianhui felt that it was unwise to make things too awkward with the emperor, so he stepped forward to smooth things over. Zhang Jianji saw that Empress Wei had been sitting silently behind the curtain the entire time and felt that she might not be as tyrannical as the Empress of Zetian, so he took a step back and finally resolved the conflict. After the court was dismissed, because Yang Fan was a general of the imperial guards in the palace, he did not need to leave the palace with them. So Yang Fan only took a detour. Once he crossed the Golden Water Bridge, he turned left and went from the walls of the palace to the rear garden of the palace. Very quickly, he arrived at the palace where Shanghai 1 worked. Yang Fan looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he was about to flash toward one Er's residence when he suddenly saw a person come out of a nearby palace room. Behind him was a servant who carried a chest in his arms. When Yang Fan saw this person, he immediately stopped, a surprised expression on his face. He had not thought that he would meet this person again in the palace. Chapter 1106. Yang Fan recognized this person. He was the palace supervisor, Tian Guidao. During the mutiny at the Black Tortoise Gate, Tian Guidao did not know what was good for him and blocked Zhang Jianji's path. If it were not for Yang Fan's timely appearance and diverting 1,000 cavalry soldiers away, leaving Tian Guidao with no soldiers to use, it was hard to say what he would have done. Moreover, this person had once attached himself to Second Zhang, so after the coup d'état was successful, he was immediately removed from office by Zhang Jianji and the others. More than a month had passed. Logically speaking, this person should have already packed up and returned home. Why would he still appear here? Yang Fan's heart was filled with bewilderment as he walked towards him. Tian Guidao was about to leave, but when he saw Yang Fan, he quickly stopped and cupped his fists. Great General! In the past, Yang Fan was only a general. Calling him Great General was a compliment, but now he was a well-deserved Great General, the champion Great General. Yang Fan returned the greeting and said, "Brother Tian, I heard you have returned to your hometown. I didn't expect to see you here." Tian Guidao smiled bitterly and said, "It's not good to leave in the first month. This lowly official was planning to leave at the start of spring. I am indebted to His Majesty's grace for pardoning this lowly official's crimes and allowing this lowly official to atone for his crimes with meritorious services." "Oh," somewhat surprised, Yang Fan asked, "then is Brother Tian still the palace eunuch and the right Jinwu general?" Tian Guidao shook his head and said, "This lowly official has been appointed as an imperial servant by His Majesty. When I was working in the palace, I left some of my personal belongings here. Today, I specially asked His Majesty to enter the palace to retrieve them. This lowly official has to report to the Imperial Servant Temple. Great General, this lowly official has to take his leave." Yang Fan nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Oh, I received the imperial edict to expand the cavalry by 1,000, and I still need to replenish a large number of war horses. In the future, I will have to deal with Tian Shaoqing. On another day, I will invite Tian Shaoqing to a drink, and the two of us will get to know each other better." Tian Guidao hastily said, "Lowly official is willing to serve Great General, but I do not dare to trouble Great General to invite me. This lowly official is already overwhelmed by Grand General's courtesy. If Grand General doesn't mind, this lowly official will hold a banquet in my residence another day to invite Grand General." Yang Fan replied with a smile. Tian Guidao cupped his fists to him and left with the servant. Yang Fan looked at his back and frowned in thought for a while. Then he walked toward Wan Er's residence. Langjun. As soon as Wan Er saw Yang Fan, she hastily placed her brush on the Jinwen flower stone and leaped into his arms. Wan Er was now living outside the palace. She was on duty in the palace for one night every 5 days, the same as the prime ministers. This also proved that she was still the Minister of Internal Affairs. Zhang Jianji and the others as prime ministers were third-ranked officials. They had other titles of nobility, conferred the title of founding duke. From this point of view, they were second-ranked officials. Wan Er was also a second-ranked official, the same as them. Compared to Yang Fan, who was a third-ranked general, she was one rank higher. Even though Yang Fan was a founding marquis and had 1,000 households, he was still a third-ranked marquis. No matter how you looked at it, he was still inferior to Wan Er. Wan Er often lived outside the palace, so she could stay with Yang Fan for a long time. Last night, the two of them slept together. First, they had just had a good time. And second, they had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. At this moment, Warner's face was glowing, and her face was as beautiful as a peach. She looked like a young woman who had just gotten married. When she saw Yang Fan, she was so happy that she looked like a little girl. Yang Fan hugged her waist and kissed her on the lips. He smiled and said, "When you woke up this morning, you were complaining that your waist and legs hurt. Now you are full of energy." Warner's face reddened. She lightly punched his chest and said, "You are making fun of me again." She raised her eyes and carefully looked at Yang Fan's expression. In a quiet voice, she said, "Lang Jun, is there something on your mind?" Yang Fan nodded and then shook his head. He said, "Today, the Empress will preside over the government." Wana was not surprised. She nodded and said, "Yes, I heard." She pulled Yang Fan to sit beside the desk. She said, "This is the Emperor's counterattack. These meritorious officials are getting carried away and forgetting themselves." Yang Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "What? You don't like them?" Wana smiled and said, "I don't care. Look at how relaxed I am." She pursed her lips and gestured to the desk. Yang Fan then realized that there were almost no memorials on the desk. There were only a few memorials, and they looked like there were only 5 or 6 of them. They were piled in the corner of the desk. There was a piece of paper on the desk. On the paper was a picture of a swallow flying through the forest. It was half drawn. It seemed that Warner had been writing here. Warner said, "In their eyes, an emperor who governs by hanging his head and doing nothing is a wise ruler. They want the emperor to sit high up and be responsible for all the affairs of the world. They want to share the emperor's burden and hunt for the heavens. They want to be a famous official who will go down in history." Yang Fan frowned and said, "The so-called wise ruler and good official. The wisdom of a wise ruler is in knowing people. The good official is in governing the world." Wei Xuanqing, Wei Zhang, also advised Taizong in 10 Thoughts Against Emperor Taizong to raise the longevity of the pine tree, play the zither, and hang the head, and do not speak. There is no need to think so hard to take over the duties of the emperor, to serve the eyes and ears of the wise. Is it a waste of the great way of doing nothing? Wana smiled and said, "Then, do you think Emperor Taizong ruled by hanging his head?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "In the eyes of the emperor, the wise ruler has great achievements. If he wants to have great achievements, he must do it himself. The officials hope that the emperor will govern the world. This kind of emperor is a wise ruler in their eyes, but they control everything themselves. In their eyes, it is to share the emperor's burden. In the eyes of the emperor, it is overstepping his authority. Only you would want to have less work to do." Warner giggled and said, "I would rather spend time with my husband. I don't like the work of the desk." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "It is a pity that the emperor doesn't think this way. Master Zhang and the others also don't think this way." Warner said, "So there is trouble. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the enemy country is broken, the counselors die. They have completely forgotten this ancient teaching. They think they are loyal officials. Everything they do is for the emperor, for the country. But do they really not have any personal morals?" Warner disdainfully curled the corner of her mouth. Yang Fan remembered that his family's teacher, Mr. Zhan, had also become the great hero of the Dragon God's coup and entered the Ministry of Appointments as the head. He couldn't help but sigh. Warner softly said, "They are greedy for power and position, forming a clique for personal gain. Once the emperor has such an impression of them, can he still trust them? Behind them, there is more than enough to forget to pull back. That is why I said that they are a bit carried away." Yang Fan was silent for a moment and said, The emperor is indeed a bit dissatisfied with their taking over everything. Just now, I saw Tian Guidao on the road. Tian Guidao has been pardoned by the emperor and has been promoted to imperial servant Shaoqing. The imperial servant temple is in charge of the horse affairs of the country and has a high position. The emperor is basically singing a different tune from Master Zhang and the others. Wana said, I know about this. I was the one who wrote the imperial edict. Tian Guidao is a Machi oblique official. Hearing this, Yang Fan was startled again. The so-called Machi oblique official was an official appointed directly by the emperor without going through the inspection of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and the Minxia province, and without going through the proper procedures. When Wu Zetian was young, she had searched the world and appointed a large number of officials without going through any tests. These officials were all oblique officials. The dismissal of Tian Guidao was decided by Zhang Jianji and the others and went through the proper procedures. Now, the emperor had pardoned him and transferred him to the imperial servant temple. It was very likely that Zhang Jianji and the others had not discussed this beforehand. Thinking about the empress' death today, Yang Fan found that the situation in the court had become more and more serious. Wanner's eyes turned, and she said, That's right. At the end of last month, Master Huan said that Li Tang had recovered and should build a Zhongxing temple in each province. So the court ordered to choose a temple in each province and change its name to Zhongxing. But yesterday, Right Buke, Zhang Jingyuan, wrote a memorial saying that only a revival with a break in the middle can be called Zhongxing. His Majesty has taken over Wuzhou, Zhou, and Tang. There is no such thing as Zhongxing. It should be changed to Longxing. Yang Fan asked, What did the emperor say? Wanner had a good memory and a good memory. She immediately replied, The emperor has spoken. Zhang Buke's words are reasonable. From now on, the name of Zhongxing is not to be used. The Zhongxing temples will be changed to Longxing temples. I have just drafted an edict and am going to issue it. Yang Fan said, Is Zhang Jingyuan an old official of the Eastern Palace? Yes. Yang Fan said slowly, Xiang Zhuang's sword dance is for Duke Pei. Wanner said, What is Longjuan's plan? Yang Fan said, Today, the Empress came to court. Prime Minister Zhang, Prime Minister Huan, and Prime Minister Jing all came out to stop her. But Prince Xiang, Prince Taiping, and Prince Liang's parties did not move. I watched coldly from the sidelines and felt that all sides were harboring their own schemes. The alliance that was put together to kill the two Zhangs is probably going to fall apart. Wanner frowned and said hesitantly, So soon? Yang Fan nodded his head solemnly, then said, Jinghui was originally a subordinate of Taiping's. Wanner let out a soft cry. It was clear that she did not know about this matter. Yang Fan continued, Yuan Shuji and Cui Xianhui are old subordinates of the Prince of Xiang. The Prince of Xiang and Taiping have not moved. Only they have stood out. It's clear that the three of them have already broken away from Taiping and the Prince of Xiang. They have switched sides with Zhang Jianji and Huan Yanfan. Taiping and the Prince of Xiang will not sit by and watch as they betray them. It's hard to predict what will happen in the future. We can't act rashly. It's best to wait and see. Wana nodded and sighed. The present situation is even more unpredictable than when the Empress was on the throne. I originally thought that the world was settled, but who could have imagined that Qin Fu would lose his deer and the entire world would pursue it? Yang Fan asked, What is the Empress's current situation? Wana replied, There are no problems with her clothing, food, and sleeping. After all, she is His Majesty's birth mother. Other than being deprived of freedom, how could she be treated unfairly? Wanner paused, then continued somewhat sorrowfully. However, this servant went to visit her. It seemed like she had aged 10 years overnight, and her body was very bad. Yang Fan said, once the insufferably arrogant empress was like the sun at noon. Once she failed, she would end up like this, let alone you and I, mortals. Thus, for the sake of you, for the sake of our children, for the sake of our families, we must be extremely cautious. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Wanner's face, still feeling pity for Wu Zetian's situation, Yang Fan embraced her and gently comforted her. In truth, as a failure, she is already very lucky. Think of Empress Wang and consort Xiao Shu in the underworld. Think of how their families still bear the surnames of Mang and Xiao, suffering in the south. What can she complain about? Chapter 1107. After Empress Wei closed the curtain to preside over the government, she would only sit behind the curtain every time she attended court, as silent as Su Shu entering the Chao camp. Gradually, Zhang Jianji and the others relaxed their vigilance toward her. In their view, if this empress could continue doing her duty, then it was no big deal for her to close the curtain and preside over the government. Zhang Jianji and the others were not unaware of Li Xian's pardoning of Tian Guidao's crimes, appointing him as a grand servant, and issuing an order to the world to change Zhongxing Temple to Longxing Temple. However, they knew that the emperor was extremely dissatisfied with their monopolizing of power and did not wish to completely fall out with the emperor. These small matters were not worth mentioning. It was fine to let the emperor vent his anger, so they did not react excessively. However, Li Xian's series of small actions were just a test. When Li Xian discovered that Zhang Jianji and the others did not react excessively, he suddenly realized that these people were not as powerful as he had imagined. Moreover, cracks had already appeared in the coup organization. They absolutely did not have the ability to launch another mutiny and threaten his throne. Thus, Li Xian's courage gradually grew. On the 16th day of the second month, the 20th day of Li Xian's ascension to the throne, Li Xian suddenly announced that he would worship Wu Sanxi as the great Minister of Public Works, one of the lower three ranks of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. After Wu Qingxi, Wu Sanxi became the second person in the Wu clan to hold the position of Prime Minister. Li Xian had not discussed this appointment with the group of meritorious ministers and prime ministers. He had directly announced it in court, catching Zhang Jianji and the others off guard. At the same time that Li Xian worshipped Wu Sanxi as prime minister and bestowed the title of Great Minister of Public Works, he also announced that Princess Taiping's husband, Wu Yuji, would be promoted to Prince Ding. Wu Yuji had originally been Prince Ding. Although there was only a difference of one character, the two characters were the names of the commandery, while the one character was the name of the country. With this, Wu Yuji was promoted from a commandery prince to a prince. Wu Yuji's promotion to prince also meant that Princess Taiping's eldest son would inherit the title of prince. Thus, no matter how poor Princess Taiping's relationship with her husband was, she would gladly accept it. At the same time, Li Xian also announced that the guards of honor and the security of the State Protector Princess Taiping and the State Protector Prince of Xiang would be increased. It was decreed that the guards of the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping's residences would be similar to those of the emperor. They would be accompanied by guards day and night, and there would be a sentry every 10 steps in the residences. Li Xian followed the method that Empress Wei had taught him and used the method of dividing and attacking. As expected, this method was effective. The Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping were both major contributors to the Divine Dragon coup. Comparatively speaking, Zhang Jianji and the others had only taken the lead, putting some effort into planning and strategizing. In the end, they had monopolized power and excluded dissidents, causing the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping to be greatly dissatisfied. Now, with the emperor's grand reception, they naturally chose to support the emperor. Once the emperor hardened his heart and insisted on his own ideas, Zhang Jianji and the others would not dare to easily resist. After all, the foundation of their power was loyalty to the emperor. Moreover, although they were in the limelight for the time being, in terms of political resources, they could not compare to the Wu clan, the Prince of Xiang, or Princess Taiping. Now that the emperor insisted on his own view and the Xiang Wang faction, Taiping faction, and Liang Wang faction fully supported him, Zhang Jianji and the others were powerless to reverse the situation. They could only watch helplessly as the Wu clan, which had been unable to interfere in politics even when Wu Zetian was still in power, charged into the hall of politics and occupied the position of prime minister. Although Zhang Jianji and the others were extremely dissatisfied with the emperor's recent actions, they were still caught up in the situation and did not sense the approaching danger. They still held great power. The emperor still accepted most of their requests, and they still had so many people at their side who flattered and curried favor with them. All of this had numbed their senses, but there was no lack of clear-headed people among the spectators. Chief historian of Luo province, Xue Jichang, was a clear-headed spectator. Xue Jichang felt deeply uneasy about the emperor's actions. When he was drinking with his good friend, the commandant of the imperial court, Lu Youqiu, he had mentioned his worries. To his surprise, Lu Youqiu had the same opinion. The two of them hit it off and decided to take advantage of their drunkenness to request an audience with Zhang Jianji. Zhang Jianji, Huan Yanfan, and the other four prime ministers could be said to be the most united and harmonious group of prime ministers in the history of the Tang dynasty. Usually, they would gather together to discuss world affairs and discuss policies and government decrees. They would not adhere to the custom of the king does not see the king in the officialdom. When Xue Jichang and Lu Youqiu arrived at the political affairs hall, Huan Yanfan, Jing Hui, and the other two were gathered at Zhang Jianji's place, talking loudly. Xue Jichang and Lu Youqiu were also friends of Zhang Jianji and the others. When they heard that they were requesting an audience, they immediately sent someone to invite them in. After the greetings, Zhang Jianji invited the two to take a seat. When he asked for the purpose of their visit, Xue Jichang said bluntly, "Master Zhang, the Wu family has a strong military force. Now that they are in power, there will be no end of trouble. I have come today to advise you to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible." When Zhang Jianji heard that it was for this matter, he was very disapproving. He said proudly, "Among the prime ministers, Wu Sanxi only has a place. When Master Wei returns to the court, our power will be even stronger. The general situation has been set. Wu Sanxi is a piece of meat on the chopping board. If we want to get rid of him, it will be as easy as snapping our fingers. What is there to guard against? We have just come into power. It is not suitable for us to increase the number of killings." Lu Youqiu advised, "Dear masters, we must nip the problem in the bud. In the past, when Chao Mengde appointed Chao Pai as the crown prince, he immediately and decisively suppressed Chao Ji's power. He killed Yang Xiu and the others, clipping Chao Ji's wings and ensuring the smooth succession of power. However, after the Heavenly Emperor appointed the present emperor as the crown prince, he allowed the Wu family and the two Zhangs to form alliances and expand their power. If it were not for all of you, the ancestral temple of the Tang dynasty would have been difficult to protect. Now that the two Zhangs have been eliminated, Wu Sanxi is still here. Dear masters, you must act quickly to ensure your safety." Jing Hui was moved by what he heard and nodded his head while stroking his beard. He was just about to say something in agreement and persuade Zhang Jianji when Huan Yanfan burst into laughter and waved his hand, saying, "You two don't need to be alarmist. Times are different from the past. The court is in the hands of us loyal officials, and the emperor was personally elected by us loyal officials. How can Wu Sanxi touch us? In terms of military power, The Prince of Xiang has already taken control of the southern office, which is enough to keep the northern office in check. What's more, there are loyal generals like Li Duozhua in the northern office to control the key points, and there are countless other generals who come to join us. Under such circumstances, if the Wu family makes any moves, we can destroy them effortlessly. Why do we have to kill them without teaching them and be blamed by others? These two were already the heads of the 5 prime ministers. Seeing that they were of the same opinion, Jing Hui found it difficult to speak. In front of Xue Jichang and Lu Youqiu, he had to maintain a high degree of agreement among the 5 of them and not disagree. Since Jing Hui had this thought, Yuan Shuji and Cui Xianhui also had the same idea. Although Xue Jichang and Lu Youqiu bitterly complained and tried to persuade the 5 prime ministers over and over again, the 5 prime ministers did not take it seriously. The 2 of them were greatly disappointed and had no choice but to take their leave unhappily. As the 2 walked out of the political affairs hall, Lu Youqiu dejectedly said to Xue Jichang, "The 5 masters are simply ignoring our warnings. What should we do?" Xue Jichang had an extremely unsightly expression. He gave a deep sigh and worriedly said, "If anything happens, and I will die without a grave." Due to his disgust towards Wu Zetian's actions during her reign, the fact that Mrs. Blacktooth Changji had given birth to a child by caesarean section, and Di Renjia's dying words, Yang Fan became more and more determined to support Li Futang. However, even though he had achieved his goal, he did not see any hope for the empire's resurgence. Yang Fan couldn't help but be at a loss. Even a natural-born saint did not have eyes that could see through the future. He did not know where this empire that was brewing new turmoil would go, nor did he know what role he could play in it. The only thing he could do now was to protect himself before the situation became clear and quietly watch the clouds move. The biggest asset that Yang Fan could rely on to maintain his position in the officialdom and the Xianzong family's advantage was the 1,000 horsemen. Once the 1,000 horsemen became 10,000, he could radiate more power in the political arena and create more convenient conditions for the Xianzong family to infiltrate the political arena. After analyzing the current situation and making the decision to lie low, Yang Fan began to concentrate on managing his own faction. The fact that Jing Hui, Cui Xianhui, and Yuan Shuji had switched sides, turned their backs on Princess Taiping and the Prince of Xiang, and formed their own faction to oppose the old master made Yang Fan deeply understand a principle. Profit was the foundation of everything. One could not ask a politician to be pure, flawless, and loyal. Upon entering the officialdom, every person had to constantly study, judge, choose, give up, and obtain. As they struggled along the way, those foolish, naive, and blind people had long since been eliminated in the cruel competition. Those who could climb up, if they had the right to establish their own faction, would continue to serve under one. Once the 1,000 horsemen became 10,000, he would not be able to directly control such a massive force. He would need a group of capable subordinates, and once he had many subordinates, it would be very difficult to guarantee the loyalty of all of them. Thus, he had no choice but to use methods such as balancing and restraining each other to ensure his control. In order to accomplish this, the most important problem he faced was the appointment of his generals. And once the 1,000 horsemen became 10,000, they would have the ability to accomplish important missions on their own. It would be different from the 1,000-some people in the past who were only responsible for guarding an important place. The emperor would not completely give him control over such a force. This was the instinct of an emperor. Wu Zetian had such trust in Wu Yuyi, but had she not divided the imperial guard into 3 and given it to Wu Yuyi, Li Duozhua, and him to control? Now that the 1,000 horsemen had become 10,000, the emperor would assuredly try to wedge a nail in. If he wanted to maintain control over this army, it would be even more difficult. For this reason, Yang Fan gave the Heaven Observation Department information on the family backgrounds of the generals and how close they were to him. He had his advisors assist him in formulating an even more perfect adjustment plan. Thus, in this period of time, Yang Fan paid less attention to the open and covert struggles between the various factions. In the spring of spring, peaches and plums vied with each other, and the imperial court had completely changed. Chapter 1108, White Walls and Black Tiles, a house inside the wall, and a long alley outside the wall. A few stalks of green grass stubbornly struggled out of the mottled tiles on top of the wall. They happily unfurled their leaves towards the blue sky and added some liveliness to the quiet alley. Of course, the occasional laughter coming from inside the wall also added some liveliness to the quiet alley. In the alley outside the wall, Yang Fan wore a Confucian scribe's robe that hid his strong and sturdy body. He looked somewhat like a refined scholar. Beside him, there were 5 or 6 people dressed in casual clothes. Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, Ren Wei, and the others were among them. Yang Fan held his hands behind his back and carefully examined the situation around him. From time to time, he would give a few orders. Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, and the others listened attentively. When they left, they quickly gathered a group of people to their side and spread out according to their orders. They seemed to be setting up guards around the manor next to them. During the time that Yang Fan had been concentrating on managing the 1,000 cavalry, many things had happened in the court. The first was that Wei Yuanzhong had returned from Lingnan. As the vanguard of the rebellion against Zhang, Second Zhang had been executed. Naturally, he was innocent and meritorious, so Li Xian ordered him to return from Lingnan. Zhang Jianji and the others were very welcoming of his arrival. Although Wei Yuanzhong was an old subordinate of the Eastern Palace, since they could pull Jing Hui, Cui Xianhui, and Yuan Shuji over, they believed that they could also pull Wei Yuanzhong in as an ally. At the same time, Yang Zixi, who had once flattered Second Zhang, was pardoned of his crimes by Li Xian and retained. However, he had made a mistake and was chased out of the political affairs hall. Although Yang Zixi did not have the title of prime minister, he still had the power of a prime minister. He was appointed by Li Xian to be the Minister of Revenue, a third-rank official of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and also to guard Chang. And in this way, his real power did not decrease much. He did not need to control the Ministry of Revenue and the Tang Empire's finances. Moreover, he was also the left guard of Chang and controlled the army. Moreover, he was also a lower third-rank member of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and had the right to discuss politics with the prime ministers. Zhang Jianji and the others were firmly opposed to the idea of keeping a lowly person like Yang Zixi. However, they had recently made too many concessions, and Li Xian's momentum was growing stronger and stronger. This was especially the case after he successfully split apart the meritorious minister's faction, the Prince of Xiang's faction, and the Taiping faction, as well as obtaining the support of the King of Liang's faction. As emperor, Li Xian's authority had clearly become much stronger. As the emperor, Li Xian's authority was clearly much firmer. After a stalemate, Zhang Jianji and the others once again made concessions. This made Li Xian even more courageous. His old subordinates of the Eastern Palace, such as Wei Engshi, Li Huayuan, Tang Xiuzan, and Zhu Qiming, were all used by him. Although these people were divided into many factions and could not be united, they could at least be used. At the moment, Li Xian lacked people. However, the seats in the political affairs hall had already been filled by the meritorious officials. Now that Wu Sanxi and Wei Yuanzhong had been added, he truly could not stuff any more prime ministers inside. Otherwise, the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty would be as worthless as cabbages sold on the street. Li Xian could only appoint them all as third-rank officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and divide the power of the prime ministers before anything else. By the time Yang Fan had begun to sort out the initial plans for the expansion of the 1,000 cavalry, Li Xian had already used the innate advantage of his status as emperor to open up a certain situation in the imperial court and grasp a certain amount of authority. He was no longer at the mercy of Zhang Jianji and the others. But Li Xian was not satisfied with the current situation. As an emperor, his authority was still too small. However, if he wanted to continue to expand his authority, he would inevitably touch the bottom line of the meritorious officials and suffer their fierce rebuke. Unless his strength could also increase, he could force the meritorious officials to lower their heads. Thus, Li Xian turned his gaze to Wu Sanxi. The Prince of Xiang was his blood brother, and this was precisely what he feared. It was true that he could ally with Princess Taiping, but although Princess Taiping was dissatisfied with the domineering attitude of the meritorious officials, she could not ally with him to suppress the meritorious officials. Thus, his only choice was the Wu clan. The Wu clan was still extremely powerful, and Wu Sanxi was his daughter's relative by marriage and had many conflicts with the meritorious officials. Was this not his best fighter? Thus, after appointing Wu Sanxi prime minister and conferring him the title of Great Minister of Public Works, Li Xian began a series of actions to win over the Wu clan to show his favor. There was no court meeting today, so Li Xian suddenly decided to make a private visit to the Wu clan. In order to prevent the meritorious officials from running to him to remonstrate and nag at him, Li Xian chose to leave the palace through the black tortoise gate controlled by Yang Fan. Thus, the duty of keeping watch naturally fell on Yang Fan's shoulders. In truth, how could the Son of Heaven truly be incognito when he went out on patrol? As long as he didn't make too much of a ruckus and didn't make too much noise, it would be considered incognito. The Liang household was guarded by the newly appointed commandant of the internal guard, Gao Ing, while the Liang household was guarded by Yang Fan. If the emperor made the slightest mishap, they would be punished with execution, so they naturally had to be especially cautious. Yang Fan personally rushed to the Liang household and patrolled the area. After understanding the situation, he began to make arrangements. From the Liang household to the bright country square, where the Liang household was located, all the way to Vermilion Bird Avenue, he arranged for 1,000 plain-clothed cavalry to patrol and guard every vital point. This is an 11. Push a little higher, a little higher. There was a swing in the wall. As the swing swung higher and higher, a girl in a red dress sat on it. As the swing swung over the wall, she suddenly realized that there was a person standing in the alley outside the wall. His appearance was rather familiar, and upon closer inspection, she realized that it was Yang Fan. She hurriedly turned her head and ordered her younger sister to push her even higher. Behind the swing stood an adorable girl with baby fat. It was the Prince of Xiang's youngest daughter, An 11 Hua Gua. The person sitting on the swing was naturally Aunt 10 Li Qiaying. This estate was the home of the Prince of Xiang's daughter, the Princess of Anqing. Anqing's husband was Xue Lin, a military officer of the Liang household. As a result, she had bought the estate next to the Liang household so that it would be convenient for her husband to work there. Today, Li Qiaying and her other sisters had come to her older sister's house to play. The little ass-kisser, Hua Gua, had taken a fancy to one of Li Qiaying's beads and had been chasing after her older sister for it. In exchange, Li Qiaying wanted her to help her swing. Hua Gua had spared no effort to obtain her older sister's beads, and upon hearing her older sister's order, she immediately puffed out her cheeks and pushed even harder. Li Qiaying was wearing a dress, but she was afraid that her breasts would be exposed, so she clamped her legs tightly together. However, The dazzling red of her dress still fluttered like clouds, making her seem exceptionally beautiful. When Li Qieying saw that the person standing outside the wall was indeed Yang Fan, she was overjoyed. Just as she was about to greet Yang Fan, she suddenly became suspicious. That's not right. He's wearing casual clothes. What's he doing sneaking around here? The corner door of one of the houses in the long alley suddenly opened, and a carriage emerged. The moment the carriage emerged from the corner door, it made a sharp turn and galloped over. This action immediately attracted the attention of the 1,000 plain-clothed cavalrymen scattered about the alley. Yang Fan had already ordered them to be secretly on guard and not to make a scene, lest all the neighbors know that an important figure was paying a visit to the Liang household. As a result, these plain-clothed guards would not lightly reveal their identities to search passers-by, but the moment this carriage appeared, they immediately became vigilant. Several of the cavalrymen immediately unsheathed their daggers and rushed forward, simultaneously flashing their fish talismans. They couldn't be blamed for being so nervous. The people who lived in this area were all rich and powerful families, and a carriage coming out of a single household shouldn't draw any attention. However, this carriage's curtains were drawn so tightly that it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Moreover, as soon as the coachman emerged from the corner door, he started lashing out with his whip-like rein, his expression flustered. How could they not be suspicious? Several cavalrymen stepped forward to stop him. The coachman hurriedly reined in his horse. At first, he looked angry, but when he saw the cavalrymen reveal their identities, the coachman's expression changed to one of bewilderment. He turned his head towards the carriage and said a few words. The curtains were lifted, and a person walked out. Yang Fan noticed that this person was extremely cautious when he walked out of the carriage. The curtains were pulled down extremely low, as if he was afraid that others would see what was going on inside. He couldn't help but become suspicious. Taking a closer look, he saw that the person was about 60 years old. He was dressed in a plain robe and had a green headscarf tied around his head. He had 3 strands of long beard on his chin. He gestured to the cavalrymen, indicating for them to let the carriage pass. The cavalrymen flashed past the 2 sides, urging the carriage to move towards Yang Fan. When the carriage stopped in front of Yang Fan, the person on the carriage immediately got off the carriage and cupped his hands towards Yang Fan. He asked in bewilderment, "Are you from the 1,000 cavalrymen?" When Yang Fan was inspecting the surroundings to understand the situation, he already knew that the family that the carriage came out of was the mansion of the now powerful Huan Yan Fan Huan's husband. Although the meritorious officials didn't regard Yang Fan as their core member, as a friend who had fought together in the war, they didn't reject him. Their relationship with each other could be considered good. Yang Fan cupped his hands towards the person and said, "Correct. I am the 1,000 cavalrymen's champion general, Yang Fan. May I know who you are?" The old man was slightly startled. He quickly followed the official etiquette and bowed to Yang Fan again. He said, "So it is great General Yang. My apologies, my apologies. I am the provincial governor of Izhou, Zhao Luan." Only now did Yang Fan know who he was. It turned out he was Huan Yan's brother-in-law. Wan had heard from her informant that his brother-in-law, who was the provincial governor of Izhou, was a hero in the coup d'etat. He had asked the emperor for a title and caused the emperor to lose his temper in the inner palace. Wan had heard about this from her informant, and then told it to Yang Fan as a joke. As a result, Yang Fan had a very good impression of this person. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Oh, so it is Governor Zhao. My apologies, my apologies. I have official business to attend to here. My subordinates do not know Governor Zhao's identity and have offended you. I ask Governor Zhao to forgive them. If Governor Zhao has urgent matters, please go ahead." I will send someone to open the way for Governor Zhao. The provincial governor of Izhou, Zhao Luwen, gladly said, "Thank you for your trouble, great general. Since that is the case, I won't disturb you any further. Farewell." Before Zhao Luwen could finish the word farewell, a woman about 50 years of age suddenly walked out of the unclosed corner door. Behind her were two young maids dressed in green. As soon as the woman walked out of the corner door, she looked left and right and said, "Who said my elder brother is here? Where is he?" Chapter 1109. Zhao Luwen was facing Yang Fan and couldn't see what was happening behind him, but he could hear the woman's voice clearly. Zhao Luwen's expression changed, and he pleaded to Yang Fan, "General Yang, I've heard Master Huan mention your name before. I didn't expect to meet you here today. It can be considered fate. I have a favor to ask, and I hope you won't refuse." Yang Fan asked curiously, "I wonder what Governor Zhao needs my help with." Zhao Luwen's face showed a trace of shame, but time was tight, and he didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly said, "Master Huan is my brother-in-law. When I came from Izhou, I brought 2 maids for Master Huan. I heard that my sister went to the Great Mercy Temple to offer incense, so I came over." Who knew? Hearing this, Yang Fan already understood the whole story. Zhao Luwen received Huan Yanfan's recommendation and returned to the capital from a poor place like Izhou to become a high-ranking official. With such a great favor, even if they were relatives, he had to return the favor. He wanted to give Huan Yanfan 2 beauties to serve on his pillow. However, Huan Yanfan's legal wife was his sister. It was somewhat inappropriate for his brother-in-law to give women to his brother-in-law. Yang Fan couldn't help but say, "This, with Master Huan's status, I believe your sister won't object even if you have a few beauties?" Zhao Luwen blushed and said, "It's fine if others give beautiful maids to Master Huan, but I'm Master Huan's brother-in-law after all." Yang Fan deliberately asked, "Then how does Governor Zhao want me to help?" Zhao Luwen anxiously said, "Great General, please help me cover this up. If my sister asks about the origin of the woman in the carriage, you must tell her that I and General are old acquaintances, and that these 2 beautiful maids in the carriage are gifts to General Yang. Otherwise, if my sister knows the truth, I won't have the face to see her again." After Zhao Luwen returned to the capital, this was not the first time he had come to the Huan residence. The old woman's servant girl had sharp eyes and had already seen Zhao Luwen's figure. She pointed at him from afar and said something to the old woman. The old woman then rushed over excitedly. Seeing this, Yang Fan didn't want to make things difficult for Zhao Zong anymore. He threw him a look that all men understood and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Governor Zhao. I know what to do." "Elder brother?" "Yeah, it really is big brother." The old woman came closer and happily said, "Maisie was admiring the flowers in the garden when suddenly I heard from my family that Dexiong had arrived. Maisie was about to come out to welcome him when I heard from my family that Dexiong had turned around and left. This is really strange. Dexiong, what are you doing?" "Ah, sister." Zhao Luwen suddenly turned around and pretended to be surprised. He said, "Why did you come out?" "Ha! I was going to visit General Yang of the 1,000 Horsemen today before coming to visit you and sister-in-law. I didn't expect General Yang to not be at the residence. When I asked his family, they said that General Yang came to Zhao Lane on business today. I came to you first." Zhao Luwen's face was full of smiles as he lied without batting in. I wanted to go to your residence first, and then send someone to look for General Yang. Unfortunately, General Yang happened to pass by the alley and thought that I came out to greet him. Us siblings are family. There's no need to be so polite. I'll go in after talking with General Yang." Zhao Luwen actually wanted to say that the carriage belonged to Yang Fan. That would be the end of it, and there would be no need to explain. However, if he did that, he would not be able to explain how he came to the Huan residence. With his status, he could not have walked here. Moreover, his sister had seen his coachman before. He did not know if she remembered him. He could not take the risk. After all, he was an official. Not only was he meticulous, but he was also quick-witted. Zhao Luwen actually came up with such a perfect excuse. Yang Fan secretly admired him. When Zhao Luwen mentioned his status, Yang Fan bowed to Lady Huan and said politely, "Greetings, Lady Huan." Lady Huan was the wife of the Prime Minister and did not need to be too polite to Yang Fan. However, from the tone of her brother's voice, he should be a close friend of Yang Fan's in the official circles. Lady Huan smiled and nodded at Yang Fan. She then said to Zhao Luwen, "Is Big Brother going back to the residence with sister now?" Zhao Luwen stroked his beard and said, "Okay. General Yang, you are busy with military affairs. How can you not have a considerate maid by your side to take care of you? These two beautiful maids were gifts from my colleagues and friends when I went to the capital. I am already old. Wouldn't it be a waste to keep them by my side? Giving them to General is a hero and a beauty. They complement each other." Ha 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 ha. Yang Fan looked like he was in a difficult position. "Oh, Governor, you're too polite. Speaking of which, when the Khitans rebelled, I went to Hebei province to carry out military affairs. I also received a lot of help from you. I only helped you a little in passing. I did not expect you to remember it. Such a big gift. I am too ashamed to accept it. Not at all. General Yang, this is a small gift from me. You don't have to be so polite." Zhao Luwen said and coughed. He said to the coachman, "Please ask the two ladies to alight." Two young girls slowly alighted from the carriage. They looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. They had bright eyes and white teeth. Their faces were as beautiful as the moon and flowers. They were really beautiful. The two girls had been told beforehand that they were to be sent to serve the Prime Minister. When they heard that a martial artist was being sent to the carriage, they were a little unhappy. Unexpectedly, when they alighted from the carriage, they saw that this general was not the rough and burly man they had imagined. Instead, he was handsome and well-built. They thought that although the Prime Minister was awe-inspiring, he was too old. Compared to this Yang Fan, they liked him. It was common for officials to give beautiful maids and precious horses to each other. Therefore, Madame Huan did not suspect anything. After her brother gave the pair of beautiful maids to Yang Fan, she happily accompanied her brother back to the Huan residence. When Zhao Luwen walked to the corner door, he looked back reluctantly. Yang Fan almost laughed when he saw this. Li Qiang was watching from the swing. She saw that everything was in disarray. Naturally, she could not understand the cause and effect of the matter. In any case, she saw that everyone else had left, and there was a pair of beautiful maids by Yang Fan's side. Li Qiang couldn't help but think, this big pervert. So he sneaked here because someone gave him a woman. Li Qiang turned her head and said, "An 11, use more strength." Hua Guo had always been rather fat. Coupled with the fact that she was young and weak, her forehead was already beaded with sweat. Seeing that her sister was still not satisfied, she began to call for help. "Aunt Six, you're the best. Come and help little sister." The Prince of Xiang's sixth daughter, Li Huazhuang, was kicking a shuttlecock off to the side. When she heard her little sister's call, she reluctantly walked over. When Li Qiang's swing swung back, she and Hua Guo worked together to follow the swing's momentum and forcefully push it back. Li Qiang just happened to be impatiently twisting her body to urge them on, causing the swing to suddenly increase in strength and swing high into the air. Li Qiang shrieked as she was sent flying over the wall. Hua Gui stood there in a daze and muttered, "Ah." Aunt Ten flew out. Li Huazhuang froze for a moment, then suddenly shrieked. Her small face paled in fright. What would happen if a person were to fall from such a high place? After Zhao Luwen left, Yang Fan looked at the two girls in a dilemma. No one else had heard his and Zhao Luwen's whispered conversation. They only knew that these two girls had truly been gifted to him, but he was well aware of the whole story. They had only asked him to cover it up, not really gifted it to him. Madame Huan had already seen the appearances of these two girls, so Zhao Luwen was most likely going to exchange them for these two girls. As for whether he would keep these two girls for himself or gift them to someone else, that had nothing to do with Yang Fan. Yang Fan only needed to wait for him to leave the Huan estate and then return them to him. The problem was that Yang Fan had official business to attend to, so he couldn't bring these two girls with him. Yang Fan was just considering whether or not he should send someone to take these two girls away and find a place to settle them down. He could then go back and inform Provincial Governor Zhao to bring them back when he heard a shriek in the air. Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and saw a red cloud coming down from above. Yang Fan was shocked. With a chonglang sound, he used the move raising fire to lift the sky. The saber at his waist was unsheathed, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced into the center of the red cloud. What is this white and round thing? Fortunately, Yang Fan's eyesight was better than others. With one glance, he could clearly see the object that was pressing down on his head. He was startled and hurriedly withdrew the long saber that pointed proudly to the heavens. With a backhand thrust, the saber sank half a foot into the ground with a chi sound. At that time, there were no trousers with crotches. The red dress was like a cloud, and the bottom of the dress was completely exposed. When Yang Fan saw that the round and white thing was he really jumped in fright. If he hadn't retracted his saber in time, this person falling from the sky would have sat on his saber. Yang Fan suddenly retracted his saber, and Li Qiang's body fell with it. Yang Fan's saber sank into the ground with a cha sound. He subconsciously raised his hand and felt something slippery. Then, a young girl's body sat on his shoulder. Her red dress fluttered down and covered his head and face. Rin Wei and the others were shocked. They pulled out their sabers and fiercely lunged over. When they saw that it was a lovely girl, her misty eyes wide open as she sat on Yang Fan's body, Yang Fan's head burrowing into her dress, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. When they looked again, they recognized that this girl was the daughter of the Prince of Xiang's estate who had made trouble for their master time, and again, they were even more at a loss as to what to do. Ouch! Although Yang Fan's shoulders were very broad and thick, and it didn't hurt to sit on them, Li Qiang had fallen from above, so her bottom still hurt a little. She somewhat calmed down from her fright and realized that she was sitting on someone else's body. She became even more flustered, her legs flailing about as she shouted in embarrassment, "Put me down! Hurry, and put me down!" In the dim light before Yang Fan, all he could see was a pair of bare legs flailing about and a faint fragrance wafting from his nose. He couldn't see anything else, so he couldn't help but yell, "Shut up! Don't move!" In a flurry, Yang Fan pulled aside the layers of undergarments, revealing his head. He let out a long sigh of relief and saw Ren Wei and the others raising their sabers in the air, staring foolishly at him. Yang Fan angrily said, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and ouch!" Halfway through Yang Fan's words, a pair of small fists punched at his head. Li Qiang rapped him on the head and shouted in embarrassment and anger, "You scoundrel! Hurry up and put me down!" Yang Fan angrily shrugged his shoulders, shaking off Li Qiang, who was sitting on his shoulder. However, he used his hand to cushion Li Qiang's skirt, and Li Qiang was able to steadily land on the ground. She hurriedly tidied up her skirt, and when she raised her head again, her small face had already become the same color as the pomegranate skirt. "Ah, it's you." When Yang Fan saw that it was Li Qiang, he suddenly recalled the white Yuan he had just seen and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 11:10. Yang Fan is very experienced in dealing with such embarrassing things. His biggest advantage is that he has a face as thick as a city wall and a mouth as bright as a lotus flower. Thinking of the time when Teneno, who was seriously injured and suddenly woke up, grabbed his vital part, Yang Fan could remain calm, dignified, and self-reliant, and still have time to flirt with others, let alone today's situation. Not to mention that the other party is a silly little girl. However, Li Qiang's identity is noble, and the women of the Li family have always been relatively tough. Yang Fan is worried that Li Qiang is young and ignorant and doesn't know the importance of the situation. He is older than Li Qiang and is a man. If this news spreads, he will be the target of blame, no matter how innocent he is. That will be really embarrassing. Fortunately, it has been 2 years since the Tubo forced marriage. Li Qiang is now close to the budding age and has grown into a big girl. As her sisters get married one after another, sometimes the older sisters will play and talk about the affairs between men and women. Li Qiang listens by the side. Although she doesn't understand it, she is not in a state of complete ignorance. So at this time, Li Qiang gradually has the shyness of a young girl. The scene just now makes her face as red as a big piece of red cloth. Until now, she doesn't dare to raise her eyes. Seeing her like this, Yang Fan felt relieved. Wouldn't it be easy for Yang official to deal with such an inexperienced and tender little girl? Yang Fan doesn't mention this embarrassing thing at all. He immediately frowns, as if it has never happened. He pretends to be very embarrassed and tells the origin of the 2 girls to Li Qiang. Then he seriously asks her for help to temporarily settle the 2 girls in her brother-in-law Shui Lin's house. Yang Fan's alert action quickly frees Li Qiang from the embarrassment. Then the door in the back corner of the Shui family hurriedly opens. Li Qiang's sisters and a large group of stewards and servants of the Shui family run out with a pale face. This interruption eases Li Qiang's embarrassment even more. Seeing that Li Qiang is safe and sound, her sisters and the Shui family are relieved. After asking what happened, Li Qiang has to say that Yang Fan caught her. As for how he caught her, she doesn't dare to mention it. She just subconsciously touches the back of her buttocks, as she says, feeling that the place touched by Yang Fan's big hand is numb. Li Qiang's sisters and everyone in the Shui residence thanked Yang Fan profusely. Li Qiang was embarrassed and angry. It was true that Yang Fan had saved her, but she had still been taken advantage of by him. At this time, she still had to thank him. How could she say that? Looking for an opportunity, Li Qiang rolls her eyes at Yang Fan fiercely. Her expression finally returns to normal. The 2 beauties that Zhao of Wen was going to give to Huan Yanfan were taken back by Li Qiang. Yang Fan arranged for people to guard the back door of the Huan residence. Once Zhao of Wen comes out, he will lead him to pick up the 2 girls. Li Qiang returns to the Shui residence. She is still sitting on the swing, but she is no longer interested in doing that half-immortal act. Huo Guo runs in front of her and says with a fawning expression, "Shenyang, do you still want to play on the swing?" Li Qiang glares at her unhappily and says, "Will I let you play me out of the wall again? How can I be so lucky? There is always someone waiting outside the wall to catch me." Huo Guo sticks out her tongue and says with a smile, "Shenyang's luck is already very good." I thought that this time your buttocks were going to fall into 8 pieces. Hee hee. Luckily there is someone outside to catch you. Shenyang is very lucky. Li Qieying takes off the bead ornament that her younger sister has taken a fancy to and hands it to her. She says unhappily, "Go, go, go. Even thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Don't bother me." Hua Gua receives the bead ornament and immediately runs off in jubilation. Li Qieying holds the swing with both hands. Her feet step on the ground, and she swings lightly. She suddenly thinks back to the scene of her flying over the wall. She doesn't feel her skin crawl. Instead, her ears are burning with excitement. When a young girl yearns for love, she can't help but have some wild and fanciful thoughts. When Li Weiwei arrived at the Liang residence, Yang Fan accompanied her into the residence. Only now did he discover to his surprise that not only had the emperor come, but the empress had also come. Li Xian and his wife were dressed like ordinary rich men. Their carriage quietly entered the Liang residence from a corner gate. Wu Sanxi and his wife, along with all of their relatives, had long been waiting in the courtyard. Seeing the emperor and empress arrive, they immediately welcomed them with smiles. Wu Sanxi's sons and daughters-in-law were all present. Even his nephew, Wu Yanxiu, was present. When Yang Fan saw this array of people, he finally understood Li Xian's intentions. It seemed that he wanted to treat this private event as a meeting between in-laws. In this way, the distinction between ruler and subject would be disregarded, and the relationship between in-laws would be emphasized. Clearly, it would make it easier for the two families to get closer. When Princess Enlu saw Yang Fan at her father's side, her enchanting eyebrows instantly rose. In Wu Zetian's time, when her father's position as heir apparent was unstable and he still had to tuck his tail between his legs, she was already domineering and domineering. Now that she had become an imperial daughter, she was naturally even more arrogant. When she saw Yang Fan, she tilted her sharp chin up and smiled proudly at Yang Fan. Paired with her rainbow-colored dress, she looked like a proud peacock. Yang Fan did not pay attention to her laughable attitude. He felt that even though Enlu was someone's wife and mother, her mentality was not even as mature as that Li Shenyang who had just descended from the sky. Her Imperial Highness, the princess, was a woman even more eccentric than the noble princess. She could be called the shame of the Tang dynasty. Yang Fan turned around and saw Gao Ying, who was dressed in martial attire and looking valiant, glaring at him. It was obvious that she had seen Princess and Li's deliberately provocative and flirtatious gaze. Her eyes were as clear as spring water. It seemed that nothing could escape her gaze. Yang Fan rubbed his nose guiltily and said in a low voice, "I have nothing to do with her." "What does it have to do with me?" Gao Ying unhappily rolled her eyes at him and proudly stuck out her proud chest. Her long legs staggered as she leisurely walked past him like a proud peacock. As she passed, a voice as thin as gossamer lightly drilled into Yang Fan's ear. "It would be strange if I believed you." Yang Fan sighed. Ever since the news of his affair with Princess Taiping had spread, his reputation in the matters between men and women seemed to be not very good. Li Xian's trip to the Liang household was very pleasant. As an emperor, he needed powerful support in order to help him break free from the control of the meritorious officials' party. Although the Wu clan had not suffered any losses after the coup, the rise of the meritorious officials' party, the Prince of Xiang's party, and the Taiping party made Wu Sanxi deeply apprehensive. He knew that even though there was competition between these factions, if the Wu clan made any moves, these three factions would immediately unite to resist the Wu clan. As such, relying on this emperor was his best choice. By combining the two, they would be able to obtain the benefits they wanted. There were some things that did not need to be clearly stated on the table. Li Xian and Wu Sanxi did not mention a single word about matters of state during this family banquet, but the two of them understood each other's intentions. When Li Xian warmly invited King Liang to visit his relatives in the palace, Wu Sanxi happily agreed. One had to strike while the iron was hot. The next day, after the court assembly, Wu Sanxi brought the fish seal that Li Xian had personally given him to the imperial palace. Li Xian was currently reading through memorials in the front hall. Empress Wei came out to receive the in-laws, and then sent someone to deliver a letter to Li Xian. Li Xian hurriedly dealt with a few important memorials, then immediately returned to the imperial palace. When Li Xian arrived at the Empress Palace, he saw Wu Sanxi and Empress Wei sitting on a wooden couch. A chessboard was placed between them, and the two of them were playing backgammon. Li Xian was also a backgammon, so he immediately rushed over to take a look. Wu Sanxi's advantage was quite clear, and there was a large pile of chips in front of him. It seemed like he had won. Li Xian joked, "What, is the Empress going to lose?" When Li Xian entered, he had specifically instructed that there was no need to announce his arrival. Only when he spoke did Wu Sanxi see the emperor enter. He quickly got off the couch to pay his respects, but Li Xian stepped forward and held him back. With a smile, he said, "This is the imperial palace. There is no need to adhere to formalities when family members meet." As he spoke, he sat to the side with a smile. He took Empress Wei's chips and counted them. "Ha, the Empress is really going to lose." Empress Wei was just about to throw the dice. When she heard these words, she handed the dice to Li Xian in a spoiled manner and said, "Sage, why don't you throw it for me? This servant's luck isn't good today." Li Xian smiled and said, "Then Zhen will try." Li Xian picked up the two dice, held them in his hands, and blew on them in a serious manner before tossing them into the bowl. The two dice spun around for a while and actually got a 6 and a 5, adding up to 11 points. Empress Wei was greatly delighted and said, "The sage's luck is really good." This backgammon was a bit like checkers. How many moves one made depended on the luck of the dice, but if one wanted to win, it depended on how one made the moves. After all, there were many different ways to make the move. Now that Li Xian had thrown a good number, it gave Empress Wei a chance to turn the tables. She began to seriously consider how to make the move. Wu Sanxi saw the Empress was deep in thought and began to chat with Li Xian. Wu Sanxi stroked his white beard that hung down to his chest. He said absent-mindedly, "This old subject heard that after His Majesty ascended the throne, the Empress parents were posthumously bestowed the title of Wang. This matter has caused much discussion in court and among the people." Hearing this, Li Xian was somewhat angry. He said, "Since Zhen ascended the throne, all the meritorious officials and martyrs have been rewarded. Which one has not been treated well? Why is it that when it is Zhen's father-in-law and mother-in-law's turn, there are so many disputes? In the beginning, if Zhen hadn't implicated them, they wouldn't have wandered to Lingnan and met with misfortune. Can't Zhen give some compensation?" Wu Sanxi agreed, saying, "His Majesty is right. His Majesty is benevolent and generous. Some lowly people make wild guesses and have ulterior motives. Speaking of which, this old subject feels that His Majesty has not rewarded the Empress family much. The Empress' 4 elder brothers have all met with misfortune in Lingnan. There are almost no survivors in the Empress' paternal family who have received Emperor's favor." Li Xian sighed and said, "Almost all of the Empress' blood relatives have met with misfortune. Even if Zhen wants to give favor, who can I give it to?" Wu Sanxi chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress' father and brothers might have died early, but the Empress sisters and their husbands are still alive. The Empress brothers in the family are also alive. The imperial family will sometimes give favor to the children of the officials in court. Can't the relatives of the imperial family inherit His Majesty's ancestral shadow? Empress Wei picked up a chess piece and pretended to be deep in thought. She didn't respond to these words, but she was very happy inside. If she personally asked for a title for her relatives, it would be hard to say. Just now, when they were playing chess, she had purposely revealed her intentions. Wu Sanxi was indeed shrewd and immediately understood her meaning. Li Xian hesitated slightly and said, "I'm afraid that Master Zhang, Master Huan, and the others will object when they hear this." Wu Sanxi tossed his long beard and said, "Unhappily, they can receive the title of duke, can be officials to the position of prime minister. Can't the relatives of the emperor who have gone through trials and tribulations with him bask in the emperor's favor? At the next morning court session, this old subject will personally ask His Majesty for an edict. The Prince of Xiang of An country and Princess Taiping of Zheng country have received the emperor's favor many times and will not obstruct it. With just that old man Zhang Jianji and his group, what can they do?" Hearing this, Li Xian happily said, "With Prince Liang's praise, Zhen can be at ease." Empress Wei was overjoyed. With a pa sound, she tapped the chess piece and said with a smile, "Ben Gong's piece will be placed here." Chapter 11:11. With the full support of the Wu clan, Li Xian's actions were clearly intensified. First, he transferred a few cousins of Empress Wei and the husbands of Empress Wei's sisters into the capital. They were either conferred titles of nobility or promoted to higher positions. After that, he began to frequently interact with a group of monks, Taoist priests, and magicians. The power of religion was very powerful, and the outstanding figures of the Buddhist and Taoist world, who had a large number of believers, all possessed enormous power. In order to ascend the throne as empress, Wu Zetian had wantonly won over the disciples of Buddhism, and the Tang dynasty's Li clan considered themselves the descendants of the founder of Taoism, Laozi. Now that the name of Li Tang had been restored, the descendants of the Li clan naturally could not mistreat the disciples of Taoism. But 20 years before Wu Zetian ruled the world, the Buddhist faction had already established itself, and now its power was even greater than that of the Taoist faction. This power could not be ignored, and Li Xian, who was urgently seeking support, naturally could not ignore this power. With the support of the Wu clan, the attitude of the Prince of Xiang's faction and the Taiping faction had always been rather ambiguous, and the attitude of the meritorious official faction had always been that of loyal subjects. Their hands and feet were tied, and under Li Xian's attacks, they began to retreat step by step. Seeing this situation, Jing Hui thought of Xue Jichang and Lu Youqiu's frank words and began to feel uneasy. One day, Li Xian once again moved against the most important aspect of the imperial court, culture and education. He suddenly issued an edict, swapping out the Directorate of Secretaries and the Chancellor of the Directorate, and the meritorious official faction continued their routine of remonstrance, stalemate, and concessions. In the end, they approved of Li Xian's decision, and Jing Hui could no longer bear it. After the prime ministers and Li Xian finished their discussions, Jing Hui leisurely walked. Seeing that Yang Zixi and Wu Sanxi were not paying attention, he went straight to Huan Yanfan's office. Huan Yanfan's brother-in-law had swapped out 2 more beauties. Yesterday, he finally found an opportunity to secretly deliver them to Huan Yanfan. In one night, Huan Yanfan had opened the buds of 2 beauties. He was getting on in years and had used up a lot of his energy. Today, he had also stayed in the imperial study for half a day and was quite tired. Just as he was about to take a nap in the quiet room, Jing Hui came in. Seeing Huan Yanfan, Jing Hui went straight to the point. "Brother, that Zheng Puxi is only a warlock, but has become the chancellor of the kingdom. Yi Jingning is only a Taoist, but has become the chancellor of the kingdom. Hu Sung Hui Fan Wu Tsuan has contributed greatly to the country, and has become the minister of the Chancellor of the Kingdom, who Sung Hui and Fan Wutsuan has contributed greatly and has become the minister of the empire. Lord of Xian, Huan, and of Huan, Yanfan, and Xian, Huan, and Huan, and has Chancellor, Huan, and of Yen. But His Majesty now has the support of the Wu clan and the faction of the Prince of Xiong of the Tranquil Kingdom and Princess Taiping of the state are not saying anything. It's not good for us to stick our heads out for everything and make things too awkward for His Majesty, right? Huan Yanfan asked Jing Hui to sit down and said in a low voice, "Do you know how important the Secretariat is?" Who was the secretarial supervisor at that time? That was the renowned Wei Xuanqing, Wei Zhang. Who was the chancellor at that time? That was the learned scholar Kong Ingda. But now, a warlock and a Taoist priest are actually holding such an important position of culture and education. Think about it. What will the world's scholars think? Jing Hui's countenance changed as he said, "Could it be that we are advancing by retreating, first provoking the anger of the scholars, and then—" Huan Yanfan smiled and said, "The Son of Heaven is the Son of Heaven after all. He has a righteous reputation. We are loyal and virtuous and are renowned throughout the world. If we go against the Son of Heaven in every matter, how will the people of the world view us? Only by making His Majesty make a mistake and letting the world know that His Majesty has made a mistake can our remonstrance be effective." Jing Hui rubbed his hands and said, "I'm afraid time waits for no man. Empress Wei visited the Wei family of Fanchuan yesterday. Brother Shizhe, do you know? Empress Wei used the same Wei surname and beat around the bush to claim kinship with the Wei family. The Empress took the initiative to claim kinship, so the Wei family was more than happy. I heard that the Wei family has already agreed and is now revising their genealogy. The Wei family is a large family in Chang and has an important position in the world of scholars. If the Wei family throws their lot in, I'm afraid it will be a big problem for us." Huan Yanfan picked up a soft pillow chair and placed it on his waist. He chuckled and said, "Our methods are naturally not limited to just this. Right now, the most important positions in court are in our hands. Even if the emperor inserts some people, they won't be of much use in a short time. Right now, we actually only have one true opponent, and that is the Wu family." Jing Hui moved the brocade stool forward and said in agreement, "That's right. As long as the Wu family is not eliminated, they will always be a scourge. Now that I think about it, what Xue Jichang and Lu Youqiu said that day might not have been alarmist talk. Since Brother Shizhe also feels that the Wu family is harmful to the country, why didn't you plan earlier?" Huan Yanfan chuckled, a hint of slyness in his expression. He blinked at Jing Hui and suddenly lowered his voice to ask, "Jingyi, there have been rumors recently that Wu Sanxi frequently goes in and out of the palace and has an unclear relationship with the current empress. Have you heard of it?" Jing Hui nodded and said, "Yesterday, I heard from a colleague that this matter concerns the reputation of His Majesty and Empress. I even harshly reprimanded him for this." Why did Prime Minister Huan suddenly mention this matter? Jing Hui saw Huan Yanfan's sly smile, and his body suddenly shook. He exclaimed, "Could it be? Could it be?" Huan Yanfan immediately made a shushing motion, and Jing Hui immediately understood and closed his mouth. The two of them were silent for a while before Jing Hui lowered his voice and whispered, "This matter is not good for His Majesty's reputation." Huan Yanfan said disapprovingly, "Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. Compared to His Majesty's country, what is a mere reputation? Right now, this news has not been publicized to the point where everyone knows about it. So naturally, there will not be any effect. When everyone knows about it and His Majesty is enraged, the Wu family will be reduced to dust. Huan Yanfan said proudly, "Only with His Majesty's appearance can we use the power of the tranquil country prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping. At that time, who will be the one to contact the various parties to eradicate the Wu family? Naturally, it will be us. We will be the ones to plan and coordinate the whole situation. The greatest credit for turning the tide and protecting Imperial Tang will still be ours." Jing Hui frowned and said, "That Wu Sansi is almost 70 years old and has wrinkled skin and white hair. As the Empress, he is willing to risk his reputation just for this old man. Who will believe him?" Huan Yanfan said, "Jing Yi, have you not heard of the story of 3 men make a tiger?" Jing Hui thought about it and still felt that it was inappropriate. He said, "Who can know what is going on in the palace? It is impossible for ordinary citizens to know. It can only be the people of the court. But who in the court will spread news that is not good for the Wu family? Everyone knows that you and I are the ones who are at odds with the Wu family. Won't we be inviting trouble?" Huan Yanfan said, "Who is proof?" Jing Hui was startled. Huan Yanfan said proudly, "I am equivalent to the country. Without proof, who can do anything to you and me? Jingyi, you are too cautious. Even the ordinary citizens will be angry when they hear about this, let alone the emperor. You must know that the public's mouth can melt gold. Words can kill." Jing Hui bid farewell to Huan Yanfan and left. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Although Huan Yanfan looked like he had a card up his sleeve, Jing Hui felt that things might not be as Huan Yanfan thought. Wu Sansi is too old. Even if the Empress is a romantic, there is no reason for her to find such a white-haired old man. This rumor is too unconvincing. Moreover, the Emperor has just ascended to the throne, and the Empress has just taken charge of the 6 palaces. Her foundation in the palace is still shallow. The palace maids and eunuchs in the Empress Palace will not become her absolute confidants so quickly. Her current influence in the palace is far less than that of Shanghai, In this kind of situation, to say that the Empress is having an affair and can hide it from the Emperor, but it is known to all the officials and common people. This, as long as the Emperor is not too stupid, he most likely will not believe this rumor. Once the Emperor has suspicions, he will certainly guess that it is them. Perhaps he will develop bad feelings towards them because of this matter. That would be self-defeating. Jing Hui thought about it all the way back to the Fu. Just as he stepped into the Fu, the old gatekeeper reported, "Ah Lang, the Minister of Examination, Councillor Cui Shi has come to visit and is waiting in the guest hall." Oh, Jing Hui stroked his beard and suddenly thought of an idea. He immediately said, "Go, invite him to the study to meet." In the guest hall, Cui Shi was sitting quietly. Cui Shi was extremely envious of Jing Hui's fortune. Thinking back to when the 2 of them had been under Taiping's tutelage, the 2 had been of similar status. In terms of family background, Cui Shi was much stronger than Jing Hui. Who would have thought that Jing Hui would be so daring as to challenge Empress Zetian? What was even more unexpected was that he had actually succeeded. The risk involved was great, but the reward of success was truly generous. In the blink of an eye, Jing Hui had become a duke and an official under the prime minister. Now, the 2 of them had a world of difference in status. If he, the proud son of heaven, wanted to take a step forward in his career, he had to put down his pride and curry favor with others. Cui Shi looked at the generous gift on the table and sighed softly. At this time, the old man of the Jing Fu walked in and bowed to him. "Cui Sharon, my master invites you to meet him in the study." Hearing this, Cui Shi was dazed at first. Then, he was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Those that the master received in the study were the most important guests. With Jing Hui's present status, There was no need for him to be so courteous. Cui Shi quickly straightened his clothing and said to the old man, "Please lead the way." When Cui Shi left the Jingfu, it was as if he had lost his soul. He had come to visit Jing Hui today with the intention of throwing himself under Jing Hui's tutelage. With Jing Hui's power and influence that was like the sun in the sky, one word would allow him to take a step forward in his career. However, he had not expected that after he had poured his heart out to express his loyalty, Jing Hui would entrust him with a major matter and have him throw himself under Wu Sanxi's tutelage to be an informant. What Cui Shi was shocked and confused about was not the matter of having him be an informant, but the unusual information revealed through this matter. The meritorious officials viewed Wu Sanxi as a powerful threat and wanted to use an informant to investigate the movements of the Wu family. They were so cautious, as if they were facing a great enemy. What did this mean? In the past month, Li Xian, with Wu Sanxi's support, had counterattacked step by step. However, the meritorious officials had repeatedly backed down because their attitude was not firm enough. Not only did the common people not know about this matter, but the people in the court who knew the inside story were only a few important figures in the central government yamen. Right now, the political power was in the hands of Zhang Jianji and the other 5 prime ministers. All government decrees were issued through them. Their struggles with the emperor were mostly private confrontations. Once it was brought to the table and became a decision, it was the result of their compromise or agreement through consultation. In the eyes of bystanders, they did not know about these processes. Naturally, they still saw them as the most favored people in front of the emperor and still saw them as the most admirable power in the court. No one knew that they were quickly losing the emperor's trust. They also did not know that some of the emperor's private orders had actually been fiercely resisted by them. But now Cui Shi knew. When he discovered that the situation of the meritorious officials was not as glorious as he had imagined, he began to hesitate. Is it really a wise choice to throw in my lot with them? At this time, on the long street, a carriage without any markings suddenly stopped in front of Cui Shi's horse. Cui Shi's 2 imperial bodyguards immediately raised their horses and went forward. They were about to yell at the other party to make way when the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Inside the carriage, a white-robed gentleman smiled and said to Cui Shi, "Brother Chenglan, long time no see." Cui Shi fixed his eyes on the person in the carriage and was immediately shocked. He cried out involuntarily, "It's you, worthy brother Shilian. Why are you here?" The person in the carriage was 60 to 70% similar to the young Master Jiang of the past. It was Lu Binji of the Lu family of Fanyang. Lu Binji looked up at the sky and laughed. "Why can't little brother come here? You and I have reunited as old friends. Brother Chenglan, won't you invite little brother to visit you and buy some wine before we talk in detail?" Chapter 11:12. Cui Shi brought Lu Binji to his mansion and immediately dismissed his attendants. He led him into the study and said nervously, "Shilian, why have you come to Chang?" And Lu Binji sat down on the bed, lifted his robe, and crossed his legs. He said, "What, brother Chenglan? Do you think I can't come to Chang'an?" Cui Shi said, "Not at all. Shilian, don't misunderstand me. The Lu family's 3-year confinement period has passed. The children of the Lu family can naturally travel around the world. But this Chang and Yang Fan is in Chang, and if you two meet, I'm afraid it will be inappropriate." In fact, when Yang Fan threatened old grandfather Lu in Chang, and he forced him to swear that Lu Binji would forever be under house arrest in Fanyang, and that the children of the Lu family would be grounded for 3 years. Now that Lu Binji had appeared here, it meant that the Lu family had violated the oath. Cui Shi could not say these things in front of Lu Binji, so he could only be tactful. Lu Binji's expression slowly became sorrowful. He put down his legs and stood up. He lowered his head and said, "My ancestor has passed away." Chuisha was shocked. He stood up and said hoarsely, "What? Old grandfather Lu has passed away? When did this happen? Why didn't I hear anything about it?" Lu Binji said, "This happened just last month. Old grandfather Chui must have just received the news. You are in Chong and naturally don't know." Chuisha sighed softly and said in a low voice, "Shilian, my condolences." Lu Binji looked up to the sky and laughed. Although he was laughing, there was no joy in his laughter. "Brother Chenglan, Binji has been expelled from the Lu family. From now on, I am no longer a descendant of the Fanyang Lu family." At this point, 2 lines of tears rolled down his face, and his voice also choked. Chuisha was shocked again. He said in shock, "How can this be? What great mistake did you make to be expelled from the family?" It had to be known that Lu Binji was the eldest son of the Lu family. Ever since his elder brother passed away, he was the first in line to inherit the Lu family's patriarch's position. For the Lu family to expel the eldest son, the first in line to inherit the family, was truly difficult to imagine. Just how great of a crime would that be? Lu Binji said, lightly, "Binji did not make any mistakes. My name was removed because I asked to be expelled." Lu Binji said lightly, "Binji did not make any mistakes. I was removed because I asked to be expelled." Lu Binji slowly sat down and slightly raised his head. He had an expression of recollection as he said in a faint voice, "In these few years, my ancestor has never revealed a happy expression. He has always been thinking about my brother, and I've always remembered that my brother's great enmity has not been avenged." Binji sighed, softened, looked at Chui. "Binji, my father died when Binji was like a brother and a father to me. I think my ancestor's greatest regret before he died was that he could not avenge my brother's death. Binji should fulfill his last wish." Chuisha didn't know what to say. If his brother had the same fate as Lu Binmi, he as his brother would also want to avenge him. However, if he had to pay the price of the position of the family head, would he be able to do it? Chuisha suddenly felt ashamed. Lu Binji said, "After my ancestor passed away, Binji, as the eldest son of the first branch, should have taken over the Lu family lord's position. However, my brother died a violent death, and my ancestor died of depression. How could I calmly take over the position and be the head of the family with a clear conscience? Therefore, Binji asked to be expelled and removed from the family register. In this way, it would not be considered a violation of my ancestor's poison oath." Lu Binji's words were spoken lightly and without the slightest hint of resentment, but Chuisha knew that his hatred had penetrated deep into his bones. That was why he spoke so calmly. Feeling Lu Binji's obsession, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In a large family, the position of the family lord was the same as the position of the monarch of a nation. It was the highest goal that countless descendants of the family yearned for since they were young. However, this position was destined in most cases. The struggle for it was never as bloody and cruel as the struggle for the throne. As a special existence, aristocratic families had all kinds of innate advantages for survival and continuity. Externally, this kind of advantage was mainly reflected in the process of the rise and fall of dynasties. Even if the royal banner changed from city to city, it would rarely have a fatal impact on the aristocratic families. The ruler of the new dynasty would certainly use the cruelest and most cold-blooded methods to eliminate the ruler of the old dynasty and all those who had the right to rule. But for the aristocratic families that were deeply rooted in the area and did not pose a threat to their ruling position, they would adopt the method of roping them in to consolidate their rule. And within the family, It was very difficult for the various branches and branches to compete as fiercely as the princes for the throne. This was because the aristocratic families were not the highest rulers in the world. Above them was the imperial court, and beside them were the other large families with complicated roots. The high and mighty royal law and the intricate checks and balances ensured that the competition within the aristocratic families had to be peaceful. Therefore, the aristocratic families were rarely affected by the rise and fall of the country, and there were very few bloody struggles for the throne. All of these ensured that the vitality of the aristocratic families was far longer than that of those empires and dynasties. The process of their inheritance was relatively peaceful, and no matter how much they coveted it, there were very few aristocratic families who dared to challenge the position that did not belong to them. Therefore, even though the Liu family branch was sparsely populated, as long as Liu Bingji was not willing to give up, no one could snatch the position of clan lord from him, the first in line of succession. At most, they could rely on their large numbers and great influence to fight for the position of clan lord. This was somewhat similar to Japan's political system. Even if the great power was in the hands of the shogunate, the throne still belonged to the Mikado of one Shi's lineage. It was very difficult to shake it. Therefore, Cui Shi believed that Liu Bingji was definitely not chased off the throne of the clan lord. He had given up on his own accord. Then, would Liu Bingji give up the position of clan lord without any conditions? The Liu family was too large. There was definitely more than one branch that had the strength to take over the position of clan lord. The final choice would be up to Liu Bingji to decide. Therefore, there would definitely be an exchange between them. What Liu Bingji could exchange for could only be the power that would aid him in his revenge. Cui Shi believed that this power would definitely not be small. Moreover, with such a huge amount of power and the removal of the clan records, there would be many fewer restrictions. Just the thought of how many things Liu Bingji could use this power to do was enough to make one shudder. Cui Shi coughed and persuaded, "Shilian, the two of us have a close personal relationship. It is rare that you still remember me and came to see me as soon as you came to Chang, and I have to give you a few words of advice. In the past, your brother could deal with Yang Fan, but today, you cannot because today's Yang Fan is not the Yang Fan of the past. Yang Fan now firmly controls Xianzong, and Shun Mu is in cahoots with him. Regardless of whether you win or lose, the result will be that both sides will suffer. Everything that old great-grandfather Cui and your brother are doing is for the benefit of the Liu family, and what you are going to do will greatly damage the Liu family." The corner of Liu Bingji's mouth curled up, and his smile was slightly evil. "Brother Qinglan, I will not act rashly. In these years of being grounded in the family, I have been thinking repeatedly, why did I lose? Why did my brother lose? Why was my grandfather unable to do anything to Yang Fan at all? I sat under the eaves and watched the flowers bloom and wilt, listened to the rain come and stop, watched the autumn fruits and winter snow. After thinking like this for a few years, I finally understood. Because Yang Fan knows how to borrow power. Even though he was very weak at the time, he knew how to borrow the power of the Guanlong family, the power of the ambitious people in the succession hall, the power of the emperor of the dynasty. His power was like the heavens. My Liu family has always been going against the heavens, so how could we not lose? Liu Bingji looked directly at Cui Shi and said in a deep voice, "Brother Qinglan, truthfully speaking, I have not come today to talk about old friends with you, but to borrow the power of your Cui family." Cui Shi furrowed his brow and said to Liu Bingji, "Shilian, the Cui family has the patriarch. Even if the patriarch is not here one day, there is still my father. Such an important matter. It is not up to me to make my own decisions." Liu Bingji smiled slightly and said, "After Yang Fan took control of the Xian clan, what did he do? First, he uprooted my brother's many years of work from the Xian clan. Second, he worked together with Shen Mu to create a trap that trapped all the 7 sects and 5 families. Yang Fan has even flirted with the Guanlong family. He has wild ambitions, but what is he planning? Now that the emperor has moved the capital to Chang, and he will have to borrow the Guanlong family. The Guanlong family has contributed greatly in the Shenlong coup d'etat, and will use this to expand their power. The world is only so big, and there are only so many benefits that can be enjoyed. When the Guanlong family rises, my Shandong aristocratic families will suffer losses. If this continues, will Brother Chui still dare to say that your Chui family is still the top aristocratic family in the world? Maybe now, but what about 3 to 5 years later? Sailing against the current, if you do not advance, you will fall. Does Brother Chui want to lose your position as the leader of the 7 sects and 5 families when your father hands the Chui family to you? What this little brother and brother have discussed today is just to coordinate from afar. There is no need for Brother Chenlan to go into battle for this little brother. This is something that has many benefits and no harm to the Chui family. Does brother not want to hear what this little brother plans to do? Chui Shi's heart thumped. The court was not peaceful right now. There was no need to mention this party or that party. Only today did he know that the meritorious official faction that was at its peak was not so reliable. Speaking of the Guanlong family whose foundation was in Chang, and the 2 heads of the Guanlong family were the Du clan and the Wei clan. The Du clan was very close to the meritorious official faction, and the Wei clan was said to be related to the empress. As for the other large families in Guanzhong, some followed them, and some joined the Taiping Party or the Liangwang Party. In the court, all the factions were restless. At the local level, the large aristocratic families were all seizing the opportunity. Because the Shandong aristocratic families had lost their location, they had indirectly lost the right time and people. They were already behind everyone else. How could they not catch up at this time, wanting to quickly join in and get a share? Great-grandfather Chui had already sent a letter urging Chui Shi to observe the various factions in the court and choose the strongest to join. It was for this reason that Chui Shi had decided to join the meritorious official faction. In the end, Jing Hui's sending him to King Liang as a spy was like a bucket of cold water on his head. Chui Shi suddenly realized that the position of the meritorious official faction was not stable. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Now that Lu Binji had come to Chang and said this to him, what was his plan? If it really was something that would benefit both sides, then what harm was there in cooperating with him? When he thought of this, Chui Shi's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared at Lu Binji and asked in a low voice, what does worthy Brother Shilian plan to do? Chapter 11:13. Chui Shi arrived at the Liang Manor on Zhaoguo Lane. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the manor. The driver turned around and reported, "Young master, we have arrived at the Liang Manor." Oh, the perplexed Chui Shi suddenly came to his senses. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Present the visiting invitation." King Liang was respectfully seeing the emperor off at the corner gate. There were no eternal enemies in politics. Not so long ago, Wu Sanxi had wanted to put Li Xian to death. Yang Fan had thought of ways to protect Li Xian and had gone to great lengths to escort him back to the capital. But now, in the face of a common enemy, the meritorious officials, they had quickly reconciled and were as good as family. Recently, Li Xian often visited the Liang Manor. King Wu Sanxi also visited the palace every few days. Today was the day that Li Xian would visit the Liang Manor again. This subject respectfully sees, "Off your majesty." Because Li Xian had come incognito, Wu Sanxi could not see him out of the mansion. Therefore, he stopped at the gate of the courtyard and bowed deeply to Li Xian. Behind him, the entire household, young and old, also bowed in unison. Li Xian sat in the carriage, smiling and waving his hand to Wu Sanxi before gently lowering the curtain. "Set off," Yang Fan quietly ordered. The corner gate of the Liang Manor opened wide, and a group of people quickly escorted Li Xian's carriage out of the Liang Manor. Many internal guards disguised as attendants surrounded the carriage, while Yang Fan led the thousands of cavalry soldiers with hidden blades scattered among the crowd to secretly support them. At this time, Run Wei, who had been responsible for monitoring the Liang Manor while the emperor was incognito, rode up to Yang Fan's side and reported in a low voice, "Great General, just now, Cui Shi, a member of the Board of Appointments, came to the Liang Manor to pay a visit." Oh, Yang Fan was stunned. The factions in the officialdom were clearly divided. For example, when Wu Yanxiu returned from the Turks, Wu Sanxi had held a banquet for her. All of the influential people in Chang and had sent invitations, but not a single person from Zhang's faction had come. Zhang could come by himself because no one would think anything of them because of this. However, it was a big taboo for people under them to interact with people from other factions, even if it was just a courtesy visit. If they went, who knew what Zhang would think? If they didn't go, they would be giving King Liang face. That was their duty after making their choice. If they still hesitated, it would give others the impression that they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. In the end, they wouldn't be able to please either side. Not even a political novice would make such a common-sense mistake. Cui Shi obviously wasn't a political idiot, but he was someone from Taiping. Now that he was paying King Liang a visit, what did this signify? Did he intentionally change the door, or was it Princess Taiping's idea? Yang Fan pondered for a moment. In a low voice he ordered, "Get ready." After escorting the emperor back to the palace, "We will go to Princess Taiping's place." Cui Shi stood respectfully in the main hall of the Liang Palace, also known as the Silver Imperial Hall among the common people, quietly waiting for Wu Sanxi to summon him. Even though his official position wasn't high, he believed that with his status as a disciple of the Cui clan and a member of the Ministry of Appointments, unless King Liang didn't have any ulterior motives, he would still meet him out of curiosity. Cui Shi had encountered too many unexpected events today, and every single one of them had a powerful impact on him. He had originally believed that Zhang Jianji, Han Yanfan, and the other meritorious subjects already held great power in the court, but when he lowered his status and prepared to completely submit to the meritorious subjects faction, he suddenly discovered that the Wu clan's strength was so great that the meritorious subjects faction had no choice but to use the method of imprisonment to guard against them. His impression of Lu Binji was that of a shallow, arrogant, and ignorant child. However, after a few years of house arrest, he seemed to have been reborn. Lu Binji was just as arrogant as before, and he was even more arrogant than before. It almost made people think that his older brother, young Master Jiang, had possessed his body. However, what followed was that he seemed to have inherited even young Master Jiang's intelligence and ability. Young Master Jiang was admittedly arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. He was the one who first proposed the idea of the succession hall, and he had single-handedly created it. Even though all of this ultimately went to Shenmu and Yang Fan, time, luck, and fate still existed. Even if he failed and died, no one could deny his intelligence and ability. Among the younger generation of the 7 great clans, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 talent. Young Master Jiang's arrogance was arrogance because of his talent, and Lu Binji's arrogance was originally due to his ignorance. However, a few years of house arrest had tempered his mind. whether he completely possessed the talent of the former young Master Jiang was unknown to Cui Shi, but a few of his proposals had truly moved Cui Shi. Lu Binji's conditions were really generous. According to Lu Binji's conditions, he did not need to personally contend with Shen Mu and Yang Fan, this pair of difficult opponents. He only needed to coordinate with them from a distance, secretly cooperate, and then use the close relationship between the succession hall and the 7 great clans to reveal some information to Lu Binji. In this process, he would be in direct contact with Lu Binji. If Lu Binji failed, there would be no evidence to implicate him. As long as there were no witnesses or material evidence, even if Lu Binji revealed him, with his identity, no one could do anything to him. Moreover, with Lu Binji's arrogance, he would definitely not do such a thing. The Lu clans might be ambitious or perhaps arrogant, but the Lu clans were not such despicable villains. The risk was very small, and what would he gain after succeeding? Desire was endless. With Cui Shi's identity and status, could he have nothing to ask for? If he persisted steadily, one day in the future, he would become the clan master of the Qinghe Cui clan. But when he took over the clan master's position, the Cui clan might not still be the head of the 7 great clans. The ranking of the 7 great clans was not fixed. When young Master Jiang was alive, Cui Shi's grandfather once sighed that among the 7 great clans, the Lu clan would be the first. Now that young Master Jiang was dead, would Lu Binji, who claimed to be the 2nd young Master Jiang, fulfill this prophecy again? Would the other great clans replace him? If he, Cui Shi, could not maintain the strong advantage of the Cui clan, would the other clans catch up? This was not an alarmist talk. Let's not talk about the distant clans. Take Wang Tongjiao, for example. He was the son-in-law of the current emperor and the vanguard who responded to Zhang Jianji's coup. He had the double identity of the emperor's party and the party of meritorious officials. His future was limitless. If he could climb to the position of prime minister, the Wang clan of Taiyuan might be able to challenge the leadership of the Qinghe Cui clan. Moreover, the 7 clans and 5 families had a common enemy of the Shandong gentry clans, the Guanlong clan. Back then, Li Shimin used 20 years to suppress the Shandong gentry clans. When it came to Li Ji and Wu Mei, he used the Shandong gentry clans to deal with the Guanlong clan, and then used the Guanlong clan to deal with the Shandong gentry clans, causing both sides to suffer losses. The current emperor did not have the boldness and foresight of Taizong and Gaozong. It was very likely that he would use the Guanlong clan again. In 10 years, the Guanlong clan would have the power to stand up to the Shandong gentry clans. 20 years later, even if he was still the head of the Shandong gentry as the clan master, the Guanlong clan would still ride on his head. And these were all facts that he had to consider. These were all problems that he would have to face in the future. Therefore, he was convinced by Lu Binji. He felt that Lu Binji's words made sense. As a dignified descendant of the Cui clan, why must he wait for the general situation to become clear before choosing the strongest person to rely on? The benefits obtained by the icing on the cake would never be as precious as providing help in the hour of need. Why were Huan Yanfan, Jing Hui, and the others so glorious today? Wasn't it all because of their contributions? Contributions could only be fought for. Waiting was not something that could be obtained. Thus, he made a firm decision. He would cooperate with Lu Binji, and the first step of this cooperation was to seek refuge with King Liang. Thus, he had come openly and honorably. This was the mission that Jing Hui had given him in the first place, wasn't it? Today, I only invited a few sisters from the Prince of Xiang's estate to tour the Chu River. Why are you, a man, following us? Really? I'm just afraid that if I don't go, that Wu Yanxia will appear, right? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Princess Anil flew into a rage. That's your cousin. She's only treating him with courtesy out of consideration for her own family. In the end, isn't it just to protect you? Why are you randomly suspecting him? Is there really a bastard in this world who would slander his own head like you? And Li's anger made Wu Chongxuan wilt once more. He stammered, I'm going with you anyway. You're a mighty prince, yet you're always following behind a woman. What kind of future do you have? Scram. After sending off Emperor Li Xian and the crowd dispersed, Princess Anil became angry at Wu Chongxuan. The reason for this was that Anlu was going to attend a banquet on the Chu River. Even though Wu Chongxuan had heard that they were all women, he still insisted on going. The reason for this was that he had developed suspicions about Anlu and her cousin Wu Yanxiu. The moment the handsome Wu Yanxiu, who could sing and dance, returned from the Turks, Princess Anil's eyes brightened. In terms of character and appearance, this cousin of hers was far superior to her husband's. Anlu had always been a woman who wore loose skirts. As she grew older, she gradually began to taste the pleasures between men and women, so she became even more restless in her room. In the past, she might have seduced men because she had a favor to ask of them, or because she simply wanted to see her beauty succeed in every endeavor. Now it was to enjoy the pleasures of the bed, so she began to seduce Wu Yanxiu. Wu Yanxiu was not a good person, with such a peerless beauty throwing herself at him. How could he possibly be a virtuous man? Thus, he made a mistake that all men would make, and he made it again and again. Although the two of them acted in secret, gradually rumors began to spread. Now, even Wu Chongxuan, who had already been a cuckold countless times, knew about it. Wu Chongxuan had personally caught Du Wentian, the adulterer, and naturally believed this rumor without a doubt. However, he had always been afraid of Princess Anil. After hearing about it, he did not dare to question or get angry. He could only watch them all day, preventing the two of them from having the chance to interact. Wu Chongxuan insisted on following, and Anlu really had no choice. This was her father-in-law's residence, so it was not good to make a move on her husband. Moreover, even if she did not bring Wu Chongxuan along, Wu Chongxuan could go by himself. Although she was not afraid of him seeing Wu Yanxiu if he was there, it would not be good for her to be intimate with Wu Yanxiu in front of him, right? Thinking of this, Princess Anil was extremely vexed and said, "Forget it. I'm not going anywhere else. I'm going back to Longqing Square now. Don't follow me. I'm disgusted when I see you." Princess Anil angrily walked out. Wu Chongxuan knew that once he returned to his residence and left his father's sight, Anlu would definitely bully him even more fiercely. However, he still stuck behind Anlu and did not leave her by even an inch. Seeing this, Anlu became even more furious and walked faster and faster. At the Moon Gate, the steward of the Wangfu raised his hand and said, "Dr. Cui, please." Cui Shi smiled and nodded. Just as he took a step, a delicate figure came out from the Moon Gate and almost crashed into his arms. Cui Shi was shocked and knew that it was a member of the Wangfu. He hurriedly took a step back and cupped his hands in apology. Princess Anil raised her eyebrows and scolded, "You are so immature." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already clearly seen the appearance of the person in front of her. She saw that he was tall, elegant, and had a jade-like face and bright eyes. He was actually a mature and elegant, handsome man. The anger in her eyes immediately turned into a pool of spring water, as charming as spring water. Chapter 11:14. Cui Shi was someone who considered himself to be romantic. When he saw such an outstanding beauty, he couldn't help but feel shocked. But this was the Liang estate, and this woman was a member of the Liang estate. How could he dare to be rude? He quickly lowered his head and bowed to her like a gentleman. Anlu changed into a virtuous lady, and even her voice became gentle. After exchanging a few words, Cui Shi was escorted to the study by Steward Liang. Li's smile disappeared, and she put on a stern face again. She said to Wu Chongxuan, "Scoundrel, you almost made me lose face in front of outsiders." Wu Chongxuan smiled and said in a low voice, "I will accompany my wife back to the estate." Lu waved her hand and said angrily, "I am not going back. If I am alone with you, it will be even more annoying. I will stay here for a few more days." Lu flicked her sleeves, turned around, and walked towards the back of the residence. When Wu Chongxuan heard that she wasn't leaving, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If his wife stayed here, then there was no need to worry. He knew that his wife had always been more restrained in his father's residence. Wu Chongxuan didn't follow her this time. How could he really be idle all day? Ever since the dragon god's coup d'etat, he had taken on more official duties. Even if he didn't, he still had all sorts of social engagements to attend to. How could he just spend all day around his own woman? Wu Chongxuan was relieved that his wife wasn't leaving. He immediately called for his family to prepare a horse. When they heard that the prince was leaving the estate, a group of attendants naturally rushed over to wait. Wu Chongxuan hurriedly called for 2 of his trusted aides and warned, "This prince is going to Duke Yan's estate to attend a banquet. You 2 stay here. If the princess leaves the estate, immediately report to me." His subordinates knew more about Princess and Li's messy affairs than he did. They listened to his instructions carefully, and the 2 trusted aides were a little embarrassed for him. The 2 quickly agreed. After Wu Chongxuan left, the 2 family members had a discussion, and one guarded the front door while the other guarded the corner door. They did their best to watch over their mistress. Princess Annel angrily returned to the inner chamber. Seeing that Wu Chongxuan did not follow her, she felt a little better. Thinking that Wu Yanxiu was still foolishly waiting at the Tsuchi, she summoned a personal maid and gave her some instructions. The maid obeyed and left. Although Lu saw that Wu Chongxuan did not pursue them, he knew that Wu Chongxuan must be secretly watching them, so it was not a good time to leave. She impatiently went to the garden. Holding a circular fan, she gently chased away the bees and butterflies that came after smelling the fragrance. She thought to herself, "This glutton keeps guarding me all day and doesn't have any freedom. It's not a solution in the long run." Got it. Lu suddenly thought of an idea. If she went to plead with Father Emperor, she could say that her husband wanted to work for the court and wanted to get an official position. There was no need for him to go far away, and he could just work in the capital region. Father Emperor would definitely agree. Her eunuch had always hoped that her eldest son would be successful and would be willing to give him some experience. At that time, he would have no choice but to agree. Since it was near the capital region, he could return home at night, and it would be difficult for him to refuse. In that case, wouldn't he be free? As for him, returning home at night, there was no need to worry. Given her status, she could not stay out at night. Lu couldn't help but smile when she thought of this. She excitedly hopped onto a small bridge. A spring breeze blew past, causing her clothes to flutter. She looked like a fairy that was about to soar into the sky. Her figure was graceful and exceptionally beautiful. Lu happily looked around. Suddenly, she saw an overhanging eave in the distance, hidden by the spring flowers and green grass. That was where her eunuch's study was located. Lu suddenly thought of the refined and handsome scholar she had just seen, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Lu pointed the circular fan towards the eaves, and then gave an order to a green-clothed servant girl behind him. "Go and ask around. Find out the name of the young master who just visited King Liang, and what his identity is." Cui Shi was rather surprised that King Liang was willing to meet him in the study. When he entered the study, he saw a few green-clothed servants bringing out a tray of fruits and tea. Only then did Shui realize that King Liang wasn't interested in him. Instead, he was too lazy to move his imperial entourage to the throne room because he had a guest. Shui hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, "This one is Shui, the Vice Minister of Examinations. Greetings to your Highness, King Liang." King Liang said, arrogantly, "Dispense with the formalities. Rise and take a seat." Shui carefully sat down on the chair that the servants of the estate had brought over. He looked around the study, which had yet to be cleaned up. He coughed and said, "So your Highness has a guest. This lowly official has not disturbed your Highness' reception." King Liang had purposely invited him to the study precisely so that he could witness this scene. Even if he hadn't asked, King Liang would have found a way to bring it up. Shui's question was exactly what King Liang wanted. King Liang chuckled and said, "This guest is a saint. Is he someone you can disturb? May I ask why Vice Minister Shui has come to see this king?" Shui couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard that the emperor had just visited. At the same time, an indescribable excitement suddenly surged through his entire body. He had made the right decision to come here. Not only had the Wu clan's favor not declined, it had even surpassed its former glory. No wonder those who had performed meritorious deeds were so afraid of the Wu clan. When King Liang asked another question, Shui steeled his heart. He suddenly rose from his seat and solemnly cupped his hands towards Wu Sansi. "King Liang, please dismiss your attendants. This lowly official has something important to tell you." Wu Sansi was quite surprised. He didn't understand what kind of trick he was playing. Wu Sansi suspiciously chased his attendants out of the study. Shui lifted the hem of his robe and bowed deeply. He said in a clear voice, "Your Highness, Shui has been ordered to serve your Highness as an inner servant. How could I dare to defy your Highness's might? I have turned myself in today, and I beg your Highness to forgive me." Wu Sansi was flabbergasted. He suddenly stood up, his eyes going wide as he sternly asked, "Who ordered you to serve me?" Wu Sansi couldn't help but panic. He knew that Shui was a member of the Taiping sect. If Princess Taiping had sent someone to serve as an inner servant, then it was very difficult to guarantee that the Prince of Xiang was not involved in this matter. From this, it could be deduced that the emperor's repeated displays of goodwill also had ulterior motives. Shui respectfully replied, "This subject has received the orders of the Duke of Qi, the Minister of the Golden Throne, and the palace attendant Jinghui." Wu Sansi's pupils constricted. Clenching his teeth, he hatefully spat out each word, "Meritorious minister's faction." The light carriage quietly took Lu Binji out of the Chui estate, traveling around Chong, and for a long time. The carriage even drove to Longqing Square, slowly passing near the gate of the Yang estate, and finally headed south along Vermilion Bird Avenue. The streets were noisy, but the carriages were quiet. There were 2 people in the carriage. Lu Binji sat in the center seat, leaning back in his chair, his eyes half closed, as if he was asleep. Even when the carriage arrived at the gate of the Yang estate, he did not open his eyes. To his side sat a middle-aged man of around 40 years of age, his cheeks fleshless, his hands on his knees the entire time, his posture extremely respectful. Only when a man hurrying by the carriage quickly sent a message into the carriage did the thin middle-aged man listen to the report. Lu Binji indifferently asked, "What is it?" The thin middle-aged man turned his head and said, "Young master, Shui has gone to the Liang estate." Lu Binji faintly smiled and opened his eyes. The thin middle-aged man could not suppress his confusion and asked, "Young master, this subordinate does not understand. Since young master favors Prince Liang of all the sects of the imperial court, why do we not approach him of our own accord? Instead using Shui?" Lu Binji replied, because I favor the power of the clan behind Cui Shi. We want to replace the obvious and hidden sects, but with our current strength, even if we can succeed, it will be very difficult to succeed. The deeper Cui Shi gets involved, the harder it will be to extricate himself. If one wishes to take, one must first give. Lu Binji was silent for a moment, then asked, "Where has Zheng Xian been demoted to?" The Zheng Xian that Lu Binji spoke of was from Hebei Province's Tsang County, Tsang Prefecture. He was sponsored and supported by the Lu family to study and enter officialdom. At the age of 17, he became a jinshi and could be considered a young talent. Not long after entering officialdom, he became an imperial censor. His future was limitless. Unexpectedly, the Lu family was grounded for 3 years by Yang Fan, which indirectly affected their influence in the imperial court. Without a backer, Zheng Xian stagnated in his original position. Seeing that there was no one in the imperial court, Zheng Xian found it difficult to advance further, and there was no news of the Lu family for a long time. So he attached himself to Heir Zhang. It could be said that he was unlucky. It was not easy for him to make up his mind to rely on Heir Zhang. In the end, as soon as he did, before Heir Zhang entrusted him with an important task, the dragon god coup occurred. Zheng Xian was implicated by the two of them, and was also demoted from an imperial censor to a local official. The thin middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Zheng Xian is now in Shuzhou as an imperial censor." Lu Binji said, "Think of a way to bring him back to Chang, and I have great use for him." Lu Binji did not ask to be removed from the Lu family until his grandfather passed away. However, he had always been very clear about the situation in the imperial court. He had never relaxed his watch on the imperial court, especially on Yang Fan. All these years in Fanyang, his eyes had always been fixed on Yang Fan's figure. Wherever Yang Fan went, his eyes followed. Therefore, he was very clear about the situation in the imperial court. The carriage entered Tongji Lane in the south of the city and drove into a long, narrow alley. It stopped at the end of the alley. Just a wall away was Chu River. The imperial bodyguard stepped forward and lightly knocked on the door knocker. The corner door of the house quietly opened, and the carriage quietly drove into the courtyard. Lu Binji got out of the carriage and walked towards the veranda. There was already a man in black standing in the veranda. When Lu Binji walked over, the man bowed in greeting. Lu Binji didn't stop and walked past him. That person immediately turned around and followed Lu Binji. "How is the matter on your side going?" Lu Binji asked as he walked, not even turning his head. The man replied, "This lowly one has selected a few people and is currently probing and contacting them. For the sake of caution, I have not revealed our goal or identity to them." Lu Binji's large sleeves fluttered as he walked with great ease. There's no need to be impatient for success. If half a year doesn't work, then 1 year. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If you can pull someone over in a month, I won't be so convinced. Dripping water can wear through a stone. Slowly work hard. The blue-clothed man respectfully replied, "Yes." Lu Binji turned a corner and continued to walk forward. Jinghui originally came from Taiping School, while Cui Xianhui and Yuan Shuji originally came from the Prince of Xiang School. Now, they've established their own schools, forming a faction with Zhang Jianji, Huan Yanfan, and the others. Why did they betray their former masters? Because they wanted to pursue an even greater benefit. Pursuing profit is not a monopoly of merchants, but a human instinct. My brother nurtured so many people, but in the end, didn't they all betray him? It was only because betrayal allowed them to obtain even greater benefits. In the end, this is the choice of the human heart. Humans have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. The succession hall has quite a few disciples of the branches and branches of our 7 sects and 5 clans who were unsuccessful in their ambitions. Because the succession hall gave them better prospects, they were loyal to the succession hall. When the situation is disadvantageous to them, and we can give them even more benefits, they will naturally think of us. At that time, Lu Binji suddenly stopped and stared at the blue-clothed man, his eyes bright. Everything Yang Fan did to my brother, I will return in its original form. Chapter 11:15. Ever since Princess Taiping was able to open a government office and had her own team of officials, she had more work to do. Previously, she had spent most of her energy taking care of her family's stores and land. Although she had always been concerned about court politics, she would only occasionally come out and participate. Most of the time, she spent her energy secretly gathering talents to accumulate strength for the restoration of the Tang dynasty. Now that Princess Taiping had the right to participate in politics, she had to report to her on everything from court politics to taxes, water conservancy, construction, and military affairs. As a result, she had to spend at least half of her time every day to understand and pay attention to state affairs. In the afternoon, after Princess Taiping had finished her official business, she returned to the rear residence from the Silver Imperial Hall, which was like a small imperial court. She wearily lay down on the couch and was taking a short nap when she suddenly remembered something and hastily turned over and sat up. Recently, the court had frequently issued new policies, and more work had been sent to her desk. Princess Taiping was busy with these affairs, so she had not asked about her children's studies for a few days. Although she had received countless rewards over the years and now had tens of thousands of households, so her children did not have to worry about food and clothing, which parent did not want their children to have real talent and learning. Now that she had the right to speak in the court, and seeing that her eldest and second sons were about to come of age, she planned to arrange for them to be officials when they were a little older. She did not want them to only receive salaries, so she was stricter with them than before. "Come, where's Chongjian?" Princess Taiping did not get off the couch. Instead, she sat up and asked the maid in the room. The first thing she asked about was her most beloved second son, Shui Chongjian. Princess Second Langjun went hunting in Mount Zhongnan with several young princes from the Prince of Xiang's estate. Princess Taiping said, "Oh," and the curve of her face softened. Her second son did not like literature, but he had a martial spirit and liked to play with spears and sticks since he was a child. Ever since he came to Chang, and because of the relaxed political environment, he quickly became close to the sons of the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan. Now, he was especially close to Sanlang Longji, which Princess Taiping was happy to see. Taiping asked again, "Where is Chongshuan? Is he studying in the manor?" The maidservant hesitated for a moment, but still braced herself and answered truthfully. Eldest Langjun also went out. He said he wanted to attend Duke Yan's banquet. Once Taiping heard this, he furrowed his brows. Duke Yan Guo was one of the meritorious contributors to the founding of the country. He was now the 5th-generation duke, but he had not inherited any of the bravery and martial prowess of his ancestors. All day long, he would gather with a group of debauches in the capital, fighting cocks and running dogs. Taiping disliked his son associating with this group of people the most. He had already warned him many times, but this son of his did not make any progress and always hung out with them. Taiping almost immediately wanted to send someone to bring him back, but his son was already grown up. He could not use this kind of simple and crude method. Otherwise, if the news spread out, his son would become a joke in front of the noble juniors. Inevitably, he would not be able to raise his head. Taiping sighed helplessly and ordered, "When he comes back, tell him to come see me immediately." The maid bowed in acknowledgement. At this time, Steward Li walked in. Seeing that there was someone serving in front of the bed, Li Yi waved his hand, indicating for the maid to leave. When the room was empty, he reported to Taiping. Princess, Champion Grand General Yang Fan requests an audience. Oh, Taiping, who had just laid down, sat up again. Because his movements were a little fierce, the pair of astonishingly elastic meatballs on his chest immediately gave off an alluring tremble. However, Li Yi was a eunuch, a personal eunuch of the imperial family when Taiping was married. Taiping had never regarded him as a man, so he did not mind revealing his spring scenery. Taiping knew that Yang Fan must have something to discuss when he rushed over at this time, so he hurriedly ordered, "Invite him here to see me." Taiping got up from the bed. Originally, she was only wearing a pair of underpants. Her smooth, round, and fragrant shoulders could be seen clearly. At this time, she casually grabbed a soft robe as thin as a cicada's wing and draped it over her shoulders. She also tied an acacia knot and sat in front of the dressing table, lightly grooming herself. Now that Taiping was gradually getting older, plus she had the influence of national affairs and family affairs, she was not as passionate in bed as she was when she was young. She and Yang Fan often had secret rendezvous, but the place of rendezvous was always at the lower courtyard of her villa. Therefore, as soon as she heard it, she knew that her sweetheart did not come to make love to each other. But since her sweetheart came, she must dress herself up. Li Yi led Yang Fan to the door of Taiping's boudoir, and then he consciously stopped and respectfully said, "Great General, please." Yang Fan was very courteous toward this chief eunuch by Taiping's side. He nodded to him and expressed his thanks before stepping into the room. Li Yi beckoned to the two maids and instructed, "Stand guard outside the door. Do not summon anyone. Nobody is allowed to enter. Wait for the princess' command at any time." Only after the two maids stood in front of the door did Li Yi quietly leave. Yang Fan walked into Princess Taiping's bedroom. Going around the screen, he saw Princess Taiping was sitting in front of the dressing table, a light muslin as thin as a cicada's wing covering her body. A light silk sash was tied around her waist, which made her round buttocks under her slender waist arch into an astonishing circle, extremely graceful. The mirror reflected the charming face of a beautiful woman. Seeing Yang Fan coming in, she only glanced at him with her seductive eyes. Her expression was overflowing with charm. She was applying lipstick. She did not get up, nor did she speak. Yang Fan walked over and slapped her perky buttocks, and while he was at it hugged her soft and smooth shoulder and sniffed her neck. He teasingly said, "Smells good." A plump and perky buttocks were the unique sex symbol of women. Every time they met, Taiping's perky and round 8th month would always be the first to receive a slap from Yang Fan as a greeting gift. Princess Taiping had long since become accustomed to it. She put down her lipstick and leaned into Yang Fan's embrace. She delicately raised her head and gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. In a soft voice, she asked, "Why did you think to see me today?" Yang Fan replied, "Today, I accompanied His Majesty to the Liang household." Princess Taiping's black brows instantly furrowed, and she resentfully said, "The Emperor and the Liang household are getting closer and closer. I just don't understand." Back then, Wu Sansi tried to put him to death time and time again. Even if the faction of meritorious officials is proud of their achievements, can it be that their elder brother and younger sister are unreliable? Why did he choose the Wu family, who should have been his enemy? Yang Fan indifferently said, "Because the Wu family no longer has any chance of inheriting the throne, but the Prince of Xiang does. And you are clearly closer to the Prince of Xiang than to the Emperor, so the Emperor is not at ease. If the Emperor wants to deal with the faction of meritorious officials, he can only choose the Wu family as his helper." Princess Taiping suddenly turned around and angrily said, The Prince of Xiang has no intention of coveting the throne. Yang Fan said, "You believe in the Prince of Xiang, but the Emperor will not take this risk. Besides, a person's heart can change. If we want to ensure that the Prince of Xiang's heart does not change, the best method is to not give him the opportunity or the conditions to change his heart, right? There is nothing wrong with the Emperor's actions." Princess Taiping's full chest heaved up and down. She bit her lower lip, her eyes gradually revealing boundless grief. The imperial household of the Tang dynasty was full of cruelty and hardships. After the Wu and Zhou dynasties, the imperial household had withered, and the Gaozong lineage only had 2 brothers left. But her imperial brother had just ascended to the throne, yet he was already so wary of his own twin brother and sister. How could one not be grieved? Yang Fan secretly regretted ruining her state of mind as soon as they met, but these matters still had to be brought up, especially Cui Shi's actions. If his visit to Prince Liang had not been at Taiping's behest, then she had to know of this matter as soon as possible, so that she could take precautions. Thus, Yang Fan added, "When the Emperor returned to the palace, someone just happened to be paying a visit to Prince Liang. Because I had people secretly watching the Liang estate, I saw this person." Taiping immediately knew that this was what Yang Fan wanted to tell her. She immediately asked warily, "Who was it?" Yang Fan slowly said, "Cui Shi." Taiping froze for a moment, a strange expression appearing on her face. Yang Fan saw that her expression was strange. She did not seem angry, so he asked, "What? Did you send him?" The corners of Taiping's lips curled up, revealing a hint of mockery. She calmly replied, "Ever since the second Zhang gained power, it has been difficult for me to extend my influence. Cui Shi and I have less and less contact. I don't even know whose lackey he is working for. Perhaps he thinks that the position of the merit examination counselor that I helped him is too low." Yang Fan frowned and said, "Does this mean that Cui Shi feels that the Wu family has a bright future in the new dynasty, and that is why he has decided to climb to a higher branch? Strange. The ones with the most influence right now are clearly Master Zhang and the others, but those who know that they have already lost the Emperor's heart are few and far between. Why is Cui Shi's nose so sensitive?" When he suddenly thought of Cui Shi's background, Yang Fan suddenly understood a little. Could it be that the Cui family had their own information channels? Yang Fan did not expect that Cui Shi would first join the Meritorious Minister Party, and that Jinghui would actually come up with the idea of going undercover. Because of this, he felt some contempt for Cui Shi's character. At the same time, because Cui Shi was an important descendant of the Clear River Chui clan, his every move might not necessarily be the Chui clan's choice. If this was the Chui clan's plan, then it would affect the succession hall to a certain extent, because the Chui clan and the succession hall were still inextricably linked. Yang Fan had come to warn Princess Taiping, but Cui Shi had long since left Taiping's tutelage, and this matter had nothing to do with Taiping. Yang Fan, on the other hand, needed to be careful because of the close relationship between Xianzong and the Cui clan. Cui Shi has joined Wu Sanxi's side. If great-grandfather Cui's proposal is followed, the Cui clan will definitely be implicated if Wu Sanxi loses in the future. I have to order my people to maintain a safe distance from the Cui clan. At this time, he still did not realize that Cui Shi's defection to Wu Sanxi had already intensified King Liang's hatred and fear of the Meritorious Minister Party, prompting Wu Sanxi to prematurely launch a counterattack against the Meritorious Minister Party. Yang Fan also did not realize that Lu Binji, who should have been forever under house arrest under great-grandfather Lu's oath, had quietly come to Chang and had aimed the arrow of vengeance at him. Although Lu Binji had only just arrived in Chang, and his plan for vengeance had long since begun. In the imperial court, the Son of Heaven was scheming against the Meritorious Minister Party the Meritorious Minister Party was scheming against Wu Sanxi, and Wu Sanxi was also scheming against the Meritorious Minister Party. Meanwhile, the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping were temporarily watching from the sidelines. In the Jianghu, the clear and hidden sects who had joined forces to escape the control of the 7 sects and 5 families, and had just survived the Divine Dragon's coup d'etat, were now facing the all-out attack of Lu Binji, who had sharpened his sword for many years. In the court and the Jianghu, a new round of life and death had begun. Chapter 11:16. There were 2 reports from the north in front of Shenmu. The first one was about old Grandpa Lu. Shenmu wasn't surprised by the old man's death. He had received news before the new year that the old man was gravely ill. It could be considered a happy funeral for someone of his age. What surprised him was that the old man's successor wasn't Lu Binji. The old man remained under house arrest and lost his position as clan lord. Shenmu sighed. Old Grandpa Lu's eldest son passed away early, so Crown Prince Lu doted on his 2 grandsons a lot. After Lu Binmi's death, I thought the clan lord's position was already in Lu Binji's bag. Who would have thought that old Grandpa Lu's successor would be someone else? Lan Jinhai replied. Lu Binji greatly damaged the Lu family's vitality, so old Grandpa Lu had to give his clansmen an explanation. After all, no matter how much he liked Lu Binji, he had to consider the entire Lu family. It was reasonable for him to appoint another clan lord. Lan Jinhai asked, "Will young noble Lu go to Fanyang to offer his condolences?" Shenmu laughed. "Forget it, old Grandpa Lu won't like to see me. Pick an elder from the clan to go in my place." Shenmu and young noble Jiang had a fierce battle. It was him who dragged down this heaven's proud son of the Lu family. In the end, Yang Fan caught up and kicked young noble Jiang off the pedestal. All of this stemmed from Shenmu's betrayal of young noble Jiang. Following that, Shenmu and Yang Fan worked together to put on a good show. They schemed against the 7 aristocratic families and broke away from the control of the 7 aristocratic families. Hence, he and the Lu family could be said to have a deep grudge. There was really no need for him to pay his respects because the person the Lu family hated the most was Yang Fan, followed by him. Lan Jinhai said, "Lu Binmi is a smart and capable person. He's also the one who founded the Succession Hall and has a deep foundation and many henchmen there. Moreover, he's also the heir to the Lu clan. It's easy to imagine the results if he were to take over as the clan lord in the future. Even if the 7 aristocratic families don't allow him to control the Lu clan as the clan lord, he can arrange for a trusted aide to manage the Succession Hall. At that time, with the Lu clan's power and the Succession Hall, the Lu clan will become the first among the 7 sects and 5 families. As long as this situation doesn't change, the Lu clan can sit in this position. This is a result the other aristocratic families do not want to see. So, young noble Jiang's fight against young noble Lu was not without the support and cooperation of the other aristocratic families. But young noble Jiang was the bad guy. Shenmu smiled and said, "Are you fighting for me? No matter what, I'm the one who benefits the most. Besides, by overthrowing young Master Lu, didn't I also conveniently break away from the control of the 7 great clans? Just based on this, I'm not wrongly accused as a villain." Shenmu smiled as he picked up the second secret report. Looking closely, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This secret report was about Xianzong. Shenmu carefully read the secret report, and then he Mu Shen of the report. Shen looked. Lan Jinhai took the secret report and read it carefully. He couldn't help but frown and say, "The obvious sex power is infiltrating the north? Didn't Yang Fan say they chose the east and south and didn't compete with the hidden sect?" Shenmu muttered, They say they are in two places, but it is not like two kingdoms with clear boundaries. Maybe this is the obvious sect's normal operation, but the boundaries are blurred, Lan Jinhai said. Young noble, their people have already appeared in Zhuo Commandery. If this is just the blurred boundaries, do we have to wait until they expand their power to the North Sea, to the barren land of Suwu, before they invade us? Shenmu was silent. Lan Jinhai had a vigilant expression and said, Young noble, Chang'an belongs to the West, and is within the hidden sect's sphere of influence. But their power in Chang, and is even stronger than ours. Yang Fan has great power in the officials, and this is where the obvious sect has the advantage. We can put this aside for now. However, the Yang clan owns many businesses in the east and west cities. Through these expansion and infiltration, they have an important position in Chang, and the Yang clan owns many estates in the Qi province and is the #1 landowner in Shiqi. Through these, they have many connections with the local clans in Guangzhou. Furthermore, the local tyrant of the Guangzhou region, the Guanlong aristocratic family, has a relationship with Yang Fan. There is also the water transport. The water transport goes from the west to the east. The east is the head, and the west is the tail. Their power moved to the east and seized control of the water transport. Although the water transport has been handed over to us, their kindness to the Shun Gate is as deep as the ocean. With just one word from them, the Shun Gate will betray us. Therefore, they controlled the end of the water transport. With all these reasons, we have to be cautious. Now, they are interfering with the North River Path and occupying the obvious sect's territory. What will they do next? Shenmu frowned and said, Jinhai, you are thinking too much. Although Chang and is in the west, it is still where the imperial capital is. It is also where the obvious sect's foundation is. Back then, we agreed that the Chang and region should be managed by both sects together and not under the hidden sect's name alone. As for who manages it better, it will depend on each person's ability. Furthermore, Yang Fan's estates in the Qi province, his shops in Chang, and his relationship with the Guanlong aristocratic family, and his relationship with the Shun faction were all established by him before the obvious sect, and the hidden sect divided their territories. He doesn't have any enmity towards the hidden sect. Lan Jinhai said, Jinhai is your advisor. If I only flatter you and say good things, I will be letting down young master's trust. Jinhai has to say what needs to be said. Let me ask, young master, when you first entered the succession hall, did you have any thoughts of going against young Master Jiang? Shenmu was slightly startled, and his expression darkened. Lan Jinhai said, There are many things that a person doesn't have any thoughts in the beginning. However, as his faction develops and needs for benefits, there will naturally be changes. This doesn't just depend on the sect lord alone. It depends on the sect lord and everyone who follows the sect lord. The obvious sect has always been dissatisfied with the hidden sect catching up. Sect lord, you won't deny this, right? Right now, the obvious sect's various actions have already incited the dissatisfaction of the hidden sect's subordinates. If sect lord allows the obvious sect to continue like this and doesn't take precautions or counterattack, this lowly one is afraid that the story of young Master Jiang that day will repeat itself on young Master. Shenmu's body suddenly shook. Back then, it was young Master Jiang who appreciated him and brought him into the succession hall and promoted him. However, as he developed, a group of people gradually gathered around him, had his own confidants, and had his own forces. Everything started to change. At that time, he didn't have any thoughts of rebelling against young Master Jiang. However, as young Master Jiang suppressed, ostracized, and kept the people around him in check in grievances, he unknowingly walked onto the path of opposing young Master Jiang until they were like fire and water. Would this scene really repeat itself? From ancient times until now, in each dynasty, those familiar scenes had repeatedly played out. Was it all because of the same reason? Was it because people in the martial world had no choice? Was it because in the fight for power, one had to be willing to submit, or else there would be no one else? Was it because he had too much wishful thinking on the obvious and hidden sex exchange? He and Yang Fan, were they going to be unable to tolerate two tigers on the same mountain? Shen Mu silently thought for a long time before slowly ordering, "The obvious sect has crossed the line in the North River path. There is no harm in returning the favor and forcing them out. However, do not use force. First report the news of old grandfather Lu passing away and Lu Binji being placed under permanent house arrest to Yang Fan. I will understand the details and find an opportunity to talk with him." Lan Jinhai was on guard because of the obvious sect's strong rise and the invasion of the hidden sect, while he was admonishing Shen Mu, Zhang Jianji, and the others gradually heard the news that the emperor frequently entered the Liang household and couldn't wait to admonish Li Xian. At the beginning, when Wu Sanxi frequently entered the inner palace, Zhang Jianji and the others did not know that Li Xian had already visited Wu Sanxi. They had thought that Wu Sanxi saw that Li Tang was gaining power and was deliberately currying favor. Therefore, he had tacitly agreed to Huan Yanfan's plan to slander Wu Sanxi and Empress Wei. This was actually not very honorable. While slandering Wu Sanxi, it also tarnished the emperor's reputation. It was unavoidable that it would damage the emperor's reputation. This was not something that a loyal official would do. However, they were extremely dissatisfied with Empress Wei's actions of meddling in politics and expanding the power of the emperor's relatives. They wanted to pull Empress Wei down as well. When there was righteousness, they could accomplish great things and not bother with small details. However, hearing that the emperor frequently visited the Liang household, Zhang Jianji started to feel that Huan Yanfan's plan might not succeed. The Liang household frequently entered the imperial palace. If you spread the rumor that he was having an affair with Empress Wei, how would you explain the emperor visiting the Liang household? Could it be that the emperor and Liang Wangfei were having an affair? Also, the purpose of spreading the rumor was not to discredit Wu Sanxi, but to infuriate the emperor and cause the emperor to distance himself from the Wu family. In the end, they could weaken or even eradicate the Wu family, thus establishing new achievements. At that time, the imperial court would belong to the faction of the meritorious officials and sweep away the power of the imperial family. However, since it was the emperor who repeatedly expressed goodwill to the Wu family, and Wu Sanxi entered the palace under the emperor's orders, would this rumor have the desired effect? Would the emperor believe this kind of nonsense? Also, the emperor knew very well who it was that wanted to get rid of the Wu family as soon as possible. Once the suspicions shifted to them, would it backfire? What was especially worrisome was the emperor's goal in being so close to the Wu family. Could it be the emperor wanted to get rid of the hounds when the hares were dead and move against the meritorious officials who had helped him ascend the throne? Even now, Zhang Jianji's group did not feel that after they helped Li Xian ascend to the throne, they vigorously cultivated their trusted aides, causing their chickens and dogs to ascend to the heavens. Then, relying on their achievements and arrogance, they single-handedly controlled the court and forced Li Xian to be a wise ruler. They felt wronged because they did not have any disobedient intentions. They cultivated their trusted aides because they believed that the people they promoted were loyal to the court and had genuine talent. They promoted these people in order to be more loyal to the court. If they did not use the people they were close to, did they have to promote some dissidents to drag them down? As for having the Son of Heaven be a virtuous ruler, wasn't this the highest realm that the officials had strived for since ancient times? This was the most ideal political situation. All of this was for the good of the emperor, for the good of the people. As for whether the emperor himself was willing or not, when the general trend was irresistible, the emperor had to agree even if he was unwilling. But now, it was clear that the emperor was not willing to accept this general trend. He was not willing to follow the plan of Zhang Jianji and his group to be the Holy Son of Heaven. In order to break away from their shackles, he began to seek the support of other factions. Zhang Jianji and the others became nervous. After the court meeting, the core members of the meritorious officials did not leave the palace. They used all kinds of excuses to rush to the political affairs party. After Wu Sanxi and his group left the palace, they were going to pay a visit to the emperor under the leadership of the 5 prime ministers. They were going to violate their dignity and directly admonish the Wu family. Chapter 11:17. Li Xian returned to the inner palace after the court meeting. Empress Wei happened to be going to the court pavilion to watch polo. Li Xian was very happy and changed into a set of arrow sleeves to go with the empress. Although his health was not good, he especially liked to watch polo and polo. Occasionally going down the court to practice was a very satisfying thing. Li Xian had just finished changing when the Chamberlain Xiao hurriedly ran in. Panting slightly, he reported, "Sage, Zhang Jianji, Huan Yanfan, Cui Xianhui, Jinghui, Yuan Shuji, the 5 prime ministers have come with many ministers to request an audience." Li Xian was taken aback. These prime ministers were all very domineering in front of him. If any one of them came alone, he wouldn't dare to refuse to see them, much less all 5 of them. From the tone of their words, it seemed that not only were there 5 prime ministers, there were also ministers accompanying them. Li Xian didn't know what they wanted to make things difficult for him, and he immediately felt apprehensive. Empress Wei glanced at him and said, "All the prime ministers have come. Husband should go see them." Li Xian said, "And then Zhen will go see them." Empress Wei heard his tone and said with a smile, "The prime ministers are all husband's officials and are famous for their loyalty. They will not make things difficult for husband. If there is something difficult to decide, there is no harm in husband vaguely agreeing and discussing it later. If husband is really worried, Chia will go with husband and listen from behind the tent." Li Xian's expression brightened. Of course Shen knows that Master Zhang and the others are loyal to the affairs of the state. However, they are too eager and often make Shen feel overbearing. Zhen does not want to chill the hearts of the loyal officials and cannot speak harshly. It is best if wife is willing to go with me. After seeing the officials, you and I will go to the court pavilion together. The imperial palace was the most mysterious and sacred place in the world, but it was also because of this that the officials liked to buy eyes and ears inside the palace. They made the imperial palace like a sieve. Every big or small matter, there would always be someone who would know in the shortest time possible. Li Xian and his wife did not trust the maids and chamberlains that much, so their words were unavoidably a bit hypocritical. Li Xian changed his clothes and went to the front hall. Empress Wei took 2 personal maids and quietly snuck behind the screen. The 2 maids brought over a brocade stool and invited the empress to sit. Inside the front hall, upon seeing Li Xian, all the officials bowed in greeting. Li Xian politely said, "Everyone, please rise. Men, prepare a seat for my husband." The eunuchs brought out the brocade stools and gave the 5 prime ministers seats, while the other officials stood below. Li Xian sat down behind the imperial desk. With a smile, he asked, "My beloved subjects, the court meeting has just ended. Why have you all come to see Zhen?" Zhang Jianji cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the reason why we are here today is because of the Wu clan." Li Xian was startled, his expression changing slightly as he said, "The Wu clan? Now, with the support of the officials, the imperial court's laws are strict, and the world is peaceful. What matter does the Wu clan have to trouble all of you to come see me. Zhang Jianji said, "Does your majesty feel that the world is already at peace? But this old subject feels that the world is not stable, and it could collapse at any time." Li Xian's expression changed slightly. "Why does my beloved subject say such a thing?" Zhang Jinji said, "Your Majesty, at the beginning of the Empress Dowager's revolution, members of the imperial family were executed to the last. Today, we are relying on the spirit of the heavens and the loyal subjects to use their lives to protect your Majesty and restore Li Tang. Now, the Empress Dowager is still here, and the old officials of Zhou are still in the imperial court. The Wu clan still proclaims themselves as the king and prime minister. Does your Majesty not feel that there is a great hidden danger in this?" Every time they spoke, they would mention the divine dragon coup d'etat. They would never forget to state that the emperor was supported and protected by them. Li Xian felt sick when he heard this. Thus his eyelids drooped, and he said listlessly, "Master Zhang's words are incorrect." Zhang Jianji rarely heard Li Xian say that he was wrong to his face, especially at this moment, in front of so many officials who had performed meritorious deeds. Zhang Jianji's old eyes immediately widened, and he said without anger, "Dare this old subject ask your Majesty, where did this old subject go wrong?" Li Xian's eyelids were still drooping, and his tone was weak. However, his words were very sharp. When the divine dragon coup d'etat killed the two Zhangs, the Wu clan controlled half of the imperial army. Think about it. If the Wu clan did not support us, would we be able to restore Li Tang without bloodshed? Moreover, King Liang oversaw the Golden Guards, detained Wu Yuyi, and forced the Featherwood Guards to not dare to act rashly. These are all great contributions that cannot be erased. Not rewarding meritorious deeds and not punishing crimes is a great taboo for a ruler. This is what Master Zhang advised us to do, and we have always remembered it. Thinking about the Wu clan's contributions to the country, how can we not express our gratitude? 5 of my beloved subjects were conferred the title of Duke and promoted to the position of Prime Minister because of their contributions to the divine dragon coup. Should we not reward King Liang and instead punish him by demoting his rank? King Liang has long held the title of king, and we have nothing more to reward him with, so we can only make him the position of Prime Minister. Although King Liang is the Prime Minister, we have already entrusted the affairs of the country to our beloved subjects, so why must we be unwilling to accommodate him? The supervising imperial censor Cui Jiao cupped his hands and said, "The great Emperor Zetian of the previous Wu Zhou dynasty is still alive, and the old Zhou ministers are all in the imperial court. Your Majesty has just reinstated Li Tang, so even if you are rewarding meritorious deeds, you should still keep your distance from the Wu clan and suppress their power to prevent any mishaps. Yet you have been secretly courting the Wu clan and have greatly increased their arrogance. What does this have to do with rewarding meritorious deeds?" Li Xian felt even more vexed and thought resentfully, "Where were all of you when Emperor Zetian was still on the throne, who built a hut and lived in seclusion and became a great loyal subject who did not eat Zhou's salary? You keep talking about the old Zhou ministers, but who are the old Zhou ministers? Aren't they all your political enemies?" But he only dared to keep these words to himself, and so he said perfunctorily, "Beloved subject Cui, King Liang is my relative by marriage, and my beloved daughter is King Liang's daughter-in-law. I have been secretly courting the Liang household, and this is just a visit between relatives. Beloved subject Cui, why do you have to be so alarmist?" Huan Yanfan stepped out and said, "The Son of Heaven has no private affairs. The Son of Heaven's family affairs are also national affairs. So how can I not pay attention to them? Your Majesty has returned, but the Wu family has abused their position and continued to act as before. Won't the world be disappointed? Li Xian's heart was burning with anger. You keep talking about the world, but is this world your world or my world? He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "The Wu family is not guilty, but has performed meritorious deeds. I cannot not punish them for teaching." Zhang Jianji suddenly stood up and said, "We are loyal and devoted, and all our thoughts and concerns are for your majesty. Although my honest words are unpleasant to the ear, I hope that your majesty will accept them." Huan Yanfan, Jing Hui, and the others all stood up and cupped their fists together, saying, "We hope that your majesty will accept our honest words." Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but panic. At this time, a few light knocks came from the screen behind him, and Li Xian calmed down a little when he heard it. He quickly comforted them, saying, "I know all of your loyalty, but as the Son of Heaven, I cannot send troops without a good reason. My beloved subjects, let me think about it carefully before making a decision." Seeing that the emperor's tone had softened, Jing Hui immediately took a step forward and continued, saying, "Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. Since your majesty has the heart to eliminate the traitor, you should act immediately. This subject asks your majesty to issue an edict. This subject is willing to raise a 3-foot sword and act as your majesty's vanguard to behead this traitor." Li Xian was sweating profusely, but he could only say, "My beloved subjects, let me think about it carefully before making a decision." Seeing this, Yang Yuanyan also wanted to step forward to admonish the emperor. No matter what, as long as he obtained the imperial edict today, it would be worth it even if he angered the emperor. However, Zhang Jianji had already stepped forward before him. Zhang Jianji was the leader of the party of meritorious officials. Since he had stepped forward, Yang Yuanyan stopped in his tracks. Zhang Jianji did not step forward to continue forcing the emperor. He knew that the main reason the emperor had drifted further and further away from the party of meritorious officials was that, after they had taken control of the court, they had not shown the respect a subject should have for the emperor. Strictly speaking, their admonition was already an attempt to force the emperor to abdicate, let alone powerful emperors like Taizong and Zetian. Any self-respecting emperor would feel this to be a form of humiliation. If they were overbearing and thoroughly infuriated the Son of Heaven, then even if they could force the Son of Heaven to kill the Wu clan this time, there was no guarantee that the Son of Heaven would not borrow the Prince of Xiang and Taiping's influence in the future. At that time, would they be able to force the Son of Heaven to kill the entire imperial clan? Thus, Zhang Jianji wanted to first confirm the emperor's promise. As long as the emperor agreed, it would just allow the Wu clan to be arrogant for a few more days. It would have no effect on the overall situation. The party of meritorious officials was like the sun at noon, so the Wu clan would not dare to take the risk out of desperation. Thus, Zhang Jianji bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty has accepted my sincere advice and agreed to kill the Wu clan. Your Majesty is truly a wise sovereign. This old subject remembers that your Majesty was once conferred the title of King of Valor by Emperor Xian. I hope that your Majesty will live up to your heroic reputation and personally kill the Wu clan. With the might of the Son of Heaven, these subjects are willing to follow the Son of Heaven's lead." Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. "Good. Once we have finished our preparations, we will definitely execute the treacherous officials. At that time, we will need to borrow the strength of all the subjects." Behind the screen, Empress Wei whispered a few words to a maid. The maid repeatedly nodded her head and flew off. When the maid left the palace and hurried to the Liang household, Wu Sanxi was receiving an official. There were no walls in the world that could keep the wind out. The news that the emperor was frequently visiting the Liang household had recently spread. A few ministers who had seen the wind and had been pushed aside and marginalized by the party of meritorious officials, had begun to draw closer to Wu Sansi. In order to quickly expand his influence in the court, Wu Sansi did not discriminate between good and bad, accepting all who came. For example, the official who had come to visit him today was a corrupt official who had fled his post due to corruption. This person was the Zheng Chang that Lu Binji had mentioned. Zheng Chang originally had the Fanyang Lu clan as his backing. However, the Fanyang Lu clan had not appeared for 3 years, and Zheng Chang had lost his backer. He had turned to Second Zhang. In the end, he had just entered Second Zhang's tutelage and hadn't received any tangible benefits before Second Zhang was killed. It was also fortunate that he hadn't received any benefits from Second Zhang, Zhang Jianji, and the others believed that his relationship with Second Zhang was not close. Moreover, he had become a scholar at the age of 17 and was a famous talent in the north. As a result, they gave him a way out, demoting him from the central government and sending him to Shuzhou to serve as an official in the army. Lu Binji sent people to Shuzhou to befriend him, luring him into the red light alleys, drinking and gambling. Zheng Chang felt that he had no future and was dispirited. With just a bit of seduction, he took the bait. In a few days, he had lost all of his family's wealth. Then, under the instigation of his bad friend, he took bribes and embezzled public funds, falling into Lu Binji's trap. Then, his bad friend sent people to report him. When the provincial governor of Shuzhou heard the news, he was furious and ordered people to interrogate Zheng Chang. At this time, his bad friend appeared again to warn him, saying that he had some relationship with the Liang household and urging him to flee Shuzhou to seek refuge with King Liang, who was recruiting talents. Zheng Chang had nowhere to go, so he fled back to Chang, and with this bad friend. Using Cui Shi's connections, he brought him to see King Liang. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If Lu Binji wanted to defeat Yang Fan, who had Xianzong in his hands, he must first have a suitable weapon. King Liang's Wu Sen Si was the weapon he chose. The situation in this world just happened to be like a surging great river, and the various powers were the bright and dark currents, tributaries and undercurrents, cold and warm currents. Once they collided with each other, it would form a devouring vortex. With the arrival of Zheng Chang, a man-eating vortex quietly formed. Chapter 11:18. As soon as Zheng Quan saw Wu Sansi, he kowtowed and wailed loudly. Wu Sansi had been sitting behind his desk, waiting for Zheng Quan to kowtow to him. He hadn't expected him to cry so loudly. Wu Sansi immediately understood. This Hebei scholar, who had become a grand scholar at the age of 17, was truly unfortunate. His career had been filled with so many obstacles simply because he had not chosen a wise ruler. Now that this king was willing to accept him, he must be crying tears of joy, right? As soon as Wu Sansi thought of this, Zheng Quan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Wu Sansi was secretly pleased with himself. He smiled and said, "Minister Zheng, why did you cry and laugh as soon as you saw this king?" Zheng Quan's behavior was a common failing of a poor scholar. He either pretended to say shocking things or acted unbridled, all for the sake of attracting his lord's attention. He was rather disappointed to see that King Liang was not surprised. Zheng Quan wiped away his tears and said, "This subject cried so bitterly as soon as I saw your majesty. Even though your majesty has taken me in and protected me, your majesty, this towering tree is about to fall soon. Once your majesty meets with misfortune, I do not know where to go. That is why I cried so loudly." Wu Sansi was displeased. He said disdainfully, "Minister Zheng, don't you think your words are a little too frightening?" Zheng Quan sternly said, "This subject is not speaking nonsense. May I ask your majesty, with your majesty's current authority, How does your majesty compare to Empress Setian of the past? Wu Sanxi said, one is on earth, one is in heaven. There is naturally no comparison. Zhang Quan said, that is correct. However, Zhang Jinji, Huan Yanfan, Jing Hui, and the others did not have the authority they have today, yet they still relied on their courage to brazenly cripple Empress Setian. Now, they wield the power of ministers and generals, and with a single call, their authority is enough to overturn the entire court. Even though your majesty is favored by the Son of Heaven, can you compare to the former empress? All the meritorious ministers are sharpening their blades for the sake of your majesty. Your majesty's life is as precarious as the morning dew, yet you still think that you are as safe as Mount Tai. Shouldn't your majesty be crying? Although Wu Sanxi was secretly wary of the meritorious minister clique, he was not frightened by Zheng Chang's words. He asked with a calm face, then why are you laughing? Zheng Lin puffed out his chest and proudly said, because this humble subject has come to his majesty's side. As long as his majesty is willing to accept this humble subject's opinion, this humble subject will be able to ensure that his majesty does not have to worry about anything. If his majesty is as steady as Mount Tai, this humble subject will have a long-term reliance. How can I not be happy? Wu Sanxi laughed heartily. In order to deal with the meritorious official faction, it wasn't that he hadn't discussed it with the 5 hounds, but they hadn't come up with a suitable plan. In the end, they could only adopt the method of first solidifying the emperor's pet, then slowly plotting the meritorious official faction. Although this scholar from Hebei was deliberately mystifying things, he was able to think his own way and seemed to be willing to share his master's burden. With a chuckle, Wu Sanxi said, what brilliant plan does Zheng Sihu have? Please tell us. While Zheng Lin was on his way to Wu Sanxi's side, his bad friend, who was rumored to have some relationship with the Liang household, had told him about Wu Sanxi's current situation. If Zheng Lin wanted to join King Liang and obtain an important position, he naturally had to cater to King Liang's preferences. As such, he had truly put in a lot of effort into how to change King Liang's situation. In the end, his bad friend's unintentional words inspired him to come up with a brilliant plan. It would serve as a proof of his allegiance to King Liang, a greeting gift. As a result, Zheng Lin said confidently, this matter is of great importance. I ask that His Highness dismiss the attendants. Wu Sanxi waved his hand, and the attendants immediately withdrew. Cui Shi smiled slightly and made to leave as well. Zheng Lin hadn't obtained Wu Sanxi's favor yet, but he had already become King Liang's trusted aide. How could he dare offend this person? He hurriedly said, Officer Cui, please wait a moment. I hope that you can join us in our discussion. By this time, the little palace maid who had left the palace on Empress Wei's orders had already arrived at the Liang household on a donkey cart. When faced with the powerful Empress Setian, Zhang Jianji had staked everything on a single throw and succeeded in dragging the Empress down from her high horse. However, after grasping great power, perhaps because he had more misgivings, or perhaps because his mentality had changed, he began to become indecisive. As for how to deal with the Wu clan, Yang Yuanyan, Jing Hui, and the others wanted to cut the Gordian knot and borrow the momentum of the Divine Dragon coup to launch another revolution. However, as the highest leader of the faction of meritorious officials, Zhang Jianji firmly opposed this idea. He wanted to wait for the emperor's decree. Even though they could still take action with their current strength without this imperial decree, the titles of heaven-raising hero, Duke of Zhou, and other great hats had been placed on his head. He treasured his reputation more than ever. He did not want to be criticized by others because of his character and conduct. Of course, he made this choice not only because he cherished his reputation, but also because of his powerful self-confidence. He firmly believed that even though the emperor was somewhat dissatisfied with the domineering behavior of some meritorious officials, the emperor could only rely on them. He firmly believed that the emperor could not abandon, nor could he abandon, these meritorious officials who had helped him ascend to the throne. Without them, it would be difficult for government decrees and imperial edicts to leave the palace gates. Thus, even though the emperor was in a difficult position, he could only choose them and shed tears to behead the horse. With the imperial decree in hand, he could openly execute these officials. However, after learning that they had sharpened their blades, Wu Sanxi moved even faster than they had. This was especially the case after he received Zhang Ji's proposal and the palace maid's message that danger was imminent. Wu Sanxi immediately decided to act. If Wu Sanxi wanted to act, he would also need the emperor's support. Otherwise, he would be a traitor, and the Prince of Xiang's party and Taiping party would not let go of this opportunity. While the faction of meritorious officials and the faction of the Liang king were both wounded, the sandpiper and clam would fight, and the fisherman would reap the benefits. However, even though Li Xian himself was indecisive, he had a virtuous wife. This virtuous wife of his strongly approved of Wu Sanxi's decisions, and Li Xian always listened to this virtuous wife's words. Thus, the coup d'état personally led by Emperor Li Xian began once more. This year was still the first year of the Divine Dragon. At dusk, Yang Fan, who was on duty today, finished patrolling the various rooms of the palace. When he heard the sound of drums coming from the side gate, he ordered the doors to be closed and locked. The palace gates rumbled shut, locking the rays of sunset outside. The entire imperial palace immediately fell silent, and a somber and lonely atmosphere pervaded the air. Yang Fan was staying at the Black Tortoise Gate. Just as he was about to return, the chief chamberlain, Xiao Hai, hurried over with 2 young eunuchs. Upon seeing Yang Fan, they bowed and said, "Great General, this servant has been able to find you. His Majesty is waiting at the Immortal Residence Hall to summon Great General." Yang Fan was somewhat startled. He ordered Ren Wei and the others to return to the Black Tortoise Gate first, while he and Xiao Hai walked toward the Immortal Residence Hall. Xiao Hai was Wan Er's trusted aide, so her relationship with Yang Fan was naturally not unfamiliar. Yang Fan stepped forward, leaving the 2 eunuchs 6 or 7 steps behind. In a low voice, he asked, "What does the emperor want to summon me for?" Xiao Hai quickly glanced behind her and continued to walk forward. In a low voice, she replied, "After the emperor ascended to the throne, many new people were transferred into the inner palace. There are some things that even this servant did not know about. As for the reason for this summon, this servant really does not know. However, Shangguan Zhaorong has also been informed that she cannot leave the palace tonight." Hearing this, Yang Fan's heart unconsciously tightened, and he secretly raised his guard. The 2 of them arrived at the Immortal Residence Hall. Xiao Hai took a step forward and entered the palace gate. In a loud voice, she reported, "Sage, Yang Fan has arrived." A moment later, the shrill voice of a young chamberlain came from the distant palace. "Summon Yang Fan for an audience." Yang Fan took off his sword and handed it to the palace guard general. Stepping into the hall, he saw Li Xian standing behind the imperial desk, holding a brush and splashing ink. For a moment, it was impossible to see what he was writing. Looking as far as the eye could see, it seemed to be a landscape. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. The emperor seemed to be in a leisurely and carefree mood, as if nothing major had happened. Li Xian placed the brush on top of the brush and raised his head to look at Yang Fan. With a smile, he said, "The Grand General has arrived. Come, give him a seat." Yang Fan hurriedly bowed. "In front of your Imperial Majesty, how could there be a seat for this subject?" Li Xian left the desk and smiled. "Beloved subject, there is no need to be courteous. You are our great benefactor. Without beloved subject, there would not be us today. Quickly sit down. Yes, this subject thanks your imperial majesty. Yang Fan agreed, but he still didn't dare to sit down. Only when Li Xian sat down behind the desk did he lower his body, only resting half of his buttocks on the wooden stool that Li Xian had personally carried over. This posture was also very particular. In order for a subordinate to express their reverence to their superior, there would be some rules and regulations regarding their words and actions when interacting. For example, sitting like this was to express their reverence to their superior. He didn't know what the emperor was planning in summoning him today, so Yang Fan naturally had to be more cautious. Seeing him sit down in a well-behaved and cautious manner, Li Xian smiled with satisfaction. Yang Fan pretended to be respectful as he sat down. Suddenly, he heard an extremely faint sound of breathing. Yang Fan was inwardly startled. Focusing his attention, he discovered that there seemed to be several extremely faint sounds of breathing behind the giant pillars and on the roof beams. If it weren't for his extraordinary hearing, it would have been difficult for him to detect them. Yang Fan's back couldn't help but tense up. Li Xian smiled and asked, "How is the formation of the 10,000 cavalry under my beloved subject's command?" Yang Fan secretly exerted strength in his feet. If there was a change, he could leap up like an eagle at any time. However, in order to express his respect, his sitting posture was originally rather tense, so others wouldn't be able to see anything strange. Hearing the emperor's question, Yang Fan hurriedly bowed and said, "After this subject received the imperial edict, I didn't dare to be negligent. I specially selected elites from the ordinary soldiers of the northern and southern offices and also recruited warriors from the innocent commoners of Chang. And right now, the 10,000 cavalry has been fully staffed and is currently undergoing training." Li Xian nodded his head and said, "Good. You are a meritorious minister who supported me and once saved my life. I have absolute trust in you. This time, we allowed you to expand the 1,000 cavalry to 10,000 in hopes that my beloved subject will be able to wield even more power. Only then will you be able to better serve us." Yang Fan put on a grateful expression and said, "Your Imperial Majesty has shown me such great love. How can you not let me sacrifice my life for you? I will do everything in my power to fulfill my loyalty and pledge my life to repay your Imperial Majesty's kindness in recognizing and employing me." Li Xian waved his hand and sighed, saying, "My beloved subject first saved me, and now you have the merit of supporting me. I have already wronged my beloved subject by receiving only a few gifts. How can there be any gratitude? It's just that, although we are the Son of Heaven, we cannot keep our word. Even if we have the heart to reward my beloved subject, we still have to look at other people's expressions. We can only sigh helplessly." Yang Fan had indeed fallen into the trap. He said with a mixture of shock and anger, "Your Imperial Majesty is the ruler of the 9-5 realms. Your words are the law. Who dares to disobey you? Aren't they all rebels and traitors?" Chapter 11:19. Li Xian shook his head. Rebellious officials and traitors? That is a bit too serious. However, it is true that there are people who make false statements about state affairs for their own selfish motives. Li Xian glanced at Yang Fan and continued, "At the beginning of our reign, we rewarded people based on their contributions. Based on your great contributions, we felt that it was only natural for you to be conferred the title of Duke. However, some people said that you and Zhang were close." Yang Fan hurriedly rose to confess. "Your Majesty, this subject." Li Xian pressed his hand down and said, "My beloved subject, please sit down. We have never doubted your loyalty. Speaking of which, when Zhang was in power, who did not feign civility and sincerity? Not to mention you, Even we had to concede some ground in front of them. In the end, when it was time to discuss rewards, one of the officials said that it was enough to give you the title of county earl. We felt that such a small reward would disappoint the meritorious officials. Thus, we stood against the opinions of the masses and promoted you to the title of Grand General and a Marquis. We also increased the number of cavalry to 10,000. This can be considered our compensation to you. When it was time to discuss rewards, there were officials who suggested it. Who was this official? The matter of rewards was single-handedly controlled by Zhang Jianji, Heng Yanfan, and the others. We stood against the opinions of the masses. Who were the people who suggested this? By saying this, the emperor was clearly trying to drive a wedge between Yang Fan and the faction of meritorious officials. Yang Fan was very clear about Li Xian's intentions. Although Li Xian's words were a bit provocative, what he said was true. With honor in the palace, Yang Fan was very clear about the contents of the memorial that Zhang Jianji and the others had carefully chosen their words to present. These people did not even forget to list their own teachers on the list of meritorious officials. However, they forgot that Yang Fan, a key figure, was at the bottom of the list. This was a fact. Yang Fan hurriedly rose to express his thanks. Your Majesty's great kindness to me makes me extremely fearful and extremely grateful. Li Xian said, based on my beloved subject's contributions, I have no qualms accepting it. Beloved subject, there is no need to stand on ceremony. AI, it is a pity that not everyone is as loyal to the state as you. Some people are arrogant because of their achievements and don't know when to stop. They form cliques for personal gain and deceive His Majesty. Compared to you, I am greatly disappointed. At this time, how could Yang Fan not understand the emperor's intentions? The emperor was going to move against the party of meritorious officials. Yang Fan's heart trembled, but he put on an expression of righteous indignation and said, "This subject receives the salary of the royal family and is loyal to Li Tang's country. If your Majesty has any orders, this subject will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Li Xian abruptly stood up. Placing his hands on the table, he leaned forward slightly and said with a stern expression, "If we want you to lead troops to kill them, would you be willing to obey our decree?" Following Li Xian's shout, the curtains behind him suddenly fluttered, as if an invisible killing intent was about to tear apart the indigo curtains. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed, and he said resolutely, "Your Majesty's orders will be followed, and I am willing to die for your Majesty." Li Xian laughed heartily and happily said, "Good. We did not misjudge you, Yang Fan. You are truly our loyal subject." At this time, the curtains behind Li Xian gently fluttered again. It seemed that Li Xian's killing intent had been restrained, and the curtains floated back down, returning to their original state. There was clearly a row of imperial guards behind the curtains, but from beginning to end, Yang Fan had not heard any breathing coming from behind the curtains. It was clear that the imperial guards behind the curtains were a level higher in martial arts than those hidden elsewhere. After Li Xian ascended to the throne, he had completely reorganized the plum blossom guards that Empress Cetienne had left behind. A group of female imperial guards who had performed great meritorious deeds were pardoned by him, allowed to leave the palace to marry, and bestowed with houses and land. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the others who had performed the most meritorious deeds were generously granted titles of nobility. Once they were married, they would immediately have titles of nobility. If the emperor wanted to recruit a group of skilled martial artists to serve him, it was naturally as easy as turning over his hand. After learning civil and martial arts, they would sell themselves to the imperial family. How many unworldly masters in the world would be willing to give away the supreme skills that they had painstakingly cultivated since childhood to rot away with the grass and trees? These were just the sayings of novelists. Right now, the internal guards were all under Li Xian's control. If Yang Fan had not displayed such anger toward the officials who had obstructed the emperor's distribution of rewards based on merit, if he had not repeatedly expressed his loyalty to Li Xian, or if he had not shown any appreciation or sympathy toward the faction of meritorious officials, the palace hall of the immortal abode would probably be filled with the shadows of swords and sabers. After all, Yang Fan controlled tens of thousands of elite soldiers, and his main duty was to guard the palace. If the emperor wanted to make any moves, Yang Fan's position and attitude would be extremely important. If the emperor had already personally expressed his favor and made all sorts of hints to him, and he was still ambiguous and unclear about his position, then that was enough reason for him to be executed. Yang Fan took the initiative to ask for battle. "Your Majesty, please issue an edict." Li Xian shook his head and cheerfully said, "We said this just now because we wanted to understand the thoughts of our beloved officials. Although they have somewhat forgotten themselves after gaining power and have been disrespectful to us, they have, after all, performed meritorious deeds for us and the country. How can we wantonly slaughter them?" Yang Fan secretly let out a breath and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty is wise." Li Xian said, "We plan to confer the titles of Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, Huan Yanfan, Jinghui, and Yuan Shuji, 5 prime ministers, as kings." Yang Fan was instantly stunned. He had seen the ambush in the immortal abode, both in the open and in the shadows, and had already prepared for the worst. He had not expected to hear from Li Xian that they would not be executed or stripped of their titles, but instead be promoted. The 5 meritorious officials would all be conferred the title of king. Yang Fan knew that there must be a corresponding condition for the 5 prime ministers to be conferred the title of king. That was, they had to hand over their authority and could no longer order the emperor around. However, since ancient times, when the country was overthrown, how many of those meritorious officials who had accompanied the emperor in conquering the country would be conferred the title of king? The country belonged to the Li family, and the Li family did not want to use these meritorious officials who had forgotten themselves. Instead, they used the method of conferring the title of king to allow them to rest in glory. From this, it seemed that compared to the wise rulers who had killed the cunning hares and cooked the hounds once they were dead, the current emperor could be considered extremely kind. Yang Fan couldn't help but praise, "Your Majesty is benevolent." If his previous words of "Your Majesty is wise" were said to be bootlicking, then these words were said with sincerity. Li Xian sighed. Although they are arrogant and conceited, they have, after all, performed meritorious deeds for the country. We cannot bear to be too harsh on them. I bestow upon them the title of king and let them inherit it. Their children and grandchildren will enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank together with the country. We will also bestow upon them an alchemy iron voucher. If they do not commit heinous crimes, they will be spared from death 10 times. Doing this can be considered doing them justice. Having obtained Yang Fan's promise of complete loyalty, Li Xian's mood improved greatly. He cheerfully continued, "During the court conference tomorrow, we will immediately issue an edict to confer the title of king on these 5 meritorious officials. However, we may not necessarily allow them to understand our painstaking efforts. Once they cling to power and rank and resist the edict in court, it will be hard to avoid disaster and chaos. Thus, it is better for beloved official to make early preparations." As Li Xian spoke, he raised his hand and clapped it 3 times. The curtains parted, and a person suddenly walked out. Yang Fan focused his eyes and saw that it was Wu Sanxi. Yang Fan was startled. It seemed that the emperor had long since made preparations. Although Wu Sanxi himself did not command troops, many of the Wu family's nephews and nephews were commanders of troops. As the emperor, It was only right and proper for Li Xian to dismiss the ministers. With the Wu family's military support, it was enough to ensure that the edict would be carried out. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Tortoise Gate under Yang Fan's control was too important, and that the mobilization of 1,000 cavalry would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the ministers, Li Xian could only try to rope him in. Otherwise, even he would have been kept in the dark. How many troops had Wu Sansi brought into the palace? And how did they get in? Yang Fan's thoughts spun. Suddenly, he thought of the Golden Guard's horned hand, and he seemed to understand something. Li Xian said, "King Liang, General Yang, the 5 meritorious officials currently hold the power of ministers and generals. We have no choice but to be somewhat wary of them. The court is now filled with their eyes and ears, so we cannot afford to be careless. Thus, we will only let the 2 of you know of this important matter. No one else will know. We will entrust our life and future to the 2 of you." As Li Xian spoke, he solemnly clasped his hands and bowed to Wu Sansi and Yang Fan. The next morning, the emperor held a court assembly in the main hall of Taiji Palace, the Taiji Palace. The 100 officials had arrived at the palace early in the morning. They entered through the gate of heaven, passed through the Taiji Gate, and went straight to the Taiji Palace to see the emperor. The Golden Melon warriors in the hall and the emperor's personal bodyguards were usually chosen to be tall, handsome, and equally tall, short, fat, and thin guards. But today, all of them had been changed, even though their appearance was not that good. Although they didn't look very good, they were all expert inner guards. Seal the gate of Yong, and as soon as the 100 officials entered the Taiji Palace, the general of the left 1,000 Ox Guard, Chao Sheng, gave the order. A group of officers and soldiers rushed out from their hiding place and went straight for the gate of Yong. And at the same time, several more groups of soldiers rushed out from the side streets and sealed off the gate of Chang'e and the gate of heaven. These were the 3 important gates to enter the Taiji Palace from the outside. At the same time, the great general of the inner guard, Wu Yuji, led the soldiers of the left and right guards to control the gate of Tongshuan and the gate of enlightenment, which led to the Eastern Palace and Yeding Palace, respectively. Ever since Li Xian had ascended the throne, Wu Yui, who was loyal to Wu Zetian, had been stripped of his position as great general, only retaining his title of prince. Wu Zhongguo, a member of Wu Sansi's party, commanded the right Featherwood Guard. At this time, Wu Zhongguo also controlled the gate of Anli and the gate of Jiaqing. With the addition of the gate of Black Tortoise controlled by Yang Fan, the entire Taiji Palace was completely surrounded. Great General Li Duozhua was now the highest commander of the Featherwood Guard, but his relationship with the meritorious officials was too close. Moreover, after the coup d'etat, he had been conferred the title of prince and had benefited greatly. Li Xian had no confidence in winning him over, so he had sealed off all information about him. As a result, Li Duozhua was completely unaware of this sudden change. As for the main roads within the Taiji Palace, they were under the control of the Jin Wu guards, led by a fully armored Wu Yizong. There was a sentry every 5 steps, and a sentry every 10. The security was tight. These elite Jin Wu guards had been secretly transferred into the palace under the pretext of changing the guards of the Bighorn Hand. In the Golden Hall, the officials were listening, completely unaware of what was happening outside. The 3 chimes of the bell signified the arrival of the emperor. Li Xian, wearing a silk headdress, a jade belt, and a brocade robe, turned around the jade screen and sat on the throne. Empress Wei also ascended the hall at the same time, stopping behind the hanging curtain and taking a seat. For Armored Palace Hall, generals stood at the corners of the hall. The Jin Wu guards, holding large yellow banners, stood inside and outside the hall. The court meeting had begun. The civil and military officials lined up in the hall. The Jinwu guards, holding large yellow banners, stood inside and outside the hall. The court meeting had begun. A young eunuch quietly came out from behind the jade screen and whispered a few words into Empress Wei's ear. When Empress Wei heard this, her bright eyes passed through the beaded curtain and coldly landed on the hundreds of officials who were bowing to the ground. The corners of her lips curled up, revealing a dainty and cold smile. Chapter 11:20. The eunuch in front of the emperor had just finished announcing that there was a report when Zhang Jianji flashed out of the ranks. Holding his scepter, he said to Li Xian, "Your Majesty, ever since Empress Wu came into power, there have been many killings and numerous unjust jails. After the Dragon God Revolution, Your Majesty has repeatedly issued amnesty, but there are still those who have been left out and have not received Your Majesty's grace. This old subject has led the 3 departments of justice to investigate and discovered that there are still the following people who need Your Majesty's amnesty. First, those who have been wronged by cruel officials such as Zhou Lai, Suwa, and Qiu should be cleared of guilt. Second, those whose sons and daughters are not married should be granted freedom. Third, the descendants of officials and eunuchs who have been wronged in the past and have been cleared of guilt should be restored to their former glory, inheriting the privileges and titles of nobility that should have been passed down from their ancestors. Fourth, the families of the Mang, Empress Wang, and the Xiao consort Xiao Shu should be restored to their former surnames. I ask for Your Majesty's gracious approval." Li Xian indifferently glanced at him. In the past, Zhang Jianji's words would not have aroused any special associations in him. However, when a person felt ill will toward another person, he would involuntarily try to fathom the other person's motives. Furthermore, he would not think in a noble direction. After Zhang Jianji finished speaking, Li Xian thought, "It has been more than 100 days since the Dragon God Revolution. This prime minister, who calls himself the Duke of Zhou, has presided over the court. In terms of the national economy, the people's livelihood, foreign affairs, and military affairs, he has not made a single contribution. Every day, the reports that come before the emperor are about who else should be rewarded and who else should be cleared of guilt. Is this something that a prime minister should do?" In reality, the efficiency of the country at that time had always been slow. The Dragon God Revolution had also occurred in the first month. Only 100 days had passed, and spring had just arrived. Other than ordering the Ministry of Revenue to pay attention to the spring plowing, there really weren't any major policies or policies that needed to be formulated. Moreover, Li Xian had not smoothly succeeded to the throne. Rather, he had used the method of a coup to forcefully ascend to the throne. Using this method to overthrow the old rulers, he should have done a good job in terms of rewards and punishments, purging the old party, establishing a new party, and stabilizing the regime. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Jianji paying close attention to this matter. However, Li Xian already had a prejudice against Zhang Jianji, so he did not think this way. He believed that the people that Zhou Xing, Lai Junchen, and the other ruthless officials had framed were all important officials of the court. Behind Empress Wang and consort Xiao Shu, there were the shadows of noble clans. Zhang Jianji's purpose in rehabilitating them was to show his kindness and rope them in for his own use, further expanding his control over the court and achieving his goal of covering the sky with one hand. Li Xian inwardly sneered. "Today we will take back your authority and tell you to go home and be a rich man who has nothing better to do. Even if you show kindness to them, you can forget about having them work for you." Li Xian calmly responded, "My beloved subject's words are correct. Approved." Li Xian's approval of the memorial caused Zhang Jianji to pause. If it was anything else, he would have expected the emperor to agree. However, demoting the families of Empress Wang and consort Xiao Shu to the surname Mang and consort Xiao Xiong was the decree of Wu Zetian. Recently, the emperor's attitude had clearly changed. He had the intention of playing down the influence of the divine dragon coup and was unwilling to overthrow the Wu and Zhou dynasty for the sake of overthrowing. As a result, he had carefully prepared a set of arguments, waiting for the emperor to refuse, and then say them to persuade the emperor. However, he did not expect that Li Xian would be in a hurry to use his trump card of killing by flattery, and would not be in the mood to tangle with him on this issue, causing him to be at a loss as to what to do. Zhang Jianji paused, and could only swallow the carefully prepared set of arguments. Gloomily, he replied, "Your Majesty is benevolent." Then he returned to his desk. Li Xian saw that another official was about to leave his desk to make a memorial, and was somewhat impatient. Without waiting for that person to speak, Li Xian coughed and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, the loyal officials who have been wronged and harmed since civilization began, as well as their families and heirs, should have long been rehabilitated. Since we ascended the throne, we have already pardoned the world 3 times. Why is it that there are still people who have been left out?" Li Xian looked around at the officials. Seeing that everyone was looking at each other in shock, he smiled slightly and said, "Because the 2 Zhangs harbored unfathomable intentions and took advantage of our mother's serious illness to seize control of the court. We had no choice but to kill the 2 Zhangs. Mother's illness was serious, and she was no longer able to manage the affairs of the state. In a hurry, she abdicated to us." Li Xian had already carefully prepared these words, so his words were sonorous and forceful. When he said the word "we," he deliberately paused. The amplification effect of the sound in the Golden Hall was excellent. The word "we" reverberated in everyone's ears several times. Li Xian had sat in the court and proclaimed himself emperor twice, but he had never been as high-spirited as he was today. Seeing that the officials were silent, he became increasingly confident. In a loud voice, he continued, "The country cannot be without a ruler for a single day. In order to share my mother's burdens, we hastily inherited the throne and were anxious to pacify the chaos caused by the 2 Zhangs rebellion. As a result, the various policies of the state were not carried out carefully enough." Wu Sansi immediately raised his jade tablet and loudly said, "Your Majesty's words are correct." Li Xian raised his voice again and said, "As for the officials who killed the 2 Zhangs, we bestowed rewards in haste. There were also many areas that were not meticulous enough. These past few days, we have repeatedly thought about it and have decided to reward some of the officials who have made great contributions." Hearing these words, everyone was even more shocked. From the tone of the emperor's words, it seemed that the rewards were not enough. The major officials who had helped the emperor ascend to the throne were now all in the ranks of duke and prime minister. If they were given more titles, wouldn't there be no more titles? Zhang Jianji and the others faintly had a bad feeling. They did not know what the emperor was planning. Even in their dreams, they could not imagine that the emperor would use the method of promoting but secretly demoting, not hesitating to throw out 5 titles to them, officials with different surnames, in exchange for centralizing imperial power. However, the emperor had not communicated this matter to them at all. This was enough to raise their vigilance. Speaking to this point, Li Xian's body leaned back in the imperial chair. His hands rested on the dragon-shaped armrests. In a clear voice, he announced, "Shangguan Zhaorong, announced the imperial edict." Hearing these words, there was another uproar in the hall. The emperor had even drafted the imperial edict to directly announce the edict. He had not gone through the hall of governmental affairs at all. Ever since Li Xian had ascended to the throne, other than half-covertly granting titles to a few members of the imperial family, he had never been so dictatorial. A beautiful and slender figure flashed out from behind the 9-dragon jade screen. As soon as she appeared, she cast a concerned glance at Yang Fan, who was standing among the martial officials. Last night, one had also stayed in the palace and drafted the imperial edict all night. Although the imperial edict did not mention Yang Fan had some connections with the faction of meritorious officials. One did not know if her Lang Jun would be implicated and had been worried for a long time. After Yang Fan had expressed his loyalty to Li Xian last night, he had been inseparable from Wu Sanxi. There was also a group of internal guards following them like shadows. He had no chance to see so he had been worried for a long time. Seeing Yang Fan give her a reassuring gaze, finally relaxed. She stood in front of the imperial palace, followed by a palace maid carrying a yellow silk tray. Er's gaze swept over the gathered officials. She extended her hand, took an imperial edict, and slowly unfurled it. This Shangguan Zhaorong was an official in the palace and had an estate outside the palace. She enjoyed the salary of an imperial concubine, but she held the position of minister. Just like the empress, she could be considered the only one in history. All the civil and military officials of the court knew of this Zhaorong's true identity, so they naturally had no doubts about the edict she announced. Er's first imperial edict was directed at the Prince of Xiang's estate. The Prince of Xiang himself had already been made the Prince of Xiang of the Yin Kingdom. He was given 10,000 households, and his guards of honor were like the Son of Heaven. There was truly no way for him to be promoted, so Li Xian had given this reward to the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. Li Qingqi was made the left Zanshan official, given the title of Bright Minister of Silver and Blue official, and given 300 households. Li Qingyi was made the Assistant Minister of Agriculture, given the title of Bright Minister of Silver and Blue official, and given 200 households. Li Longji, Li Longfan, and the other 2 sons were given land, established a government office, established a staff, and officially became the commanders of a county. The Prince of Xiang's eldest and second sons had not been given land because the Prince of Xiang was still alive. As a son, he needed someone to show filial piety to him, so he could not give all 5 sons land. However, now that 3 sons of the Prince of Xiang's estate were given land, they immediately controlled 3 counties. This was truly a substantial benefit. When the imperial edict was announced, the gathered officials were rather baffled. Li Xian had always been on guard against this brother of his, who had also been emperor and crown prince. This matter could not be concealed. Now that he was suddenly bestowing a favor, could it be that the Son of Heaven had changed his personality? After this imperial edict was announced, Shangguan picked up the second imperial edict. Because she was standing above the Pill Emperor, the gathered officials could not see if there was another imperial edict on the tray, so they could only patiently listen. This second imperial edict was a favor bestowed on Princess Taiping. After marrying Xue Xiao, Princess Taiping had 2 sons and 2 daughters. After marrying Wu Yuji, because she had an affair with Yang Fan, she allowed Wu Yuji to take as many concubines as he wanted. Wu Yuji now had 2 sons and 2 daughters, all under the name of Princess Taiping. As a result, Princess Taiping now had 4 sons. Of the 4 sons, except for one who was young, the other 3 were all conferred 3rd-rank titles. The second son, Xue Chongjian, was conferred the title of Duke of Ing, the Minister of Rights, and the title of Bright Minister of Silver and Blue official. The reason why Li Xian was so generous to Princess Taiping's second son was that Princess Taiping's eldest son was going to inherit Wu Yuji's throne in the future. Conferring him the title of Duke was not a substantial benefit. As for Princess Taiping's daughters, under the imperial edict, they were all conferred the title of County Princess. This title of County Princess was a title that only the daughters of princes could obtain. Originally, the daughters of princesses did not have this privilege. Clearly, the emperor regarded Princess Taiping as an imperial prince. As soon as this imperial edict was announced, the original commotion in the hall immediately turned into an uproar. Titles of nobility, official positions, and fiefs were thrown out as if they were free. The emperor suddenly became a boy of wealth. Was he crazy? Li Xianon sat on the throne with a slight smile, unmoving like a mountain. As soon as the officials saw this, they knew that there was more and immediately quieted down. They saw Shang Wanwan slowly pick up the third imperial edict from the yellow silk tray. Looking at the pair of soft hands gently unfolding the imperial edict, Yang Fan could not help but sigh inwardly and slowly lowered his eyes. Last night, he had been accompanied by highly skilled internal guards. Even if he wanted to, he could not play any tricks. Moreover, the emperor had conferred the title of prince to the party of meritorious officials and forced them to retire. His methods could not be considered cruel. Moreover, he was not a member of the party of meritorious officials. Asking him to give up his family's life and mobilize thousands of cavalry to stake it all on one throw when the emperor was already prepared, he could not do it. Moreover, his original intention was to support Li Tang. Now that Li Tang's emperor was dissatisfied with the tyranny of meritorious officials and wanted to seize back the power of the emperor, he could not convince himself to fight for the interests of the party of meritorious officials. But seeing the dagger revealed at the end of the map, Yang Fan could not help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. Chapter 11:21. How can the ceremony of establishing a marquis be done only through personal relations? The glory of the thatched earth must be done through meritorious achievements. Assistant Minister Jing Hui, Duke of Qi. Assistant Minister Huan Yanfan, Founding Duke of Qiao County. Zhang Jianji, Founding Duke of Hanyang County. Cui Yuanhui, Founding Duke of Inqing Guanglu, Founding Duke of Bowling County. Yuan Shuji, Founding Duke of Inqing Guanglu, Founding Duke of Nanyang County. Early loyalty exhausted, a heart full of longing. In the body as a metaphor for the femur, in all things as a boat. Get rid of evil and waste the rebellious, more secure the foundation of the country. Manage the fate of the people and revered Marquis Xin Jian's favor. Jing Hui can be conferred the title of Pingyang Junwang. Yan Fan can be conferred the title of Fuyang Junwang. Qiao, she can be conferred the title of Hanyang Junwang. And Teijin, the title of meritorious service in food, are the same as before. Xian, we can be conferred the title of Bowling County Prince. Shu Ji can be conferred the title of Nanyang County Prince. Since he still ordered them to attend the court on a regular basis, there was no need to refuse. The master executes. It was only 200 words, but it was like a clap of thunder. After the imperial edict was announced, the Golden Hall was silent. Everyone was stunned by the emperor's edict. Li Xian looked at the officials in the Golden Hall. They were completely different from their usual condescending and noisy self. A cold smile of satisfaction flitted across his eyes. The vexation he had suffered in front of these meritorious officials for the past few months seemed to have been completely vented at this moment. He cleared his throat and continued Wan Er's words. I bestow upon the 5 princes gold saddles and horses, red letters, and iron coupons. As long as it is not a heinous crime, you can be spared from the death penalty 10 times. My beloved ministers, live in peace and prosperity. Every month, on the 1st and 15th day of each month, you may have an audience with the emperor. You may leave. Zhang Jianji's group felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared in shock at the emperor high above, not daring to believe what they had just heard. The emperor unceremoniously threw them out of the palace, but they were still standing there in a daze. Behind the curtain, Empress Wei saw the situation and coughed lightly. She pouted her lips at the little Taijian waiting by her side. The little Taijian understood and immediately stepped forward, announcing in a loud voice, Gold Melon Warriors, inviting 5th King to come down. A few Golden Melon Warriors immediately walked in front of Zhang Jianji and the others and held the golden melons in their hands, horizontally. Huan Yanfan's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he suddenly rushed forward, wanting to reason with the emperor. The golden melon warrior's face turned sinister, and he immediately pressed the golden melon against his chest. Huan Yanfan's sleeves tightened. Turning his head to look, he saw that Zhang Pingji's complexion was ashen. His gaze was slightly downcast, the flames of anger faintly burning in his eyes. However, Zhang Pingji's teeth were tightly clenched and his cheeks were taut. Forcefully suppressing his anger, he shook his head at Huan Yanfan. Then, he took the lead in cupping his hands towards Li Xian, who was seated on the throne, and retreated step by step out of the hall. Jing Hui, Yuan Shuji, and Cui Xuanhui's faces were ashen. This sudden attack left them at a loss. They clasped their hands in fear and followed Zhang Jianji out of the hall. Seeing this situation, Huan Yanfan could only angrily stamp his feet. Without bowing to the emperor to thank him for his kindness, he only swung his large sleeves and boldly strode out of the Golden Hall. As soon as Zhang Jianji left the Golden Hall, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes against the dazzling golden sunlight. Only now did he realize that the security in front of the hall had suddenly become much tighter. From the front of Taiji Hall all the way to the perfectly straight Imperial Road, there was a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. The orderly line of guards seemed to stretch all the way to the end of the sky. Zhang Jianji raised his head and wanted to let out a long sigh, but his vision suddenly darkened. He felt the world spin, and he almost fell to the ground. Jing Hui and Cui Xianhui hurriedly went forward to support him. Since the frightening night of the Divine Dragon coup, it has only been 4 months, a total of more than 100 days. This period of time was the most glorious period of his life. But thinking about it now, it seemed like an absurd dream. Zhang Jianji suddenly laughed involuntarily. Seeing this, Yuan Shuji was secretly worried. He was afraid that this 81-year-old man would suffer such a heavy blow and suddenly go crazy. Then the party of meritorious officials would be like a group of dragons without a leader. Yuan Shuji uneasily asked, "Master Zhang, why are you laughing?" Zhang Jinji sadly said, "This old man is laughing at myself. I've lived for more than 80 years in vain. I actually don't know when to advance or retreat. This old man has only been the prime minister for a total of 7 months. Since the Divine Dragon coup, it has only been 4 months. What foundation and confidence do I have to compete with the emperor? This old man's power was originally a castle in the air. This old man thought that he was the stone that laid the foundation for the emperor. I only have the merit to help the emperor, but I don't know how to use it to maintain the emperor's trust. Instead, I can't wait to push the emperor to the Wu family's side. How can this old man not be defeated? It's not an injustice to be defeated. It's not an injustice to be defeated." Cui Xianhui, Jing Hui, and Yuan Shuji were sad and silent. Only Huan Yanfan gnashed his teeth and said, "I'm not resigned. This matter will not end like this." Zhang Jianji looked at him deeply and said, "Sure, Zhe, you and I were conferred the title of king. The emperor's favor is already considered profound. His Majesty did not go all out against us. Admit our defeat." Huan Yanfan's face was ashen. He angrily roared, "Based on what? If it wasn't for us, could he sit on the throne? I'm not resigned. We haven't lost yet. We still have many generals in the Featherwood Guard. We still have prestige in the imperial court. We still have a reputation of unparalleled loyalty in the world. Zhang Jianji's face, full of age spots, suddenly twitched. He struggled to break free from Cui Xianhui and Jing Hui's support and shouted sternly, "Then what do you want to do? Could it be that because the emperor doesn't value you, you want to start a rebellion and change the emperor?" Huan Yanfan was rendered speechless by Zhang Jianji's questioning. At this time, Wu Yizong led a group of imperial guards of Wu Jin in from outside the Taiji gate. Huan Yanfan looked over and couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. He saw Li Zhan, Xue Sixing, Yang Yuanyan, and the others dejectedly following behind Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong walked in front of them and clasped his hands. He said in a strange tone, "5 husbands. This prince said it wrong. It should be the 5 princes." Ha ha! Why are the 5 princes in the mood to stand in front of the Taiji palace and bask in the sun? Huan Yanfan ignored him and anxiously asked Yang Yuanyan and the others, "You guys, what's going on?" Li Zhan said, as if he had lost his parents, "His Majesty has decreed that we are to be relieved of our military posts and given other orders." When Huan Yanfan heard this, it was as if he had been punched in the face by an invisible giant. He staggered back a few steps, his face ashen. Wu Yizong laughed strangely and said to Li Zhan and the others, "Everyone, let's go quickly. Don't let His Majesty wait for too long." Li Zhan and the others silently cupped their fists at Zhang Jianji and the others. With a long sigh, they followed Wu Yizong into the Golden Palace. At this time, they saw Cui Shi hurriedly walk out of the Golden Palace and pass by Wu Yizong's shoulder to run toward them. Behind him were a dozen or so vigorous internal guards. Could it be that His Majesty has changed his mind? Zhang Jianji's old eyes suddenly lit up. Cui Shi walked in front of Zhang Jianji and cupped his hands. 5 princes. This lowly official will accompany the 5 princes to the Political Affairs Hall to hand over the Prime Minister's seal and records to King Liang. The light in Zhang Jianji's eyes quickly dimmed. Cui Xianhui, on the other hand, said in bewilderment, "Cui Shi? Aren't you the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Appointments? What right does a mere minister-counselor like you have to oversee the handover of the Prime Minister?" Cui Shi bowed toward him with a face full of smiles. "Prince, you may not know this, but thanks to His Majesty's favor, this lowly official has just been appointed by His Majesty to be both the Hall of Secretariat and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War." Jing Hui was suddenly enlightened. With an angry roar, he pounced forward. His 5 fingers spread out and fiercely grabbed at Cui Shi's throat. In a hoarse voice, he roared, "Scoundrel! So it was you who sold us out." An arm suddenly appeared in front of Jing Hui and forcibly blocked him. Although it was only an arm, it seemed to be cast from iron. It stood firmly in place, and the furious Jing Hui was unable to move it in the slightest. This was a warrior in his 40s with a cold expression. With a disdainful shake of his arm, Jing Hui was thrown backward. Huan Yanfan and Yuan Shuji hurriedly supported Jing Hui and glared at Cui Shi. Cui Shi took a step back and dusted off his clothes. "Prince, please conduct yourself with dignity." Jing Hui was so angry that his entire body was shaking. He pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, You scoundrel." Cui Shi rolled his eyes in disdain. "I don't listen to you, my dear husband, but to the current emperor. Do you think I am loyal or treacherous? Humph! His Majesty did not punish an arrogant and conceited person like you who doesn't distinguish between superiors and subordinates. Instead, He conferred you the title of Prince of Glory. The heavens are truly gracious, yet you still don't know how to be grateful. This is the ambition of a wolf." Cui Shi's face was dark. The handover is complete. This lowly official still has other matters to attend to. 5 princes, please leave. Huan Yanfan still didn't know that Jing Hui had sent Cui Shi to King Liang as a spy. He asked Jing Hui in confusion, "Zhongyi, why are you like this?" Tears streamed down Jing Hui's old face. He raised his head to the sky and sobbed bitterly. "I was blind. I was the one who harmed you all." Although Zhang Jianji was old, he was not muddle-headed. He had already somewhat understood what was going on, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the details. Zhang Jianji let out a long sigh and said to Jing Hui and Huan Yanfan, "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore." Cui Shi was proud of himself, but the 5 princes' footsteps were heavy. Zhang Shuji and the others were depressed, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. Only Hung Yanfan was still unwilling to retire from politics and end his political career, which was full of vigor and vigor. As they walked, Huan Yanfan suddenly thought of a certain person. Before and after the Divine Dragon Revolution, the Party of Meritorious Subjects had placed a few trusted aides in the army, mainly in the Featherwood Guard. These people had all been relieved of their posts, but there was one person he had not seen before, Wang Tongjiao. Wang Tongjiao was Emperor Li Xian's son-in-law. Perhaps it was for this reason that he had escaped the purge of the army. However, it was also because he was the emperor's son-in-law that he had the dual identities of being a member of both the Party of Meritorious Subjects and the Party of the Emperor. Whose side would he stand on now? Huan Yanfan couldn't be sure, but he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. After the Dragon God's coup d'etat, he understood that changing the world did not necessarily require the use of the entire nation's military and cause a huge commotion. Sometimes, in the heart of the central region, only a small armed force of 100 or so people was needed to change the fate of the country without suffering any serious injuries. A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Huan Yanfan's heart. No matter what, he had to try. The rewards in the Golden Hall had not finished yet. 1. Picked up the 4th Imperial Edict. This time, it was to reward the Empress family. Under the resolute opposition of Zhang Jianji and the others, after Li Xian ascended to the throne, he only bestowed the title of prince to his deceased father-in-law. Now that Zhang Jianji and the others had been kicked aside, Li Xian immediately bestowed the title of Junwang upon his 4 brother-in-law, who had been exiled to Lingnan by the local barbarian tribal chieftains. He also bestowed upon Empress Wei's eldest brother-in-law, Lu Song, the title of Chancellor of the Kingdom, and his second brother-in-law, Feng Taiha, the title of Taichang Shaoqing. Empress Wei's cousin, Wei Wen, was bestowed the title of Minister of Rights and the additional title of Duke of Lu. His cousin, Wei Su, was bestowed the title of General of the Left Yulin and the additional title of Duke of Chao. The meritorious party fell, but the power gap they left behind was quickly taken up by the Queen's party. The art of a monarch could be summed up in 4 words: art of balance. Now, Li Xian possessed the King of Liang's party and cultivated the Queen's party. On this day, a new political structure was formally formed. The King of Liang's party and the Queen's party were one faction, while the King of Xiang's party and the Taiping's party were the other. The 2 factions kept each other in check. To Li Xian, he had achieved his goal. But would the meritorious party be willing to decline like this? Would the King of Xiang's party and the Taiping's party be willing to allow the Queen's party to rise? Dragons were gods who moved clouds and summoned rain. The storms of the first year of the Divine Dragon were foreordained to continue. Chapter 11:22. Yang Fan stayed in the imperial palace for 3 days before he was allowed to return home. In reality, Li Xian had no need to be so nervous. He was the emperor. It was the emperor's right to use whoever he wanted and whoever he didn't. Moreover, he hadn't used any drastic methods to seize back his power. Instead, he had generously bestowed upon the 5 meritorious ministers the title of prince. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for Zhang Jianji and the others to retaliate against the emperor. Even if Li Xian hadn't purged Li Zhan and the others from the Featherwood Guard, those people wouldn't brazenly start a rebellion just because the emperor had bestowed upon the 5 meritorious ministers the title of prince and deprived them of their political power. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do such a thing. If they did, they would become traitors and truly lose all standing and reputation. Moreover, no one would pledge allegiance to them or respond to them. Even the most radical of them, Huan Yanfan, only dared to say a few excessive words of complaint in his anger. However, Li Xian had just gone through the divine dragon coup and was inevitably a bit frightened, which was why he was so serious. In the past 3 days, he had already carried out an extremely thorough overhaul of the Central Confidential Department controlled by the Meritorious Subjects Party. He had also stationed a strong unit of the 1,000 Ox Guards and the Left Guard in Yeding Palace. Only then did he remove the highest state of alert. An hour after Yang Fan had returned home, Shen Mu came to visit. He had just spent some time with his wife, concubines, and children when Shen Mu came to visit. Yang Fan invited Shen Mu into his small study and recounted to him what had happened in the court over the past 2 days. Although Shen Mu already understood the results of these matters, there were many details that Yang Fan couldn't possibly understand, so he listened with great interest. After Yang Fan finished speaking, Shen Mu laughed. "Ha! The emperor's intentions are actually very clear. He doesn't want the meritorious minister's faction to order him around. He's had enough of being a puppet. However, the methods he used were very clever. He didn't execute the meritorious ministers or demote them, but bestowed upon them the title of prince. If Zhang Jianji and the others didn't crave power and position, this reward would have been the result they had sought. That would have been a happy ending for both the ruler and his subjects. Think about it, risking their heads to help the crown prince ascend to the throne. In exchange, they wouldn't have just a lifetime of glory and splendor, but generations to come. As long as the Tang dynasty was not destroyed, their descendants would always be under the protection of the country. Was such a reward not considered grand? The common people of the world will only think that the emperor knows how to repay kindness and will reward meritorious service. They will not be able to find the slightest bit of fault. If the party of meritorious officials still wants to stir up trouble, the hearts of the people of the world will not stand on their side. Yang Fan said, "The hearts of the people in the world are all empty. In the final analysis, the ones who are effective are those people in the imperial court. The emperor enfeoffed the Prince of Xiang with 5 sons, and also enfeoffed the children of Princess Taiping. Relying on this enormous favor, the Prince of Xiang's party and the Taiping party were able to hold back their troops at this critical juncture. Moreover, the emperor used this peaceful method to strip Zhang Jianji and the others of their military authority and preserve their glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. He also did not provoke the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping, forcing them to react violently. This was the crux to how the emperor was able to smoothly dismiss the 5 great ministers." Shen Mu sighed and said, "That's right. However, King Liang does not have this kind of scheming mind. He has an expert helping him." Yang Fan said, "This expert should be Cui Shi. Based on what I know, he has already thrown himself under King Liang's banner. I would not be surprised if he was the one who came up with this plan." Shen Mu muttered to himself for a moment, then slowly said, "Perhaps it was him, or perhaps it was Zhang Xian." Yang Fan's eyebrows rose. "Zhang Xian? Who is this person?" Shen Mu waved his hand. "It doesn't matter who it was. They can only offer their suggestions, and in the end, King Liang will have to adopt and carry them out. Otherwise, their dragon-slaying skills will be completely useless. The Wu clan is now even more powerful than when it was Empress Sitian, and the Prince of Xiang's faction is rapidly rising. In my opinion, the world will become even more chaotic." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. "You are saying?" Shen Mu said, The Prince of Xiang and Taiping will not sit by and watch as they rise, nor will they allow the Prince of Xiang and Taiping to stand in their way. Just wait and see. There will definitely be even more storms in the imperial court. Yang Fan frowned. Of course we are standing on Li Tang's side. Shenmu smiled. Only when Empress Zetian was there a division between Li Tang and Wu Zhou. Now, who isn't Li Tang? Whether it's the Prince of Xiang's faction, the Prince of Xiang's faction, or the Prince of Xiang's faction, who isn't a subject of Li Tang. The one who rules the world is the emperor, surnamed Li. Yang Fan's thoughts had been exposed, and he somewhat embarrassedly laughed. Don't worry. Public affairs are public affairs, and private affairs are private affairs. I will not drag my brothers along with me just because of my relationship with Taiping. However, if a conflict arises between the Prince of Xiang's faction and the Prince of Liang's faction and the Prince of Xiang's faction, we will definitely stand on the side of Prince of Xiang and Taiping. Is that correct? Shenmu replied, Correct. Behind us are the noble clans, and even though the noble clans and the imperial household have been fighting for so many years, the relationship between us is getting more and more complicated. Putting aside everything else, the emperor and the Prince of Xiang both have children who are connected by marriage to the noble clans. This has doomed the relationship between us to be deeply entangled. But the Wu clan is different, Shenmu slowly said. In the past, although Emperors Taizong and Gaozong intentionally suppressed the noble clans to elevate their imperial authority, their methods were still gentle. The Wu and Zhou were very different, so the noble clans and Wu Zhou had an inextricable hatred. Cui Shi's decision to throw himself under Wu Sanxi's tutelage was truly somewhat blinded by greed. Yang Fan warily asked, You're saying that this is very likely Cui Shi's personal idea, and not old grandfather Cui's? Shenmu replied, It's very possible. Thus, I will have someone leak some news to old grandfather Cui. If this is not old grandfather Cui's idea, perhaps we can force Cui Shi to leave Wu Sanxi. At the very least, we won't have him follow Wu Sanxi so wholeheartedly. Yang Fan slowly released a breath of turbid air. Whether or not Cui Shi leaves Wu Sanxi is no longer important to King Liang's faction. King Liang's faction alone is enough to stir up a storm in the court, let alone the fact that they have colluded with the Empress. Shenmu's eyes darted around. Ever since Empress Zetian became the Empress Dowager, she has set her sights on the throne. From then on, the Wu clan became one of the most important forces in the court. After so many years, they have grown so deeply rooted that no one can easily topple them. Now, even Empress Zetian has fallen, but the Wu clan still stands tall in the court, and the military power they hold is still impenetrable. To tell the truth, the meritorious faction is a bit too arrogant. They think that they have fallen for King Liang's scheme, but they don't know that the one who wants to throw them off the throne the most is actually the emperor. If the emperor throws them off the throne and allows them to freely decide how to deal with the Wu clan, they won't be able to deal with the Wu clan. If that happens, their fate will be even more miserable than it is now. Perhaps the rise of the future faction is a good thing? Yang Fan asked, What do you mean by that? Shenmu replied, Once the Empress rises, they will definitely meddle in the military. They are allies of King Liang's faction, so they won't be so wary of them. Perhaps the matter of weakening and dividing the military power of King Liang's faction will fall on them. Yang Fan said, The Empress and King Liang's faction are colluding with each other. With the Prince of Xiang and Taiping as common enemies, there will be no serious conflict between them. Even if the Wu clan gives a portion of their military power to the Empress, what benefit will it bring us? Shenmu gave a profound smile. Once a conflict of interest is involved, it's very difficult to guarantee an everlasting friendship. The Empress and King Liang's faction may not always be as close as one family. They and Prince Xiang and Taiping may not always be so clearly separated at that time. If someone specifically deals with the Empress or King Liang's faction, who knows if the other faction will do as the Prince of Xiang and Taiping did today, and watch as the meritorious faction fell from power. Erlang, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yang Fan mulled over Shen Mu's words. The more he thought about them, the more profound they seemed to be, and he couldn't help but fall into a daze. Shen Mu slowly stood up and gave Yang Fan a meaningful glance. It's time for me to go. Today, I came to visit you and understand some unknown situations. Secondly, I have something to tell you. Yang Fan came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Oh, speak." Shen Mu said, "The people of your Xian prefecture had some disagreements with my subordinates in the Zhuo prefecture region. In order to ensure that it wasn't my people who started this on purpose, I already did some research. After confirming that it wasn't our fault, I came to find you. I hope that you can ask about it." Yang Fan frowned and asked in astonishment, "You're talking about Zhuo prefecture? I already said that since your hidden sect has already made arrangements in the west and north, I will definitely not interfere. How did my people end up in Zhuo prefecture?" Shen Mu had been staring intently at Yang Fan's gaze. Seeing the divine light in his eyes, he was certain that Yang Fan wasn't faking it. Shen Mu smiled with gratification and said, "It's better for you to understand this matter through your people. If it comes from my mouth, it will be unfair to them." Yang Fan frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will investigate this matter as soon as possible and give you an explanation." Shen Mu nodded and patted Yang Fan's shoulder forcefully. He said with emotion, "Erlang, this brother hopes to be friends with you forever. However, you and I are not commoners. We both have a huge force behind us. Therefore, there are some things that we cannot decide on. I hope that the Xian prefecture and the hidden sect can follow our plan and maintain a close relationship that relies on each other instead of being enemies. However, in order to achieve this, the precondition is not to harm the other party's benefits. It is best if it can be mutually beneficial." Shen Mu left. Under the sunlight, his footsteps were still so casual and relaxed to the extreme. However, Yang Fan's heart was slightly heavy because of the words he said before he left. Shen Mu sat in the carriage and rolled up the curtains. He smiled and waved at Yang Fan before leaving. Yang Fan had a gloomy expression as he called Renwei over and instructed with a heavy expression, "Immediately send someone to investigate what happened between our people and the Xian sect in Zhuo prefecture. Remember, I don't want any of that nonsense. I only want the truth. Don't hide anything." "Yes." Chapter 11:23. On the top of the Wild Goose Pagoda, where Yang Fan and Ning Ku once sat and drank, Lu Binji stood by the window with his hands behind his back, letting the wind blow his clothes. He liked to stand on such a high place where he could have a panoramic view of the chessboard-like Chang and city, including the magnificent palace. So he often came here recently, standing alone and thinking quietly. Every time he stood here, he felt that he and his late brother, Lu Binmi, had become one. Lu Binji had always admired his elder brother. He was not an ignorant and incompetent child of an aristocratic family. When he was young, he was as smart as his elder brother Lu Binmi. However, when he gradually became sensible and realized that everything in the family would be inherited by his elder brother in the future, he began to play around with his studies. This was not out of frustration or jealousy, but because he adored his brother. He did so because he believed that with his brother around, any problem of the family could be solved, and he did not need to do anything for the family. So he indulged himself and indulged in pleasure. But now he had to pull himself together and continue his elder brother's unfulfilled wish. Thus, revenge was definitely not his only goal, nor was it his main goal. This was because he knew what his deceased brother had always been thinking about. His deceased brother's greatest wish was for the Liu family to stand at the head of the 7 sects and 5 families. So, after coming to Chang, and for so long, he had never tried to take any measures against the Yang family or the Yang family. Killing Yang Fan was just one of his purposes. His goal was very long-term, just like what he could see from where he stood. Very far away, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe slowly climbed to the top of the pagoda. Before he entered the top of the pagoda, where Lu Binji was, he stopped and tried to regulate his breath. Only when he felt that his breath was no longer hurried did he quietly walk in. Lu Binji did not look back, but he heard the slight footsteps. He squinted at the huge chessboard in front of him and looked at the people on the chessboard. He asked leisurely, "Is it done?" The man in a cyan robe respectfully put his hands down and said, "Yes, I have arranged for someone to establish a relationship with him in a very clever way, according to young master's instructions. I have not revealed any purpose to him. Now, I only want to get close to him and gain his trust." "Very good." Lu Binji smiled. The green-robed man was silent for a moment and said, "Young master, we've spent so much effort on this person. I don't think it's of much use. It's better to spend more effort on Yang Fan and buy that person over." The man in green knew that Lu Binji was the same as his elder brother. They did not like to be admonished by others, and he had no intention of doing so. He only wanted to give Lu Binji a chance to show off. Lu Binmi was very arrogant, so arrogant that he didn't listen to others and didn't care to explain his actions to others. Lu Binji was also very arrogant, but in this aspect, Lu Binji was different from his brother. He liked to show off, and as a subordinate, he naturally had to cater to his interests. Sure enough, Lu Binji revealed a proud smile and said, "Now it seems that this person is indeed an idle chess piece, but who knows what will happen in the future. Yang Fan, I just want him to die. He can't decide who Xianzong belongs to. In terms of usefulness, if this person can be of use, then Yang Fan's usefulness will not be as good as his. You have to know that there are no useless people in this world. It just depends on whether you can put him in a suitable position and give him a suitable opportunity." The man in green said in puzzlement, "But the Son of Heaven is at the prime of his life. Even if this person is in the position, what use is there?" Lu Binji raised his index finger and lightly waved it. He said, "First, we need to put him in a suitable position. Then, if needed, we can create an opportunity for him. At that time, the idle chess piece will become the one that must be killed." The man in green lowered his head and said, "Yes, I understand. Then we are getting close to Wu Sansi for this goal, right?" Only half of the reason is because of this. Lu Binji thought for a moment and then said, "I will not put all my eggs in the same basket. Wu Sansi looks like a sturdy basket, but in the end, he is still a basket." On the 5th day after the court conference, it was time for the emperor to lead the civil and military officials and imperial relatives to visit Emperor Zetian every 10 days. Li Xian led the imperial relatives, noble officials, and officials of 3rd rank and above to the Shangyang Palace where Wu Zetian lived. Ever since Wu Zetian had been driven off the throne, even though her treatment had not been reduced, the mental blow had caused serious harm to her. Her hair had fallen even thinner, and her face was so haggard that people could not bear to look at it. But each time the emperor led the civil and military officials to see her, no matter if she was uncomfortable or not, she would struggle. She would have people spend at least 2 hours to dress her up and then help her change into a bright dress. even if she would be tired for 2 days after the audience. She did not want these officials who had once prostrated before her to look down on her. She did not want them to pity her, look down on her, or laugh at her. Right now, the only thing she had left was her dignity, the only thing she could use to protect. It was also the only thing she had left. When the eunuch loudly announced the audience of the emperor and the officials, Wu Zetian was already sitting upright on the couch. In order to hide her old age and haggard appearance, she had even hung up a curtain of beads in front of her. Through this curtain of beads, she coldly looked at the emperor and officials who were putting on a show in front of her. The emperor spoke. Wu Zetian glanced at him in disgust. She was too lazy to listen to his cliched words of care and concern. Instead, she looked disdainfully at the officials. Then she froze. Wu Zetian was like an old beast king. Her teeth were already slow and falling off, but her sense of smell was still incomparably sensitive. On her aged face, a pair of eyes exuded a sharpness that did not match her age. She stared closely at the officials through the curtain of beads. Slowly, a treacherous and cold smile appeared on her face. In truth, Li Xian was rather impatient with this kind of show. Over the years, the relationship between mother and son had long ago become extremely indifferent. He was only taking care of his birth mother out of his duty as a son. He would not commit matricide, nor would he mistreat his birth mother. However, it was truly impossible for him to display his love and respect for his mother. But he still had to display the appearance of a filial son, because he was the emperor, a role model for the people of the world. This show had to be performed not only for the officials, but for the people of the world. Li Xian had a warm smile on his face as he patiently inquired about his mother's diet, rest, and other aspects of her life. Wu Zetian would always respond with muffled grunts. From start to finish, she did not say a single word to him. Finally, this exchange of greetings that both mother and son found boring came to an end. It was Empress Wei's turn to continue her act, and then it was the Prince of Xiang, Taiping, and the other members of the imperial family. Finally, it was the turn of the civil and military officials. The visit was nearing its end, and everyone secretly sighed in relief. After all the civil and military officials paid their respects to Empress Zetian, Li Xian respectfully said, "Mother, your son still has matters of state to attend to, so he will take his leave." Wu Zetian continued to reply in a low voice. Li Xian clasped his hands and turned to leave the hall. Wu Zetian suddenly called out, "Xian?" Li Xian froze, then turned around in shock and bowed his head. "Mother." Wu Zetian fell silent for a few moments, then said in a hoarse and powerless voice, "Xianer, have Lingwei stay and talk with mother." Li Xian gave Princess Taiping a strange look, then exchanged a glance with Empress Wei and Wu Shi. Only then did he reluctantly say, "Yes, then, Taiping, stay and talk with mother." Princess Taiping was also very surprised, but she quickly calmed down and nodded to Li Xian. Everyone retreated outside like the tide, leaving only Princess Taiping standing in the hall. "Mother." Princess Taiping bowed to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian said, "Come, Lingwei, let us mother and son take a walk in the garden." Princess Taiping hurriedly lifted the hanging curtain. After Wu Zetian was dressed up, her facial features became hazy behind the curtain. When she was presented to the officials, she still looked as dignified as before, but now that they were close, they found that she had aged a lot. Although Princess Taiping and her mother had many grievances, seeing her mother like this, her eyes still reddened and tears almost fell. She hurried forward and personally helped Wu Zetian up. Wu Zetian struggled to stand up and said to the palace maids and eunuchs who had come over in disgust, "Get out of my way. This old one is talking to my daughter. Do I need you to watch? Don't tell me that your emperor doesn't even trust his own sister." All the eunuchs and palace maids looked awkward, but since Wu Zetian had already said so and Princess Taiping was at the side, it was not good for them to be too obvious. They had no choice but to obediently retreat to the side. Princess Taiping helped the staggering Wu Zetian to walk to the small garden at the back. Wu Zetian squinted her eyes and looked at the flowers in the garden. She suddenly asked, "Where did Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and the others go? Why didn't I see them today?" Princess Taiping then understood why her mother kept her. She glanced at her mother and replied in a cold tone, "Mother only cares about living the rest of your life. You don't need to concern yourself with the affairs of the court." Wu Zetian laughed. "Daughter, your temperament is really like your mother's. Let mother ask you, do you still want to restore the throne? Mother is already so old. Why do I still need to waste energy? If they did not force me to abdicate at the beginning of the year, I am afraid I would have handed over the throne by now." Wu Zetian looked at the garden full of spring flowers and felt that she was getting old. She sighed and said, "Daughter, mother does not want to harm you by asking these questions. Among the children, mother loves you the most. You have to be careful of your brother, the emperor. Don't be fooled by his timid and harmless appearance when mother is on the throne. His breadth of mind is far from that of an emperor." Wu Zetian's mouth curled up with a trace of contempt and said coldly, "Zhang Jianji, Cui Xianhui, and the others have already lost favor, right? It has only been 4 months since they forced me to abdicate, and these monarch and ministers have already fallen out. Daughter, your brother is mean and ungrateful. Today he can deal with the meritorious ministers who supported him to ascend the throne. Tomorrow he can deal with you. I have to plan early. Mother." Princess Taiping could not bear it anymore. She stopped Wu Zetian's voice with a stern voice and said with a trembling voice, "Mother, don't show your kindness and love to me. You deliberately kept me. Didn't you want to arouse my brother's suspicion of me?" Tears swirled in Princess Taiping's eyes. She said sadly, "Mother, isn't it good for you to spend your remaining years peacefully like this? Do you want your children to kill each other before you are satisfied?" Wu Zetian's face became cold, and her eyes were full of hatred. She did not feel embarrassed when her daughter saw through her intentions. She stared at Princess Taiping coldly and said slowly, "Yes, I am not satisfied, but I am a lonely old woman. What else can I do? Daughter, do you think mother wants to harm you? If your brother still has a brotherly affection for you, if he remembers everything you have done for Li Tang all these years, do you think he will fall for such a shallow trick of driving a wedge between you and him? If he is afraid of you because of this, even if mother does not drive a wedge between you, can you still have a brotherly affection for him?" Princess Taiping staggered back a few steps. Her face was as pale as paper. That's right. Her mother was deliberately provoking a fight between the siblings. She could see through it at a glance, but so what? Could she be sure that her brother would not be suspicious of her sister, who had painstakingly worked hard for the past 20 years to cure Li Tang? Wu Zetian smiled like a sinister, "Daughter, mother dares to bet that when you leave Shangyang Palace, your good brother must be waiting for you outside. You might as well tell him the conversation between us mother and daughter. Do you think he will believe you? This son, mother, has long seen through him." "Ha ha ha!" Wu Zetian raised her pale as snow head and laughed wildly. When Princess Taiping walked out of Shangyang Palace with heavy footsteps, she saw Li Xian very attentively greeting her. He could not wait to ask, "Little sister, what did mother say to you? Quickly tell brother. If mother needs anything, brother can send someone to deliver it." Princess Taiping looked at her brother, who was trying hard to hide his strange gaze and unnatural expression. A chill hit her heart. Chapter 11:24. Southwest of Chang, and was the Kunming Pool. The name had the word pool in it, and it seemed very small, but in reality, it was the size of 4 Westlakes. It had been excavated and expanded on the foundations of the ancient spirit pool in order to train the navy of the Kunming Kingdom. After hundreds of years, it had become a magnificent sight in Chang, and the blue waves rippled, and the sky and water blended into one. On the largest island in the Kunming Pool, thousands of lanterns filled the sky like stars, making the entire island look like a paradise on earth. Wu Sansi had held a grand banquet here. The Wu clan and many ministers who had defected to the Wu clan had all been invited. This was a celebration banquet. After the Wu clan's coup, many people were worried that the fall of Empress Etienne would implicate them. Now that they were finally at ease, Wu Sansi needed a gathering like this to rally the people and boost their morale. Deep into the night, the clamor on the island finally quieted down. In the depths of the island, at a place where boulders and wisteria interweaved, a figure without a lantern quietly walked over, relying only on the starry sky. He walked and stopped at the boulder, looked around, and called out in a low voice, "Princess, princess!" Slap! His shoulder suddenly suffered a palm strike, causing him to jump in fright. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the wonderful figure holding a small lantern, standing there with a smile on her face. Her entire body was bathed in a hazy halo of light, and she wore a colorful dress, making her look like an immortal concubine. This immortal imperial concubine was Enlu, and the man who had sneaked over was Cui Shi. Ever since Enlu saw this elegant young master from an aristocratic family, how could she still restrain her aroused heart? Under her sincere teasing, how could Cui Shi hold himself back? The two of them actually had a dewy marriage. However, that meeting took place in the Liang household. The environment was dangerous and time was tight. The two of them hastily had a happy ending, and both of them felt dissatisfied, but they did not have much time to interact. Today, King Liang was holding a banquet at the Kunming Pool, and Princess Enlu found an opportunity to have her personal maid pass a message to him. Cui Lang. Enlu happily threw herself into Cui Shi's arms and smiled sweetly. "You made me wait for so long. Why are you only here now?" This kind of treacherous tryst was exceptionally stimulating for Cui Shi. He was also exceptionally infatuated with this stunning beauty, especially her noble status, which made him exceptionally satisfied. However, once the truth was revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't resist the temptation, but he also couldn't control his fear. While looking around nervously, he impatiently hugged Enli's slender waist tightly, kneading and pinching her protruding and enchanting pink buttocks, replying in a low voice, "I have long wanted to go to the princess's appointment, but with great difficulty I managed to survive the drinking party. Who would have thought that Yang Yuanyan would send someone to ask for me, delaying the time?" After they were conferred the title of king, they were stripped of their power as prime ministers. Most of the meritorious ministers who had accompanied them in launching the Dragon God's coup d'etat were also transferred away from their original positions, especially those in the military. As the main planner and hero of the Dragon God's coup, Yang Yuanyan was very depressed. He was more far-sighted than many people. He knew that the meritorious ministers would not be willing to lose their power and would definitely stir up trouble again. He also knew that Wu Sansi would not give up just like that. He would definitely find another opportunity until the meritorious minister's party was completely destroyed. The Son of Heaven was the incarnation of a dragon. The Son of Heaven's temperament was also as capricious as a dragon. Overturning the clouds and overturning the rain would only take a single thought from him. The Son of Heaven had no control over whether he would fall out of favor or not. Thus, he had to eliminate his political enemies and not give them a chance to stage a comeback. just like what Zhang Jinji thought when he suddenly woke up in front of the primal chaos palace. Their power was basically a castle in the air. This was very different from the Wu clan's solid foundation. Thus, Yang Yuanyan determined that the meritorious minister's party was like a short-lived comet. Since their glory days were over, they would not return. Now, the only thing Yang Yuanyan could do was to protect himself. Thus, he submitted a resignation letter, saying that he had already seen through the world of mortals and wanted to become a monk. Now that the 5 meritorious ministers were conferred the title of king, there was no lack of knowledgeable commoners discussing this. If Yang Yuanyan were to shave his hair and become a monk, wouldn't that confirm their suspicions? Thus, Li Xian immediately rejected Yang Yuanyan's resignation letter and sent someone to express his condolences and urge him to stay. The emperor did not allow him to resign. Yang Yuanyan was at his wit's end. He wanted to return, but he could not. What could he do? After thinking it over, he finally thought of Wu Sanxi. Right now, only His Imperial Highness, Prince Liang, who was greatly favored by the emperor, could he successfully become a monk. However, he and Wu Sanxi were political enemies. If he showed weakness in front of Wu Sanxi, his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, what if Wu Sanxi did not want him to resign and instead wanted him to work for himself? Could he rely on his political enemy for the sake of his family's life and commit an act that would go down in history? It was under this dilemma that he thought of Cui Shi. The 5 ministers were conferred the title of queen, and Cui Shi was suddenly promoted to the Secretariat Administrator and Assistant Minister of War. With this, everyone knew that Cui Shi was in Wu Sanxi's faction. On the other hand, Cui Shi was originally a disciple of Taiping, and his relationship with the meritorious minister's faction was relatively close. He had some personal friendship with Yang Yuanyan, so Yang Yuanyan came to ask him for help. Taking advantage of today's grand banquet, Yang Yuanyan first asked a colleague who had some personal friendship with him. This colleague belonged to Prince Liang's faction, but he did not have the right to speak directly with Prince Liang. He asked this colleague to tell Cui Shi his feelings, hoping that Cui Shi would remember their old friendship and speak on his behalf. Cui Shi had delayed their rendezvous because of this. As soon as Enlu saw him arrive, she was already bursting with joy. Last time, she only had a superficial taste and did not enjoy herself to her heart's content. Now that this handsome man was right in front of her, she wanted nothing more than to have a good time with him. How could she have the leisure to listen to his complaints? Enlu tugged on his sleeve and said with a mixture of shyness and joy, "Cui Lang, come quickly." Cui Shi nervously said, "Princess, no one will come here, right? Has Prince Consort not sensed that Princess has left?" Enlu gestured for her personal maid to extinguish the lamp and stood guard by the huge rock. She personally led Cui Shi into the wisteria and giggled. "This area is for the women of the inner residence. Everyone has their own territory. Who would come here? The Prince Consort is as drunk as a dead pig right now. He won't even wake up when the sun rises." Enlu dragged him into the cave, hidden by the wisteria. There were a few tables and a bed in the cave. It was originally the place where Enlu used to cool off during the day, but now it was just the right place to have a secret affair. Enlu dragged Cui Shi to the bed and used her little finger to hook up his belt. She coquettishly said, "The night of spring is too short. Cui Lang, why don't you get on the horse?" Cui Shi's mind was instantly intoxicated. Once his lust was aroused, his fear and nervousness were all thrown out of the 9 heavens. He kissed Enli's snow-white and fragrant neck and hurriedly undressed himself. A moment later, a wave of decadent sounds rang out in the cave, mixed with Princess Enli's continuous voice. "Good man, it's so comfortable." I I want Father Emperor to bestow the Kunming Pool to me, to use this paradise as a place to have a rendezvous with you. In the second section of Any Lane, there was a house with 3 courtyards. In this area adjacent to the palace and the Eastern Market, where land was expensive, the price of such a house was not low. But this house was usually empty, only guarded by a few old servants. The people nearby did not know who this house belonged to. However, the people who lived in this area were either rich or noble families. Although they did not know their identities, the neighbors knew that this family was certainly not an ordinary person. The rich and powerful lived in the big courtyards. The neighbors valued personal privacy very much, so no one asked about it. This house was actually Princess Taiping's property, specially used for rendezvous with her lover. The 2 of them had their own official duties and families, so normally they would only rendezvous here once every 10 days. Tonight was the date of their rendezvous. Although Princess Taiping and Yang Fan were not husband and wife, they had been a real husband and wife for a long time. They understood each other's preferences and needs the best. This round of love was lingering like water and milk, and it was hearty. At the beginning of the sexual intercourse, Princess Taiping's eyes were soft and her face was flushed. She was lazy and unwilling to get up to take a bath, so she turned around in her favorite position, pressing her 2 unusually plump and soft jade-like thighs against her lover's body, enjoying his tenderness. Yang Fan wrapped his arms around Princess Taiping's body, kissed her smooth and round shoulder, and said softly beside her ear, "Lingwei, do you have something on your mind?" Princess Taiping's back stiffened, and she hurriedly said, "Nonsense, what's on my mind?" Yang Fan tightened his arms around her extremely round and soft waist, which still didn't have a trace of excess fat, and said softly, "You're the person who's sleeping beside me. Do you think I can't tell if you have something on your mind? Tonight you are so crazy, as if you want to vent all your worries, which is not like the usual you." Princess Taiping suddenly turned around and buried her burning cheeks in Yang Fan's embrace and said softly, "That is because I have not been intimate with you for a long time. Don't you like it?" Yang Fan said, "I like it," but he gently lifted Taiping's chin, looked at her directly, and said seriously, "Tell me what happened." Taiping lowered her eyes and evaded, said, "Really nothing." Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly broke down, and tears gushed out like a spring. She hugged Yang Fan tightly and cried, "Lang Jun, why do you say, why is my mother not like my mother, and my brother not like my brother? Could it be that being born in the royal family, there is really no kinship to speak of?" Her tears quickly wetted Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan tightly hugged her until her crying gradually stopped, and then he whispered, "Tell me what happened." Princess Taiping sobbed and recounted to Yang Fan what had happened when she visited Wu Zetian. Yang Fan frowned and said, "You told the emperor the truth, but the emperor did not believe you?" Princess Taiping smiled sadly and did not reply. Her situation was especially pitiful. Yang Fan tenderly hugged her and whispered, "Are you worried that the emperor will harm you?" Princess Taiping gently shook her head and faintly said, "The emperor will not think that I covet his throne, but he knows that I am closer to the Prince of Xiang. He is worried that I am the one who will help the Prince of Xiang, because the person Mother hates the most is him." Princess Taiping gently raised her head and gazed at Yang Fan, her eyes brimming with sorrow. "Mother forced me to marry Wu Yuji in order to build a bridge between Wu and Li, Big Brother. The Prince of Xiang had me see Wu Sanxi in order to build a bridge between the anti-Zhang factions. Now, Big Brother, the emperor, also sees me in this way. People say that Taiping is a princess among princesses, but in fact, I am just a bridge used by others. I have always been." Chapter 11:25. Through Yang Fan's consolation, the knot in Taiping's heart was somewhat eased, but she had not expected that the emperor, out of suspicion, would so quickly take action. Li Xian had first consulted Wu Sanxi about his plans, and Wu Sanxi had consulted Cui Ben and Zheng Chang. Ever since he had obtained these two great advisors, Wu Sanxi's ability to scheme had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had long since become a completely different person. This plan against the Prince of Xiang could be described as a stroke of genius. At the start, it had not even aroused the vigilance of the Duke of Xiang or the Duke of Taiping. The entire affair had begun with the election of the heir apparent. The emperor had already ascended to the throne, and the empress had already been crowned, but of the 3 sets of carriages in the imperial household, one had yet to be established, the position of crown prince. Thus, Wu Sanxi had Cui Ben instruct an imperial censor, who was just about to join the Wu clan, to submit a memorial urging the Son of Heaven to appoint a crown prince. Originally, Li Xian had 4 sons, of which only Li Zhongruan was the son of the first wife, so he was the natural candidate for the crown prince position. Alas, Li Zhongruan had been caned to death by his grandmother, Wu Zetian, just because he had spoken a few words behind Zhang Zhang's back. After Li Zhongruan's death, Li Xian still had 3 sons, Li Zhongfu, Li Zhongjuan, and Li Zhongmao. These 3 sons were all born of imperial concubines, not the flesh and blood of the empress, the Wei clan. The future heir apparent of the country would be one of these 3 princes. None of these 3 princes were Empress Wei's own sons, so Empress Wei didn't really care who she chose. But of these 3 princes, she disliked Li Zhongfu the most. Li Zhongfu was older than Li Zhongruan by a year, and was the eldest son of a concubine. When Li Xian was forced off the throne and placed under house arrest in Fangzhou, Li Zhongfu was already a naughty child and had memories of his birth mother. For this reason, he had never been very close to Empress Wei. Now that the heir apparent was about to be appointed, Empress Wei was naturally unwilling to have Li Zhongfu be the crown prince. But these 3 princes were all concubine sons, so there was no distinction between the first and the third. Logically speaking, the crown prince should be chosen according to seniority. If this was the case, then the crown prince would assuredly be Li Zhongfu, so Empress Wei intervened. Empress Wei now had her own faction. Although her faction had only just been established and was not as powerful as the Liang faction, the Xiang faction, or the Peace faction, she still had a group of people she could use. Empress Wei instructed one of them to impeach Li Zhongfu, saying that the reason the crown heir Li Zhongruan had been killed was because Li Zhongfu coveted the position of crown heir and purposely revealed what Li Zhongruan had said to Emperor Zetian, causing Li Zhongruan to be beaten to death. The only people involved in this matter were Li Zhongruan, Li Xianhui, Wu Yanji, and Zhang Changzong. These people were all dead, so there was no way to testify. How could Li Zhongfu defend himself? He kowtowed to the imperial court to defend himself, but no matter how he argued, he could not come up with a clear explanation. At this time, another minister submitted a memorial arguing that if Li Zhongfu became the crown prince once he ascended to the throne, he would very likely reverse the verdict of the second Zhang and bring disaster to the country. This was because Li Zhongfu's princess was Zhang Yiji's niece. When Li Zhongfu heard this, his lungs almost exploded with rage. How could he have the right to choose his own concubine? Back then, it had been Empress Wei's idea to have him take Zhang Yiji's niece as his wife. Empress Wei had wanted to use this to draw closer to the second Zhang and solidify her husband's power and position. Now, this had become a crime that prevented Li Zhongfu from becoming the crown prince. Li Zhongfu knew that all of this was Empress Wei's doing, but he did not dare to say anything. In the imperial court, the hundreds of officials argued over this matter several times. In the end, Li Xianxian acted on his own and judged Li Zhongfu to be greatly responsible for Li Zhongruan's death. As a result, he was demoted to Junzhou, in modern Hubei, near Fangzhou, to be the provincial governor, causing him to completely lose his right to the throne. Li Zhongfu hatefully resigned from the palace and dejectedly went to Junzhou to take up his post. His right to the throne had been stripped away, leaving only Li Zhongjuan and Li Zhongmao, the two princes. According to the order of seniority, Li Zhongjuan should have been made the crown prince. Li Zhongjuan was courageous and had a rough personality. He was a man of few schemes and short-sighted. Empress Wei believed that he was easy to control, so she did not try to obstruct him. But the already stirred officials of the court had different opinions. Some people believed that Li Zhongjuan was too brave and too tactless and would not be a competent emperor. They suggested that the fourth prince, Li Zhongmao, should be made heir apparent. Li Zhongmao was young and intelligent, had a gentle personality, and treated his teachers with modesty and courtesy. In the eyes of the ministers, he was a suitable candidate for the throne. Thus, one faction insisted on establishing the eldest, while the other insisted on establishing the virtuous, and the two factions argued in the imperial court. But they had no idea that the situation had developed to this stage because Emperor Li Xian had intentionally guided it. The emperor's goal had never been to establish the heir apparent, but to deal with the Prince of Xiang. Now, the time had come for the dagger to be revealed. Just as the ministers of the two sides were arguing and the attention of the court was completely focused on the matter of the heir apparent, Li Xian suddenly came up with a strange theory. He believed that neither of his two sons had the talent to be the ruler of a country, so he wanted to make the Prince of Xiang his imperial younger brother. Li Dan had been the crown prince and also the emperor after the Divine Dragon coup. He had taken control of the 16 imperial guards of the southern government and possessed enormous influence and prestige in the army and the imperial court. Li Xian's sudden declaration that he wanted to make the Prince of Xiang his imperial younger brother instantly garnered the support of many ministers. Li Dan was like the saying, "Sitting in seclusion at home, disaster descends from the heavens." When a minister had suggested making the heir apparent, the empress had opposed making Zhongfu heir apparent, and when the officials had argued to make Zhongjuan and Zhongmao heir apparent, he had not realized the emperor's true intentions. But now, how could he not understand the emperor's hidden killing intent? If he dared to agree to become the emperor's younger brother today, hand over his military power, and move to the Eastern Palace in accordance with the rule of the crown prince does not meddle in politics, he might die a sudden death. Rather than this, it was better to hand over his military power as soon as possible so that the emperor could rest assured. Thus, Li Dan did not even bother to change into his court robes before rushing to the throne room like a wisp of smoke. No matter what, he was unwilling to become the emperor's younger brother. The two brothers pushed back and forth, and some of the ministers who had not yet seen through the emperor's intentions were moved. In the end, the Prince of Xiang was forced into a corner by his older brother, the emperor, and simply handed over the commander's seal that he used to control the 16 imperial guards of the southern government. "Didn't you want to force me to become the emperor's younger brother? Fine. I don't even want my current position. I'll go back and be a free and unfettered prince. That should be fine, right?" Li Dan handed over the commander's seal and returned to the Prince of Xiang's estate, shutting himself in to show his resolve. Li Xian had also put on a show until the end, issuing 3 decrees in a row to summon the Prince of Xiang to court to discuss choosing the heir apparent, but the Prince of Xiang refused. Only then did Li Xian give in and make Li Zhongjuan the crown prince. It was only now that many of the ministers who had been fighting in the throne room for the sake of the position of crown prince, their faces flushed with anger, realized the truth. It turned out that they had all been played by the emperor. The emperor was advancing in order to retreat. Li Xian could also see that the expressions of the officials were not quite right. He was embarrassed to the point where he could not keep his face. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he and Wu Sanxi held a secret discussion. After obtaining Wu Sanxi's approval, he began to issue an edict to demote the titles of nobility. The Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, was demoted to Prince of Dahang, Wu Yuji, was demoted to Prince of Lesho. The Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, and the other 12 princes, surnamed Wu, were all demoted to dukes. This was to conceal his intent to deliberately target the Prince of Xiang. Princess Taiping coldly watched from the sidelines, taking in everything that was happening in the imperial court. Seeing how the emperor was scheming against his own brother, Taiping's heart felt like it had been plunged into an ice house, chilled to the bone. Great teacher Mo lost no time in speaking again. Princess, on the day of the coup d'etat, if His Highness the Prince of Xiang had not taken control of the southern government's imperial guards and used them to intimidate the northern government, would the emperor's restoration have been so easy? His Highness the Prince of Xiang had performed a heroic deed. Just how great of a risk did the Prince of Xiang take in doing this? If he failed, his entire clan would be destroyed. But the Prince of Xiang led his 5 sons and charged into the Vermilion Bird Gate without the slightest hesitation. Let me ask you, if the Prince of Xiang did not participate, what would have happened? If the coup d'etat succeeded, he would be the Prince of Xiang. If the coup d'etat failed, he would still be the Prince of Xiang. No, this old man was wrong. If His Majesty's coup d'etat had failed, then the Prince of Xiang would have been the crown prince. Why did His Highness the Prince of Xiang take such a risk? And for whom did he do it? Enough. Say no more. Princess Taiping could not restrain her anger and fiercely slammed her palm on the table. Great Teacher Mo's face was as calm as an ancient well. He continued, "But even so, the emperor still suspects the Prince of Xiang. Your Highness, the emperor has already moved against the Prince of Xiang. Who do you think he will move against next? This old man truly cannot understand. What's wrong with the emperor? Who was it that risked the destruction of his entire clan to raise him onto the throne of emperor? Why is the emperor so wary of his relatives who risked their lives to support his ascension to the throne, but so trusting of the Wei clan that has no merit at all, and the Wu clan that was once his mortal enemy? Princess, do you think that everything you've done was worth it? Get out." Princess Taiping's eyes spat out flames of fury as she roared at Great Teacher Mo. Great Teacher Mo calmly and unhurriedly stood up and clasped his hands to Princess Taiping. He took 3 steps back, parted his sleeves, and swaggered off. Princess Taiping dejectedly retreated to the back of the table. After feeling disappointed and frustrated for some time, she stupidly asked herself, was it worth it? Before she could finish speaking, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. "Ha ha! Come, my esteemed guests, please drink this cup to the brim." Li Zhongjuan held up a large bronze Jew with a simple and unadorned design, urging the left concubine, the right concubine, the crown prince's guests, and a group of subordinates of the Eastern Palace to drink. Li Zhongjuan had broad shoulders and a broad body, arms like an ape's and a waist like a bee's, exuding a heroic air. His square face was proud and arrogant, and he was born with a good appearance. Above him was the eldest son of the legitimate wife and the eldest son of the concubines. He had never imagined that there would be a day when the throne of crown prince would be delivered to his buttocks. But in a moment of carelessness, he had become the crown prince above all but one. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. "Crown prince, please." All the subordinates raised their cups in response. Li Zhongjuan raised his neck and drained the cup of fine wine in one gulp. Li Zhongjuan loved wine and disliked that cup for being too refined, so he purposely changed it to a large bronze cup so that he could drink to his heart's content. A young man dressed in martial attire came forward and said to Li Zhongjuan with a smile, "Qinquang, another toast to congratulate the crown prince." As soon as Li Zhongjuan saw him, he immediately moved to the side and patted the mat, saying to the man, Come, Qinquang, sit with me." Us brothers will drink a few more cups." The man smiled and did not decline, saying, "Thank you, Crown Prince." He walked around the wine table and sat with Li Zhongjuan at the same table. This man was called Li Qingquang, also a descendant of Li Tang. His great-grandfather was the fifth son of Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan, Li Shiyun. When Wu Zetian was in power, his branch was already a distant branch, so he was not persecuted, but his title was demoted from Wang to Duke. Now, Li Qingquang was the right general of the imperial guards. Don't look at how close Li Zhongjuan and Li Qingquang seemed to be, as if they had been good friends for many years. In reality, the two had only known each other for a little more than a month. Li Zhongjuan was a martial artist and fond of hunting. In the early spring, he went hunting in the suburbs and happened to meet Li Qingquang, who was out hunting. Both of them appreciated each other's horsemanship and archery skills. After they introduced each other, it turned out they were still family, and soon they became close friends. Li Qingquang sat down next to Li Zhongjuan. Li Zhongjuan intimately put his arm around Li Qingquang's shoulder and said to his subordinates with a smile, "Qingquang is my lucky general. Ever since I became acquainted with Qingquang, my luck has been exceptionally good. Not long ago, I was just bestowed the title of Wang, and in the blink of an eye, I have become the crown prince." "Ha, come, Qingquang, let's drink to the brim." Li Qingquang smiled and raised his cup, whispering in Li Zhongjuan's ear, "Crown Prince, don't drink too much." "Ai." Li Zhongjuan glared at him reproachfully and said, "A man can't be as sentimental as a woman. Today, if we don't get drunk, we won't go home." Li Qingquang helplessly leaned his body toward him and said in a small voice, "Crown Prince, you can't get drunk. You forgot Qingquang has invited a few military generals for you to get to know. There are many of them, and it is not convenient for them to come to the Eastern Palace. Crown Prince, please come out of the palace to attend the banquet." Li Zhongjuan suddenly understood and nodded his head, seriously. Chapter 11:26. In the 4th month of the 1st year of the Divine Dragon, the 5 ministers returned to power. In the 5th month of the 1st year of the Divine Dragon, the Prince of Xiang fought. By the 6th month of the 1st year of the Divine Dragon, the martial faction and the Empress faction had subtly suppressed the Prince of Xiang and Taiping. Regarding Li Xian's actions, Yang Fan only had one comment: blinded by greed, self-crippling martial arts. However, the idiotic actions of Li Xian, the prodigy of the 6 Emperor Pill, were not something that Yang Fan could control. In this kind of situation, he could only put on a layer of protection for himself and preserve his strength to deal with the unpredictable situation in the future. At this time, the Xiansex people in Zhuo State had sent a travel-worn representative to the capital and entered the Yang residence on a day of heavy rain. Originally, Run Wei had followed Yang Fan's orders and requested that the Xiansex people in Zhuo State submit a detailed report. However, the people in Zhuo State seemed to feel that they could not explain it clearly in words, so they sent someone to the capital to report. Thunder rumbled, and after a flash of lightning, a loud thunder shook the windows. Yang Fan, who was sitting in the room, was as unmoving as a mountain. He continued to quietly listen to the people from Zhuo State chattering to him. "Sect Patriarch, the hidden sect is actually complaining first," he said angrily. "The hidden sect is insatiable and overbearing. What qualifications do they have to complain? We did not seize their territory, and the people we sent to Zhuo State can only be considered traveling merchants. It is not like they are going to Zhuo State to do business. Do they have to act as if they are facing a great enemy?" Yang Fan forcefully knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "I only want to know why our people extended their hands to Zhuo State." That person smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Patriarch, merchants move hastily and pursue profits far and near. How can they be limited to one place? Even if the Tang dynasty, Tubo, and Turkic Khaganate belong to two different countries and are separated by thousands of li with weapons, they cannot stop merchants from coming and going. If our Xian sect is to disappear from the western and northern provinces, it is not only giving up our benefits in the western and northern provinces, it also means that we are abandoning many businesses in the eastern and southern provinces. No one will be willing to do business with us or accept our control. The losses are unimaginable." Yang Fan frowned and asked, "Are the people going to Zhuozhou, our trusted men?" The man shook his head and said, "No, even their head shopkeeper doesn't know about the existence of the succession hall. We control and influence them because of our powerful financial resources. Because of this, we don't have enough reason to stop them from going to Zhuozhou. How can we explain this matter to them?" Yang Fan did not say anything. Outside the window frame, under the eaves of the roof, the rainwater was pouring down, and his heart was also a little annoyed. Shun Mu's idea of the obvious and hidden sects working together was excellent, but the obvious and hidden sects were very different in terms of wealth, resources, and manpower. This meant that they had to run their own businesses and could not rely on each other's strength. As a result, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts in the fight for resources. They had clearly underestimated this before. The person from the Zhuo prefecture spoke, resentfully, "Sect Patriarch, why is it that the hidden sect doesn't have much influence in the eastern and southern prefectures? Why are they generously giving us those places now?" "Because the eastern and southern prefectures are near the sea, and their trade isn't as developed as the western and northern prefectures. Those who are virtuous live there. Isn't it the same for the pugilistic world? Are we just going to hand over such huge benefits to others?" Yang Fan said slowly, "The obvious and hidden sects exist for different purposes. What is the purpose of doing business for profits? Do not neglect the essentials and pursue trifles. Money is indispensable to us, but it will never be the most important thing. In the eastern and southern prefectures, we mainly focus on sea trade. Salt, rice, wine, cloth, and other industries that are highly profitable. We have a division with the hidden sect. Even if we reduce the direct trade with the western and northern prefectures, we can still bear some losses. You don't have to be an alarmist. Immediately withdraw our men and do not have any conflicts with the hidden sect in the future." Sect Patriarch, the person from the Zhuo prefecture, suddenly stood up and spoke anxiously. "If we do this, we will lose a large number of forces that are dependent on us. Once we lose them, we will lose control over the eastern, southern, and central prefectures. By then, the obvious sect will be reduced to the hidden sect's vassal." Yang Fan said sternly, "Terminate all the businesses that are related to the northern prefectures and immediately withdraw all the men." The person from the Zhuo prefecture was startled. He slowly straightened his body and spoke stiffly. "Sect Patriarch is putting this subordinate in a difficult position by doing this." Yang Fan's eyes slowly squinted, and they were as sharp as the edge of a blade. The person from the Zhuo prefecture wasn't afraid and insisted, "Not only will this harm the obvious sex benefits, but many of the doyen's personal businesses will also suffer a huge loss." Yang Fan pointed at the door and berated, "Get out." The person from the Zhuo prefecture bowed deeply to Yang Fan and spoke stiffly, "This subordinate will obey the order. However, this subordinate must finish what needs to be said. Our men have already had some conflicts with their men, and some of our brothers were injured because of this. Although both sides of the conflict were only external members, and they didn't even know of the existence of the succession hall, it was hard to say that the hidden sect didn't instigate this intentionally. Sect Patriarch, you are the sect patriarch of the obvious sect, and not the hidden sect. This subordinate is speaking from the bottom of his heart. Sect Patriarch, please understand. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Yang Fan and slowly retreated. Once the door was opened, the sound of rain poured into the study, accompanied by a wave of damp vapor. He walked out like this into the rain, allowing the heavy rain to pour on his body. His back remained straight until he was completely out of the curtain of water. The door slowly closed. Yang Fan's brows furrowed tightly. He felt a deep sense of anxiousness. The matter was much more complicated than he had imagined. His official status restricted his actions, and he had spent too much energy in the court. Therefore, it was hard for him to be as focused as Shun Mu in managing the affairs of the obvious sect. The result was that his control was far inferior to Shun Mu's control of the hidden sect. At the beginning, due to that cold and cruel purge, he had intimidated a large number of the obvious sect's upper echelon and traded for a few years of peace. But now, it seemed that there were people who wanted to make trouble again. Yang Fan even suspected that the friction between the obvious sect and the hidden sect had been deliberately planned by people with ulterior motives. He felt that there seemed to be an invisible black hand slowly grasping at him. Yang Fan mobilized all the forces that he believed to be reliable and began to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, he felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with Shun Mu and find a method that both sides could accept to resolve the conflict of interest between the two sides. But when he rushed to the Shinfu, he was informed by the Shinfu's steward that Shun Mu had gone to the western regions and would only return in around 10 days. Yang Fan could only return empty-handed. In this period of time, Dou Lu Qinwang had also returned to the capital. In the memorial that the Prince of Xiang Li Dan had sent, the first name on the list of those who had contributed to the mutiny was Dou Lu Qinwang. Dou Lu Qinwang's niece was the Prince of Xiang Li Dan's concubine, and his son was engaged to Princess Taiping's eldest daughter. Li Dan naturally wanted to bring him back to the political affairs hall and use him as a powerful ally. Alas, Dou Lu Qinwang had been bedridden at the time, so he had come late and missed the best opportunity. The Prince of Xiang Li Dan had already handed over his military authority and closed his doors to become a free prince, so he could no longer provide Dou Lu Qinwang with any assistance. On his way back, Dou Lu Qinwang had heard of the recent events in the capital. Given his official career and experience, he naturally understood what this meant. As a result, when he arrived in the capital, he did not even dare to pay a visit to the Prince of Xiang. He immediately obediently handed over a decree and requested an audience with the Son of Heaven. Li Xian very coldly met him, appointed him to the position of right servant, and then sent him out of the palace. Dou Lu Qinwang left the imperial palace in a daze. Why did Dou Lu Qinwang have such a reaction? This had to be explained by the Tang dynasty's system of prime ministers. The early Tang continued the system of the Sui, with the officers of the three provinces, Hall of Secretariat, Assistant Minister, and Minister of Cabinet, serving as prime ministers to discuss state affairs. Later on, because Taizong Li Shimin had once served as Minister of Cabinet when he became emperor, no official dared to serve as Minister of Cabinet, so the position of Minister of Cabinet was left empty. Instead, the right and left servants were made Minister of Cabinet and a member of the Hall of Secretariat. The right and left servants were also members of the Hall of Secretariat. They decided the affairs of the court before noon and decided the affairs of the Minister of Cabinet in the afternoon. This was the position of Prime Minister. Now that the emperor had appointed Dou Lu Qinwang to be the right servant, he had not said that he would also be a member of the Hall of Secretariat. This meant that he could only decide the affairs of the Minister of Cabinet in the afternoon. As for the power to decide the affairs of the court before noon, he would no longer have the power to decide the affairs of the court before noon. He had the title of Prime Minister in name, but not in reality. How could such a major matter possibly be the result of the emperor's negligence. Dou Lu Qinhuang knew that this was because of the Prince of Xiang. The emperor was now wary of him, so his heart shivered. Every afternoon, he would only sit in the Minister of Cabinet. When the court was in session, he would not say a word, not daring to ask about state affairs. Not only that, he was worried that the emperor still did not feel at ease with him, and that he might have a backup plan. As a result, he was treading on thin ice in the Minister of Cabinet, like he was facing an abyss, trembling with fear that someone would grab hold of his weakness. Seeing Dou Lu Qinhuang's appearance, even those who had been slow and failed to see that the emperor's act of appointing his imperial younger brother was a complete show now understood that the emperor and the Prince of Xiang had fallen out. In the last few days, Yang Fan had strengthened the training and control of his 10,000 cavalry. Every day, he would appear in the army and struggle with the soldiers. At night, when he returned home, he would once more be busy with the many complicated matters of the Xianzong order. In the past, he had greatly delegated power, but now he could not be so generous. He was using interference to gently withdraw power and strengthen his control. Upon hearing of Dou Lu Qinhuang's misfortune, Yang Fan knew that this matter was certain to make the Prince of Xiang and Princess Taiping even more uneasy. A single thought from the Son of Heaven would not be as simple as withdrawing power. Who could have imagined that a storm of blood would follow? Even when Yang Fan suddenly realized that the Xianzong order was becoming restless and unstable, and that a situation might occur that he could not control, he immediately began to mobilize the military force of the Gu clan, preparing to strike like a thunderbolt at the crucial moment. Why could the emperor not do this? The Prince of Xiang had handed over his military authority, but his influence over the Southern Office could not immediately disappear with the transfer of military authority. If the emperor wanted to kill, this was enough reason for him to kill. Would the Prince of Xiang and Taiping still be able to calmly accept a steel blade that could be pressed against their necks at any moment? But the information Yang Fan had obtained from Wanner indicated that Li Xian had no intention of taking any further action against the Prince of Xiang and Taiping, at least not at all. Yang Fan was worried that Taiping and the Prince of Xiang would take this risk and give themselves an excuse, so he wanted to see Taiping and pacify him. But he had never expected that before he could even see Taiping, something would happen to Shenmu, who had just returned from the western regions.